Thank you. Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 89, Learning Spells. Aldrich closed his eyes as he felt his body start to oscillate rapidly, his skin and muscles undulating grotesquely as if there were countless little things alive and crawling within. Then, countless patches of his skin ripped open, but from these holes no blood pooled out. Instead, dark metal streamed out in flowing, living strands, gleaming black metal streaked with an aura of crimson.
Thank you.
The metal strands weaved and locked around each other and over Aldrich, soon enough encasing him in armor that exactly replicated what Volantis embodied. This was armor fashioned from the flesh and bones of a blood dragon, and its organic origins showed in the spikes of dull white, almost gold-colored bone that jutted from Aldrich's shoulder plates, forearms, and greaves. Aldrich looked down at his hands.
Thank you.
The gauntlet's fingers ended into curved claws meant for ripping and tearing, and indeed the armor did not seem like something someone would wear. No, it felt like a creature of its own, a predator and hunter in its own right. Bands and streaks of bloody red glowed throughout the armor, signifying the flesh and blood of the dragon imbued within.
Thank you.
The helmet that Aldrich wore, a three-horned, spiked construct of black metal and gold bone and red blood with a single gleaming red dot at the eye line, fused into the armor itself with a metallic click. Aldrich perceived the world around him in a faint shade of red at first before Volantis merged with him better, their minds and souls synchronizing and adapting.
Thank you.
His vision adjusted to the color spectrum he was used to, and he felt the armor shift in size, adjusting its dimensions to perfectly fit Aldrich's body. Instead of wearing a suit of dead metal armor, it felt more like Aldrich was fused with something already alive, almost like operating a mech suit with a highly functioning AI, though even more personal. "Your command, my lord?" rumbled Volantis's voice within Aldrich's head. "How much of your own power can you use, Volantis?" said Aldrich.
Thank you. My independent strength is limited, for I am bound to you and still recovering from destruction, said Volantis. While I am tethered to you, I am only capable of accessing necromancy that directly stitches the organs and flesh that I have amassed and imbued within this armor. General necromancy such as that involving the summoning of bone I cannot wield. Should you detach from me, I may use all my powers, but again I will be weakened.
"Thank you, and I will warn you, my lord, that calling upon my shattered bone necromancy will conflict with your own legion necromancy. As we share one spirit, one body, we cannot access both streams of death at once with our respective full strengths. At the least, not until we have reached greater synchronicity over time. As of now, I may grant you one stitching at any given moment. Whether that be great muscular strength or wings with which to fly, it is yours to choose." "Thank you. But if you wish me to delve deeper into my shattered bone spells, stitching multiple parts at once with greater strength, it will require you to sacrifice your legion magic. Tell me, can you still stitch the arm of the blood god?" said Aldrich. "Yes, but it will take all my might. After using it, I must go dormant, rendering me into naught but a mere shell of metal and bone," said Volantis. "I see," said Aldrich. He paused to gather his thoughts.
Thank you.
Volantis could use his shattered bone necromancy to grow exactly one part on Aldrich, for now granted. The base stats and durability that Volantis gave Aldrich was still enormous and likely more than enough to sustain Aldrich through basically any threat, especially durability. As an armor set, Volantis was probably the most durable that Aldrich could ever wield as a full mage, easily being on par with the defense offered by a full warrior's armor set. "Thank you." Originally, Aldrich, as a pure mage-type character, could not even wield proper full armor like this without suffering huge negatives, but because Volantis was a living armor and more a symbiote than an item, it seemed that Aldrich did not face equipment-based negatives. Over time, Volantis would also grow stronger, recovering his strength and also becoming more and more synchronized with Aldrich. This also meant that as Aldrich leveled up, so could Volantis. "Thank you." Theoretically, in a hypothetical endgame, Aldrich could essentially have mastery over 2 entire necromancy occultations, something that was never in the game because it would be game-breakingly overpowered to have a caster that was also just as strong as a warrior in melee for now, though Aldrich had to rely on himself to deal damage. He used the 40 attunement points he had received from dumping so many points into attunement. Thank you. Attuned spell limit 712. Inner circle units 845. Inner circle units: Valera, Volantis, Chrysalis, Geist, Fleur Gan, Dynamite Girl, Antlion, Bloodspitter, Lizard. Outer circle unit limit 225. As a lich, Aldrich now had massively enhanced capacity to control undead. Liches were forces of nature that, when angered, were basically like natural disasters. Thank you. When they attacked a city or village, they did not just wield a few dozen undead as mortal necromancers did. No, they fielded entire undead armies, submerging living settlements like a flood of death. Thus, Aldrich undead control system changed fundamentally to reflect this, splitting into two categories known as the inner circle and the outer circle. The typical units-controlled limit that Aldrich fielded now changed to the inner circle. Thank you. This encompassed undead that were strong enough to be above level 15. Meanwhile, the outer circle consisted of units that ranged from 1 to 15. The max amount of units Aldrich could field in his outer circle equaled his inner circle limit multiplied by 5, allowing him to essentially raise an entire army. The stronger Aldrich got, the higher he evolved as a lich, the wider the level range of his outer circle. Thank you. On top of this, the Raise Undead spell and its mass variation also changed from a typical spell to a mere cantrip, giving it essentially 0 cooldown when used on outer circle undead. For corpses strong enough to enter the inner circle, however, Raise Undead still went on cooldown, and the health and mana consuming channel was the same for raising unit that was significantly stronger than Aldrich.
Thank you.
Aldrich withdrew from his inventory the Tome of Skeletal Mastery and the Tome of Necrotic Carnage. He used both learning spells to pad up his spell count and replace those that were no longer needed. Twin auras of bloody red and ashen white swirled around him, lighting the abandoned, ruined insides of the red circle in their eerie twin glows. At the end of this process, Aldrich was left with the following 12 spells. First, there were spells he kept: Grave Consumption, Raise Undead.
Thank you.
Create Greater Undead, First Ring. This spell was Aldrich's most useless, as undead created from this could only go up to level 20. This was because he had not received the necessary Tome of Dark Arts to upgrade it, yet, once upgraded, would become much better. As a result, he kept the spell Negative Surge, a reliable spell to use in buffing an ally or Aldrich's own physical stats. Once he got the appropriate Tome of Dark Arts, he would replace this with Death Surge.
Thank you.
And then there were his new spells: Death Bolt, Aldrich's new spammable spell attack, directly replacing Chill Bolt as a vastly superior alternative; Call of the Impaler, an area of effect spell that caused impaling stakes of bone to erupt all around Aldrich, allowing for him to generate distance or clear out enemies very easily. Bone Wall. This allowed Aldrich to summon forth a wall of bone that could block attacks, or, if raised beneath an enemy, impale them. Thank you, Bone Missile Array. This generated a circle of floating bones around Aldrich that could be shot forth according to his will like bullets. He could also supplement this with bones he found on the battlefield. Rite of Bone Binding. By activating this spell, Aldrich could make all skeleton-type units under his control in his nearby vicinity to greatly strengthen their durability and strength. Thank you. Burning Agony. Using this spell, Aldrich could cause zombie-type undead under his control in his vicinity to start burning up, their blood boiling and their bodily processes maximizing, granting them heavily enhanced stats and a flaming hot ignited blood aura. Eventually, this would reduce the zombies down into skeletal undead corpse nova, a mighty spell that Aldrich could use on any zombie-type undead or unit with flesh in his command, sacrificing them to turn them into a living bomb. Thank you. In terms of sheer firepower, this was perhaps Aldrich's strongest attack in his arsenal so far. Mist Phase, a spell known by all liches. It allowed Aldrich to teleport a short distance away after a small channel of 5 seconds. The range extended greatly if he teleported to an undead under his command. Aldrich's was now beginning to scrape back his original power and, as a result, his original battle strategies.
Thank you.
As a Legion Necromancer, he was used to fielding large amounts of undead, though now as a Lich, the scale of this increased tremendously. Knowing this, Aldrich geared his spells towards being able to maximally abuse the hordes of disposable undead he could generate. Burning agony on raised zombies made even the weakest among them strong threats, and eventually they would turn into skeletons. Thank you. At which point, Rite of Bone Binding could turn them into durable defensive units, or Aldrich could scatter them and use them to fuel his bone-based spells against targets Aldrich really needed to take down. He could use Corpse Nova on any of his many disposable zombies, dealing massive and unexpected damage. On top of all this, Aldrich could now thoroughly defend himself with his own defensive spells and Volantis, no longer needing to solely rely on his undead.
Thank you.
He could afford to take hits and fight on his own now, and yet at the same time Aldrich asked himself the same question he had asked himself the first time he embarked on this journey as a necromancer. What was a necromancer without his undead? Aldrich looked around at the variant and red circle staff corpses lying scattered about. He smiled underneath his helm of darkness and blood. "Serve," said Aldrich as he raised his hands up, casting Mass Raise Undead. "Thank you." All the dozens of corpses in the dance floor twitched and shuddered as they rose up as zombies, becoming the first of Aldrich's ever-growing Outer Circle army. Chapter 90, Bonus Exterminating Pests. Aldrich walked outside of the red circle, and surprisingly, despite the heavy appearance of his armor, he did not make much noise at all. "Thank you." As he approached the blown-apart neosteel door leading into and out of the club, he could hear raging, whistling winds outside, along with the roar of heavy rain and the occasional crackle of lightning. Aldrich's newly raised undead, comprising of the swordfish variant, a few dead aquatic variants, and much of the Red Circle's staff, followed around him, forming into an entourage of zombies outside. Aldrich saw a truly apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. "Thank you." The clouds above had formed a thick veil of dark storm clouds, and from them rain and gale-force winds raged downwards. There was enough rain that it had flooded the roads, overloading the city's drainage systems. The water reached to Aldrich's knees, and considering how tall he now was, that was more than enough for cars, phones, papers, and countless miscellaneous city objects to float about. Everything was dark, nearly pitch black.
Thank you.
Haven City's usual collection of brightly lit billboards, holo advertisements, and building lights had sputtered out as if under a blackout, with only the occasional emergency generator-powered streetlight illuminating much of anything. The air felt heavy. And not simply because of humidity, there was a weight to it that was unnaturally dense, and any human that needed to breathe would likely find themselves short of breath within half an hour of being here. Thank you. It was probable that this air also affected technology, disrupting it greatly. It was to the point where there were few, if any, news drones or hovercraft in the sky. And even if there were, they would not have survived. Several large flying manta rays hovered above the city, the skin on their white bellies rotund and stretched out. When they opened their gaping maws, sea variants poured out, landing down below as ground troops. Thank you. On top of this, there were floating sea serpents and flying fish variants that hovered in the air, raining down spines. The constant rattle of gunfire and explosions rumbled in the distance, and bullets and shells in the form of bright streaks of light shot up, gunning down variants. Humanoid battle drones sent by the Panopticon zipped through the air, engaging in a losing battle as they got swarmed by sheer numbers. Thank you. Countless sirens blared out, a piercing wail that echoed through the whole city, ordering emergency evacuation or retreat into designated Panopticon bunkers. This was an absolute war zone. An attack of this scale was a horrific disaster, perhaps one of the worst known in a decade. At the very least, the worst attack made on Haven in 50 years. Something like this warranted a S-rank hero's response, or at the very least, several dozen A-rankers.
Thank you.
But the fact that this disaster continued meant that either the heroes were late, already dead, or not coming. Either way, Haven was left to fend for itself, especially the poorer South Side district where the Red Circle and Dud ghettos were. When Aldrich tried using his Death Sense passive, its range greatly enhanced by his Lich status, to see if there were freshly dead or near-dead mortals around him. He registered that everyone in the nearest street blocks were all dead. Thank you. Most of the corpses were those that had been torn apart in their apartments or hiding spots by variants, and they had died merely half an hour ago. Most likely, variants had swarmed in from the eastern coast and now funneled down south, towards the projects where the Duds were defenseless in their ghettos. At best, the projects had just one functional panopticon bunker, and maybe 200 people could be crammed in there.
Thank you.
Overall, though, there were over 5,000 Duds living in the projects, all of them soon to be casualties. Aldrich sensed. Stares zoned in on him. There were variants everywhere, crawling on building walls, perched on roofs, on the streets, anywhere they could find purchase they did. All of them stared at Aldrich with inhuman fish-like eyes that gleamed yellow or red.
Thank you.
Most of the variants, Aldrich noted, were bipedal fishmen-type monstrosities with 4 arms, hunched backs, and scales of varying colors, some red, some blue, some white. It did not matter. All of them were weak. The quadrupedal types that Aldrich had seen in the Red Circle were larger and seemed to be mounts or attack dogs for these fishmen.
Thank you.
Each fishman was a head taller than the average human. Even with their hunched backs, and their imposing frames meant that they could easily rip the normal human limb from limb with no effort. Several fishmen, those nearest to Aldrich on the streets, hissed as they sprinted at him, utterly unfazed by his imposing appearance. "So inconceivably stupid," said Aldrich. "Can you not sense my power even now? Well, I suppose that's a good thing in a way."
Thank you.
Aldrich punched one fishman in the head and literally blew its head off like he had fired a shotgun point blank at it. Then, using the decapitated corpse as a club, he violently brutalized all other fishmen that neared him until his convenient club was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh strips attached to a cracked and twisted spine. Several fishmen on the roofs, green-scaled in color, shot spines from spiked protrusions on their fins. Thank you. All of them clattered off of Aldrich's armor with as much effect as the rain. "Pests," muttered Aldrich as he pointed at a group of green fishmen on a roof and fired a death bolt. The helical blast shot forth like a cannonball, completely blowing up the fishman group in a mess of strewn-apart, mangled limbs. "Thank you." With that, the remaining fishmen, those that were some distance away from Aldrich, spared of his immediate slaughtering power, saw their kin massacred with ease and shrieked before running away. It was almost miraculous how quickly the fishmen just disappeared, slinking off into alleyways or climbing over buildings to fade away. It reminded Aldrich of how vermin, rats, and cockroaches scattered under light. "I don't have time to deal with the low-level grunts," said Aldrich. "Thank you." He looked at the corpses he had made and chanted. "Serve." They arose, joining Aldrich's outer circle army. "All of you go down south, clear out any variants. Protect the projects," said Aldrich, "and before you'll go, you will need help." Aldrich reached into the temporary storage that the Death Lord had fashioned to hold Aldrich's summons. He held out an open palm, and within a bright green sigil formed in the air. "Thank you." In here all his summons were stored, and by breaking the sigil he could release whom he wanted to put under his control. He saw the list of undead he had marked to raise. From there he filled out his inner circle. A zombie giant, a death wheel, 15 members of Blackwaters, a class, the Crimson Knight captain, and 15 of the Death Knights under the captain's command. Thank you. That marked out Aldrich's inner circle to 41/45th capacity, with him leaving 4 spots for strong undead to raise on this battlefield. Aldrich then closed his clawed, gauntleted hand, shattering the green sigil. An omnidirectional wave of green energy surged out from him, and as it did so, it materialized out of misty matter his promised undead. A red-armored vampire knight knelt in front of Aldrich, as did 15 black-armored, black-caped death knights behind him.
Thank you.
Some distance away, the large wheel-like form of the death wheel's many stitched-together bones and corpses, as well as the enormous dozen-meter-tall zombie giant loomed. "The 80th Immortalis Legion is at your command, my lord," said the crimson-armored captain. "The 80th Legion, is it? What happened to the rest of you?" said Aldrich. "In the game's lore, the Death Lord fielded 100 Immortalis Legions."
Thank you.
The lower the number of the Legion, the fewer knights there were in exchange for having higher-leveled individual knights. As for the 80th Legion, Aldrich estimated there should have been almost 1,000 knights within it. A rather disposable fighting force of level 20 to 30 knights when encountered during the late game. "This is all that remains of us," said the captain solemnly. "But we are still always ready to serve." "That's all that matters in the end," said Aldrich. "Thank you. And you won't be the 80th Legion any longer. You are the first knights under my service, and so, accordingly, you will be my first." "First?" The Crimson Knight stared up at Aldrich with his vampiric red eyes wide in shock. He then quickly bowed his head. "Yes, of course. We will take this great honor to our undying hearts. You will not regret granting us such a revered position. I have no doubts you will live up to my expectations," said Aldrich, Captain. "Or rather, what is your name?" "Thank you. Chiros, my lord, of Bloodline Adel." "Bloodine, vampiric nobility, then." "There is someone under me that I would have you meet after this battle is over," said Aldrich. "But for now, Captain, if you were raised as nobility, then you were taught how to fight and how to lead. No doubt there was a reason why you were a captain within a legion. Your job here is simple. You will go south and slaughter all fish-type monsters with extreme prejudice." "Thank you. Your will is mine, my lord," said Chiros with a bow, his white cape fluttering behind him with the raging winds. "As for who you will protect and how to navigate these streets, I will have these men and women guide you." Aldrich turned now to the 15 members of Blackwater's resurrected A-class. "All of you, follow under Chiros, guide him towards the dud projects. Save all those you can, but focus mostly on killing the enemy. Secure the projects and the Panopticon bunker there."
Thank you.
"You can finally fulfill your debt to society, to all those you spat on and looked down upon." "Understood," said Alexis, the storm barrier generator. She seemed to be the de facto leader of this group now that Seth Solar was not here. "All of you, except you," said Aldrich. His gaze settled on Zane, or rather the monstrous giant black crow that he had turned into. Zane's multiple gleaming yellow eyes stared at Aldrich, their slit black pupils narrowing. "Thank you. You impressed me with your strength. Not to mention how maneuverable you are. Considering a lack of flight spells on my own part, you will serve best as my new mount." Aldrich reached out his metallic black hand towards Zane, his palm open wide. Zane managed out only a rumbling growl, his vocal cords now too mutated to speak anything resembling a human language, as he hopped forwards on his huge talons, bending his head down.
Thank you.
When Aldrich made contact with Zane's steely, feathered head, he tried to sense for any of Zane's memories and thoughts within. After all, Aldrich had risen Zane with his soul intact, so there should still be the man's thoughts and will within. Nothing. Or at the very least, there was nothing that could remotely be considered human. It was odd. Aldrich had never heard of a case where a mutant category alter could completely shift themselves into a variant. Thank you. Even mutants whose physical appearances were permanently altered were still human at heart. But this was different. Functionally speaking, the individual, the human known as Zane, was utterly gone, leaving behind only a monster. There was a soul, yes, but everything that made up the individual, the memories, the emotions, the feelings, all of that was wiped away. This might as well have been a completely new existence. It feels odd to address you by a name you don't even recognize.
Thank you.
Not to mention you're not even human any longer. At the same time, I don't consider myself the most creative type, so how about I rename you as Crow, said Aldrich. The giant avian beast growled in assent, and that was that. Crow it was, in terms of raw size. Crow was comparable to a fighter jet or small aircraft, easily more than large enough to fully seat Aldrich. He leaped atop Crow's back, and Crow stood up tall, his wings outstretched.
Thank you.
Aldrich looked down at his knights and Blackwaters, a class. "Go, wipe the variants out as you command," said Chiros. He stood to attention, his white cape fluttering as he unsheathed a red-tinted saber from his hip. "Knights, dedicate your blades to our new lord." The Death Knights stood at attention just like Chiros, unsheathing their weapons and holding them in the air in a salute as Crow flapped his great wings once, sending Aldrich hovering in the air.
Thank you.
Aldrich nodded down at them before looking into the distance, towards the top of the abandoned mega-complex where Valera and the rest of the undead were holed up. Aldrich mentally commanded Crow to move, and Crow growled before flapping his wings, sending a squall of wind raging down below, forcing rainfall and water to part from sheer air pressure alone. "Thank you," Crow shot forth like a shooting star of midnight black, soaring into the air with extreme acceleration that very quickly made all those on street level tiny like dots in the air. Aldrich faced immediate attention from various flying aquatic variants, sea serpent and flying fish types mostly. There were a few large seahorse-type variants with fishmen riding upon them. They all aimed their natural weapons at Aldrich. The serpents fired streams of venom or bolts of energy from their mouths.
Thank you.
The flying fish shot spines from their fins. The seahorses generated pressurized, cutting streams of water. All the projectiles hit Crow's armored feather exterior and dealt no damage at all. Crow's response was brutal and quick. He swiped his wing towards them, and a hailstorm of giant black feathers, each large enough to impale through a man wholesale, shot out like a giant shotgun spray, reducing all the variants into chunks of severed meat.
Thank you.
Had you always been in this form, you would definitely have been the strongest in the A-class, barring anomalies like Seth Solar, of course, said Aldrich, or Mel Morales. I wonder whether she's protecting this city or whether she's fled. In either case, I suppose, it really doesn't matter to what I do. With that, Aldrich willed Crow to make his way towards the mega-complex. While en route, Aldrich tapped his metallic forehead with his index finger, establishing a mental link with Valera.
Thank you.
Valera stood with her hands clasped behind her back on the balcony of the mega-complex's highest floor. Beside her, Casimir also stood, matching her downward gaze below where they oversaw their forces fighting against an unending wave of monsters known as variants. It was primarily the Geist and the undead fighting. Thank you. A purple haze hung low over the courtyard and parking lot leading into the mega-complex, and within it, fishmen dropped like flies, completely overdosed on the Geist's neurotoxic gas. Fishmen with green scales were immune to the poison, however, and these, the undead, faced off against the grizzly, striker, troll chieftain, crabs, and all other monster-type variants fought savagely against the fishmen. Thank you. Individually, the fishmen were no weaklings either, and Valera estimated their combat capacity to be roughly equivalent to a level 10 or so warrior. Each fishman was weaker than any given undead, but there were far more of them, and their numbers only increased over time. Thankfully, so far it seemed that these fishmen were an advance force, not backed by much stronger creatures nor any significant air support.
Thank you.
They were weak enough to the point where the heavier-hitting undead consisting of Flurgan, the Geist, and Dynamite Girl could easily dispatch them. Inside the complex itself, Casimir's red circle staff were armed and ready to deal with intruders if they made it past the neurotoxic gas field littered with hostile undead. It has been 2.5 hours since Mr. Vane's expedition, said Casimir. Thank you. I place my faith in him, but at the end of the day I am still but a man, and it is in man's nature to worry. I would wring your neck for you, even suggesting incompetence of his part. But I also understand it is, as you say, also natural for weak creatures like yourself to worry, said Valera. But have faith and hold this position. When he returns, all will be made right. I have never considered myself a man of faith, said Casimir, but perhaps there is a first time for everything.
Thank you.
He turned to the insides of the apartment where Spybird, a short, stocky man wearing goggles that Valera had first mistakenly identified as a dwarf, and Fisk worked together, hooking up an emergency generator and signal generator to their array of laptop screens. Have we established net connection? Said Casimir. Is difficult, said Spybird, his accent thickly Russian. He thumbed his nose with a cracked, dirty nail. Whole city under interference. I sense it comes from above in the sky. Thank you. To establish connection, I would have to fly away from city or go very high, but far too dangerous even if I get support from Hirondelle. At the very least, we have backed up all the blackmail, yes, said Casimir. Oh, that, of course. Spybird nodded. But what good is blackmail when we all die? Yeah, we ain't gonna die, little man, said Fisk. Even third-rate nomad, techno call me little, eh? Spybird shook his head. World is going to shit. Third-rate?
Thank you. I'll have. You know, I actually went to a techno school. I just kinda got bored and dropped out, said Fisk. Spybird just grunted and continued working. Before communications went down, OA said this attack was a rank disaster. But don't see a rank heroes out there, lazy sons of whores. It has been precisely 1 hour since this attack, said Casimir as he looked down at his gem-studded luxury watch, and I was made aware that there were 2 A-rankers stationed in Haven. Thank you. That they have not taken this under control by now indicates that they are either dead or require reinforcements. Blanca, my dear, you do have my updated will. Yes. Blanca stood at attention with sleek laptop under her arm, signed and saved. Thank you, my dear, said Casimir. Why do you worry? You used that power of yours, said Valera. It said you would not face harm this night, minimal harm, corrected Casimir. And that is the issue with my power. It has many gaps. Thank you. What if I endure a small but thoroughly poisoned cut? I would die in days, and yet it would still technically be true that I suffered but minimal harm in the time frame my power encompasses. Also, I am not worrying. I am simply securing the future of my assets. As Casimir finished his sentence, Valera thrust out her arm in front of him. She manifested her cross shield, blocking several flying fish spines, airborne monsters, growled Valera.
Thank you.
She saw 2 flying fishes in the distance and shoved Casimir back. She then cocked her arm back, then threw her shield out using the shield toss skill. The cross-shaped shield spun rapidly through the air like an oversized shuriken before smashing into one fish, then the other before returning to Valera's arm. The 2 struck fish fell to the ground, their bones shattered thoroughly. Marvelous. Casimir clapped his hands in wonder. So this is your power? Thank you. Manifesting and manipulating the trajectory of this shield. One power, said Valera, but she did not elaborate further. Her mind was on her master. Valera had sent many distress signals to him, for in the realm of death, it was impossible to truly establish a connection with him. The only thing she could do, even as a chosen undead close to him, was send out mental messages that he may or may not even receive. She did not worry about his safety, though. Thank you. She did not believe her master would fall. No, she never once believed that. But at the same time, she was not a fanatic either, believing her master could do no wrong. He could err and make mistakes or miscalculate. For example, he likely had no idea an attack like this was coming. That was where she, as his chosen, as his most trusted guardian knight, would stand up tall with her shield and her might and her wits to cover for him.
Thank you.
She did not just spend her time like a distressed princess, wringing her hands together and sending distress calls to her master. No. Valera had assumed direct command of all the undead. In the first half hour of attack by these monsters, she had stayed in the red circle to try and defend it, but the base was already damaged, its gates breached, and its shields destroyed, and its confines were small and unsuited for a long-term siege.
Thank you.
So after half an hour, Valera had gotten everyone to move to this mega complex. This building formed a natural tower of defense and was also large enough that the Geist's potent poison cloud would not affect any of the vulnerable flesh and blood mortals under Casimir. All the while, she had sent the alloy wing eagle, evil eyes, and grave wards on scouting trips to determine what was going on. Thank you. The evil eyes and grave wards, unfortunately, were not the best spies in a battlefield like this, where explosions and projectiles flew everywhere. They were too slow to react to attacks and got caught in crossfires before disintegrating. The combined efforts of all the scouts, however, had accrued valuable information. The main brunt of this monster attack was not targeted here.
Thank you.
It was focused directly at the center of the city, and there, defending fortified walls, the humans known as heroes with their many strange war machines mounted a consolidated defense. The strongest monsters were located there, though some were scattered apart, leading small hosts of troops under them to suppress other locations in the city. One such stronger monster had come to the Red Circle, in fact. Thank you. A lionfish-type fishman with enough strength to require Valera, Dynamite Girl, Flaregan, and the Red Circle higher-ups to reliably defeat, and even then, it was at the cost of much of Casimir's weaker staff baiting it into constant ambushes by sacrificing their lives. That attack had breached the Red Circle's defenses even more than it already had suffered, prompting Valera to make the move to this more defensible building. That creature was approximately level 30. Thank you. But even that was no match compared to what seemed to be the general of this force. A huge humanoid sea beast covered in colorful, iridescent shell that massacred all that it encountered with powerful punches that seemed to hold no equal. That creature, Valera estimated, was strong, truly, truly strong. Perhaps level 50, perhaps even higher, and it only seemed to grow stronger and stronger. Eventually, if the humans did not deal with that creature, the undead would have to. Thank you. Yet even Valera could not think of a reliable way to put down such a mighty foe. Valera paused for a moment, freezing up as she felt a strange sensation of power well up within her. She instinctively looked to the direction of the Red Circle. "What is that?" said Casimir. A large pillar of green light had formed where the Red Circle would approximately be, reaching into the sky and temporarily parting the thick throng of dark storm clouds. Thank you. Valera smiled widely, her vampiric fangs extending in pure excitement. He has returned. Aldrich quickly dawned upon the mega-complex, and from above, he saw that a strong defensive position had been set up courtesy of Valera. Undead fought at ground level with support from the Geist's neurotoxin. There was also ranged firepower from Flaregan and Red Circle troops in higher floor windows and balconies where the human staff were safe from the neurotoxin. Thank you. It looked like a scene out of a zombie infection movie where hardy survivors would stake out in an abandoned building to fend against unending hordes of zombies, though in this case it was the zombies that were fighting for survival. Aldrich was proud to see his undead work together like this even without him. He was proud of Valera for managing this without him. He had full confidence now to trust Valera's decision-making, and his respect for her only grew. Thank you. But yet proud as Aldrich was, he did not want his undead to suffer the threat of these pests any longer. Take care of all the vermin in the air, Aldrich said to Crow before he jumped off, taking a massive fall down into the middle of the courtyard. There he landed his huge, armored, spiked and metalled bulk right on top of a giant crab variant that was angrily jabbing at his own mud crabs.
Thank you.
The crab splattered under Aldrich's fall, its shell completely caving in as its white insides splashed everywhere. Seeing Aldrich, his two mud crabs immediately waved their claws in the air in delight. Gehe! The Geist clapped its hands in glee after caving in the skull of a nearby fishman. The troll chieftain roared and pumped his cursed rock axe up and down, beating his chest at Aldrich's return. Thank you. All the undead variants joined in on this roar, the alpha striker howling, the grizzly roaring, the blood-spitter lizard hissing, and so forth, until a medley of animalistic cries filled the night. To any human observer, this would have been an utterly horrifying symphony to hear, as all the creatures that joined in were predators that did not shy away from the flesh of men. About damn time. Thank you, Stella shouted as she punched into a fishman and set off an explosion in its stomach, blowing the variant apart at the middle. And damn, look at you. Was there a gym in that dimension or something? Steroids, too. You're all bulked up. I appreciate the welcome, but all of you should step back. Get back into the building, said Aldrich. I'll deal with the vermin.
Thank you.
Aldrich's undead immediately obeyed, holing back up inside the mega-complex, leaving Aldrich alone and surrounded by hostile fishmen and their variant mounts and companions. The variants did not try to chase after Aldrich's undead. Instead, they warily stood around Aldrich, trying to glean a sense of his strength after his threatening entrance. After a few seconds, they snarled and hissed, inching forwards, sensing no ether energy from him. "Thank you." Aldrich had to admit that even though his lack of observable power was a benefit for the most part, it was annoying when small fry did not immediately run and had the delusional thought to even challenge him. Aldrich punched into the ground, and a surge of ashen white energy billowed out from him. Call of the Impaler.
Thank you.
With that chant, the ground rumbled, and the variants had just a moment to look down confusedly before huge bone spikes emerged everywhere, skewering through the fishmen and their mounts in towering stakes of barbed, serrated bone that displayed their flailing, impaled corpses proudly in the air. Just like that, every single enemy in the courtyard had been killed. Thank you. All those outside saw their brethren struggling, spitting, and choking on their blood as their death throes only made the barbed bone stakes hook into their bodies deeper and immediately turned away in fear. Aldrich did not raise those he had killed. He let them stay on these stakes as a monument, as a warning to all other variants that would dare to trespass that this would be their fate.
Thank you.
Instead, Aldrich leaped into the air above the stakes, and Crow came by, swooping down to pick Aldrich up with his talons. Several corpses of flying variants skewered by giant black feathers fell from the sky, crashing into the ground below. "Good work," said Aldrich. "Now get me to the top floor." Crow grumbled in understanding before sending Aldrich way up high to the top floor of the mega-complex in just one flap of his great wings. "Thank you." There, on the balcony, in the pouring rain, Aldrich saw Valera with Casimir standing behind her giant shield. Valera trembled with excitement at seeing Aldrich, wanting nothing more than to crawl all over him. But she composed herself, standing tall and stiff with her shield out, and her armor covering her form head to toe, maintaining her duty as Aldrich's sub-commander to the utmost of her abilities. Aldrich hopped off of Crow and landed on the balcony with a heavy, crashing thud.
Thank you.
He sent out a mental command to Volantis, and the helm of his armor parted in half before folding into the gorget with an almost organic fluidity. "Master," said Valera, "it is good to see you back. And here I was ready to finalize my will," said Casimir with a bow. "Good work, Casimir. All those men and women under you that you had to sacrifice today, you have my greatest gratitude," said Aldrich. "Thank you, Mr. Vane, but your gratitude is misplaced." "Thank you. It deserves to those that have fought and fallen, not I who is merely protected," said Casimir. "The devotion you have to your staff is admirable, Casimir, and I will see to it that tonight no more of your people will die," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He would have also liked to have fully raised the Red Circle staff, but one weakness that Aldrich possessed in raising undead was that to create a risen undead, that is, an undead with their souls intact, it required their souls to be present at the time of reanimation. However, souls faded extremely quickly, approximately within 1 minute, the same length of time they lasted on screen in the game before fading away. Thank you. In the game, 1 minute was a very, very long time for a drop to last. But in the real world, it was a vanishingly small sliver of time. By the time Aldrich had returned to the Red Circle, Casimir's staff had been dead too long to raise with their souls intact. Thus, they were just mindless zombies. At the very least, when this all over, Aldrich would give Casimir the option to have the zombies laid to proper rest. "And Valera, excellent work managing our forces," said Aldrich. "Thank you. Under your guidance, losses have been minimal, even when I took so much time in the other realm. For that, you have my apologies." "No, my master, there is no need to apologize," said Valera as she put her hand over her breastplate. "As your guardian knight, it is simply my duty to serve." Aldrich saw Valera tremble again in barely contained excitement, and he nodded to her. "Come on. I've taken my helmet off, and we're safe for now. You can stop the formalities and holding back now." "Thank you." Valera immediately dematerialized her armor, leaving her base unarmored outfit of curve-hugging black leather leggings and leather and white and red tunic. She rushed towards Aldrich and wrapped her arms around him in a deep, crushing hug. I missed you, my master. I did so very much, said Valera. My lord, we are taking damage, protested Volantis as his metal form groaned and creaked under Valera's hug. I forgot you gained levels with me, said Aldrich. Thank you. For once I thought I'd be immune to damage from your hugs, but I guess not. Valera pulled back and stared at Aldrich's armor. Living armor? Fashioned from that demon? Volantis was his name? No. Right, said Aldrich. It made sense that Valera knew. She and Aldrich had defeated Volantis together twice already back in the game, but it also seemed that the chronology of these events were all jumbled up. Thank you. If everything was linear, then Volantis should have been level 80, not 40 as he was now. Valera should have been level 100, and so on and so forth. These were matters to think about another time, though. I see you have understood how wonderful it is to be in service of my master Good, said Valera, as she crossed her arms and looked down at Volantis's armored form. Thank you. She gnashed her teeth together and put a hand to her mouth while muttering under her breath. But to think that a piece of scrap like you has the chance to wrap yourself over my master's body like that, even before me. I do not know the worth of this one that I am now bound to, said Volantis, his smooth yet threatening voice echoing out from the armor.
Thank you. But I hold no protest binding myself to a fighter who has managed to best me not merely once, but thrice, for it is my firm belief that in pure and true battle the worth of one's bones is laid in full display, and that isn't the only armor I found, said Aldrich. He took Valera's hand and placed his gauntleted hand over it. He willed items to be transferred over to her. Master, said Valera, first reacting in surprise, then in understanding as she saw what Aldrich did. Thank you.
Valera could not receive miscellaneous items from Aldrich, but she could hold equipment sets and weapons for her to wear in her inventory. In this case, Aldrich transferred over to her the strongest armor and weapon set he had found in the necropolis. Her basic armor set developed with her, but it was rather generic and just aided her defensive stats and abilities as a shielder. Thank you. The armor set from the necropolis, however, was one with far more flair and suited to giving her an impressive edge in pure offense when she flipped from shielder to berserker. Aldrich stepped inside the apartment and looked up. There was a massive hole in the ceiling where rain and wind poured down. The living room was thoroughly trashed, the table and telescreen there shattered apart, not to mention the rain pouring in and drenching everything. Thank you. Fisk and Spybird gathered up electronics and shielded them from the rain under a small tarp. What happened here? Asked Aldrich. Some giant shark dude thing just jumped in from the ceiling, said Fisk. Damn near bit my head off. It was a stronger beast, that one, said Valera, as she came by Aldrich's side and looked up at the hole, one of the commanding monsters, most likely, judging by its strength and stature. What happened to it? Said Aldrich.
Thank you. Well, by the time it intruded, the power you left the death realm with funneled into me through our chosen bond, so I was more than strong enough to deal with it, said Valera. I punched it out of the very same hole it made to come in. I don't think my blow killed it, but I doubt it has any fight left in it, considering it has not returned. I see, said Aldrich.
Thank you. He could imagine the rather comical scene of the shark variant crashing in, expecting a fight, only to get one-punched several blocks away. It's good to see that you're still more than capable of dealing with problems with, well, simple solutions, too. There is no problem a good punch cannot solve, said Valera with a fanged smile. That said, said Aldrich, you mentioned a commanding monster. Are the variants using military tactics now?
Thank you.
When I look up at the sky and see this storm, the mantis carrying variants, and the flying variants raining down suppressive fire, it looks strangely organized. Like a proper army, said Spybird. He reached into his trousers and withdrew a wide canteen. When he unscrewed the cap, the acrid smell of strong alcohol filled the room. He took a huge glug from the canteen and continued, Not good army. No simple in tactics, but still tactics. Ever heard of variants using tactic? Thank you. No, said Aldrich. It was well known that variants, generally speaking, were basically just larger and scarier wild beasts. They did not come remotely close to organizing into armies like this, let alone devising war strategies, Then you and me are just the same, said Spybird. He rubbed his wrinkled forehead with stubby, calloused fingers. His expression was stern and thoroughly tired. But I think long tonight, and I remember I was at the sinking of Neo-Moscow 7 years ago.
Thank you.
Giant worms attack the city. Use hit-and-run tactics. Start with small worms first, scout city defenses. They find weak points that way. Then they sink buildings with force fields, makes the city defenseless. Then they show up with the big worms. Then heroes die, half of city sinks, everything horrible and bad. Spybird took another swig of alcohol. This reminds me of that. But you know what? If the situation is similar, then that means there is main commander. Thank you, big shot that controls everything. In Neo-Moscow incident, when main worm deep underground died, all worms fled. Maybe same here, I think. I see, said Aldrich. So take out the head and the rest fall? Well, any candidates for this main unit? Yes, said Valera immediately. There is one, a shelled monster leading the vast majority of its brethren at the center of this human settlement. However, I must warn you, my master, that the creature is incredibly powerful. Thank you. If you faced it alone, even as you are now, you would fall. Good thing I'm not alone, am I? Said Aldrich. Valera smiled. I was just about to say that, but before I move out, I need to have more information, said Aldrich. He looked to Spybird and Fisk. Have you two managed to get any news from outside? No net connection, said Spybird. Yeah, this storm's got everything tech-related real messed up, said Fisk. How long has it precisely been since the start of this attack? Thank you, said Aldrich. Almost 2 hours, said Casimir. 2 hours? Said Aldrich. Yes, Mr. Vane. And you must be thinking what I am thinking. 2 hours without any resolution to this horrid incident. Where are the heroes? Where are the Panopticon's battle drones? Said Casimir. I saw Panop drones out there, said Aldrich, but they looked like Class 5 drones, the disposable kind that the Panopticon has millions of. A city-wide attack like this should warrant a Class 3 at the very least. Thank you. I also saw heroes, but strong enough to be in the A-class. Indeed, said Casimir. Even considering the hypothetical scenario that the AA and the Panopticon are both uncharacteristically incompetent to their extremes, a response time lagging beyond 1 hour for an attack of this scale is absurd. You may call me a pessimist, Mr. Vane, but I do believe Haven has been abandoned.
Thank you.
The 2A rankers stationed here have either fled or have fallen. Either way, the end result is much the same. The city falls, too.
You're probably right,
said Aldrich. But I doubt it's because the AA or Panopticon wants to abandon the city. Either something's blocking them out or something so big's come up elsewhere that it requires all their resources. Regardless, I can't keep dealing with hypotheticals and questions. I need solid information. Aldrich turned to Spybird and Fisk. Thank you. I need you two to connect to the net. But how? Said Fisk. Nothing works, and believe me. We've tried basically everything, then we brute force it, said Aldrich. The storm is blocking you two out, is it? Then why not fly above the storm? He waved his hand, and Crow's enormous black form hovered by the balcony like a living shadow. Above? Said Fisk. Aren't there like tons of variants up there? Do you doubt the Master's ability to keep you safe? Said Valera sternly. Thank you. Fisk immediately shook his head. No, it isn't that. It's just like I'm piss weak, you know. A stray fart from one of these things might kill me. You're right. You are too weak, said Aldrich bluntly. He looked at Spybird. The short man was definitely cybernetically enhanced. At the very least, the segments on his skin showcased that he had some form of dermal plating layers that would make him far tougher than the average man. Spybird, you're coming with me?
Thank you.
Damn, you could have at least tried to tell me I wasn't weak, complained Fisk. So what, you want to come along? Said Aldrich. I'll be here doing, research, said Fisk, as he immediately began to fiddle with his laptop, despite the fact he could not connect to anything. Me? Heh, just my luck. Run from one city ending disaster, find the next. Well, good thing there is vodka to make things better, but no use complaining. I will come, said Spybird. Thank you. Take a moment to get ready, said Aldrich. Arm yourself if you need. But make sure you prioritize getting a connection to the outside world. Get ready, eh? Spybird nodded. He smiled before he glugged down the rest of his canteen, down to the very last drop. He then crushed the metal canteen like a soda can in his bare hand before tossing it away. Now, I'm ready. The alcohol won't slow you down, said Aldrich. Slow me down? Spybird furrowed his brows and made a heavily offended face. Thank you. No, it makes me warm, makes me sharp, keeps me alive. All right then, said Aldrich. He turned to Casimir for confirmation. It is true, said Casimir. Spybird does function better with a deadly dose of alcohol flowing through his veins. He even claims he possesses a generator in his liver that converts the alcohol into power, but I am still unsure whether that is true or drunken rambling. Heh, and you will never know, said Spybird.
Thank you.
He packed a bag with a laptop, a small rectangular signal generator, and various wires and cables, while Spybird packed. Aldrich spoke to Valera. Valera, optimally, I would want to take you with me, but everyone in this building is low-leveled. You are the only strong warrior I can trust to defend this place.
Understood, Master,
said Valera. She bowed her head. Thank you. But promise me, if ever you are out there and you feel as if your life is in danger, even the slightest bit, do not hesitate to call me. I would give my life and soul, everything, for you. You won't have to worry about me staying alive, said Aldrich. I'll be careful. And I do have to give you an answer. No? Can't do that if I'm dead. Valera's pale face turned bright red as she stammered out, Yes, that is true. I'd almost forgotten about that with how busy this night has been. Thank you. All set, said Spybird, as he went out to the balcony and hopped atop Crow's back. Aldrich nodded to everyone before he also got on Crow, aiming now towards the stormy, variant-filled skies. Chapter 94, Sky Fight. Crow pushed off the balcony and hovered in the air, allowing Aldrich to inspect the sky.
Thank you.
The wind raged around him in angry howls, carrying a torrential downpour of rain that nearly even managed to drown out the sound of high-caliber gunfire and artillery shells exploding in the distance. The roar of occasional lightning pierced through all this noise, cracking down in heavenly judgment against buildings, especially those near the city center. That's no natural lightning, the kind that strikes down at random, noted Aldrich. Thank you. It's being used with purpose, almost like their form of artillery. I'll need a closer to look to figure out what's really going on, though, stitching Farseer Eyes, stated Volantis, and a single blue crystalline-shaped eye formed on Aldrich's helmet forehead. Through this, Aldrich could see far into the distance and identify life forms that shone bright blue through the cover of the dark storm clouds. That was when Aldrich came to understand how exactly this storm was being managed. Thank you. There were large jellyfish-type creatures positioned in a huge lattice-like matrix across the storm, and each of them linked together to generate storm clouds and electrical charge. These jellyfish were also responsible for casting an electrical interference net via these storm clouds. Aldrich saw an artillery shell fly through the storm cloud, piercing several jellyfish and shredding apart their soft bodies. In an instant, the jellyfish reformed.
Thank you.
The jellyfish were highly regenerative, so long as all of them remained tethered to each other, feeding off of each other in a positive feedback loop that massively enhanced their natural abilities of electrical charge generation, manipulation, and healing. This made them essentially invincible unless a large number of them were destroyed all at once, or unless they were killed with an ability that rendered their regeneration useless, like the rotting effect of the Death Bolt spell. Thank you. Yet at the same time, there were so many of them. Casting Death Bolt on all of them one by one was about as effective as trying to scoop the ocean out with a bucket. Thank you, Volantis, said Aldrich. Our synchronization is not yet complete, but we are linked enough that I may sense your intent and aid it. I may also provide you with sensory awareness all around you, regardless of where your line of sight is faced. I'll trust you to cover me then. For now, I'm going up.
Thank you.
Aldrich spoke to Spybird. Brace yourself. I can slow down and try to make sure you don't fall off and die, but you'll need to put in effort, too. Understood, said Spybird. He dug his fingers into Crow's back, and hydraulic clicks indicated that Spybird's fingers were locked in with a steady grip. With that, Aldrich willed Crow up and Crow loosed a piercing, rumbling war cry before flapping his wings down with immense force, instantly shooting him up like a dark comet. Thank you. His acceleration was exceptional, and in terms of sheer speed, Crow could easily reach the realm of a fighter jet, though for now Aldrich held back on the top speed to keep Spybird conscious against G-forces. As Aldrich approached the air, aerial variants comprising of flying fish and floating sea serpents reacted, firing off spines and bolts of energy respectively. Aldrich activated his death essence barrier. Thank you. This was a passive shield of energy unique to liches that constantly formed around him. It was essentially an upgraded version of the Necromancer's corpse barrier, and in the lore it was said that Necromancers formed the corpse barrier as a cheap imitation knockoff of the death essence barrier. Where the corpse barrier rotted over time, was weak to fire, bludgeoning damage, and other undead weaknesses. The death essence barrier was a shield of pure energy. Thank you. A mana barrier formed from the essence of death, and in Elden World, mana barriers were highly resistant to elemental or energy-type damage. Dozens of energy bolts from sea serpents just fizzled out against Aldrich's shield, while the spines were too weak to pierce through, pattering off like toothpicks. Aldrich did not pay these flying weaklings much attention. He only wanted to get above the storm clouds for Spybird to establish a connection. Fly through them all, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Crow growled as he folded his wings to his sides and thinned down to a streamlined, missile-like form meant for pure speed. He shot through the flying variants like a living battering ram, completely shredding apart anything in his path by slamming into them with his steely feather-covered body. It was roadkill to the maximum extent, sending severed body parts and chunks of fish flesh raining down. As Aldrich quickly neared the storm clouds, the jellyfish within reacted. Thank you. A webwork of glowing blue energy became visible in the clouds, shifting around energy and centralizing it around the jellyfish cluster nearest to Aldrich before it exploded out into a lightning bolt. Aldrich shifted near to Crow's head and thrust out his arm. His death essence barrier shone green, and the lightning strike crashed against it with a thunderous roar. The lightning fizzled out as it hit the energy-resistant barrier, dealing minimal damage. Brace for impact, shouted Aldrich. Thank you. Spybird tightened his grip and hunkered down. Crow smashed through the clouds, completely shredding apart several jellyfish. The air turned immediately heavy, dark, and full of static as Crow flew past the storm clouds, focusing only on moving straight up. A few arcs of electricity shot out at Aldrich, but again he absorbed them with his barrier. Within a few seconds, Crow had pushed through to the other side of the clouds. Thank you. Here, above the clouds, Aldrich could now clearly see the vast amount of jellyfish needed to make this storm. There must have been over 1,000 of them, all lined up neatly, feeding energy through each other in a complicated organic network of circuits. The jellyfish glowed blue in color, but once Aldrich flew above them, hundreds of them below turned an angry, alert red. That was when they began to fire lightning bolts en masse at Aldrich. Thank you. Up here, all alone, Aldrich had become a prime and lone target against which they could all focus their firepower against. Higher, said Aldrich. Even if his barrier was energy-resistant, he could not just stand there and tank the full force of a bioelectric storm. Crow soared higher, spinning and swerving and ducking to dodge countless streaks of lightning.
Thank you.
A few did hit Crow, but he was durable enough that they did not deal significant damage. Not to mention that Crow possessed a potent healing factor of his own. Eventually, Aldrich was high up enough that the jellyfish stopped targeting Aldrich. This was high enough in the atmosphere where even the cloud cover below looked tiny. There was no rain here, nor were there strong winds. It was strangely calm, a clear contrast to the raging rumble of lightning in the artificial storm below. Thank you. Can you breathe? Said Aldrich to Spybird. Have augmented lungs will be good, said Spybird. He immediately unzipped his pack and booted up his laptop, hooking it up to the sleek rectangular signal generator. A blinking red light at the end of the generator turned blue. Connection established. I'm diving now. Spybird took a glove off his left hand, and his stubby fingers snapped back at their knuckles, revealing wires laden inside his digits. Thank you. They snaked out like they had minds of their own, funneling into the laptop as Spybird merged his consciousness with the tech. The cylindrical goggles on Spybird's eyes clicked and clacked and glowed blue. "Connected?" said Aldrich. "Duh." But Spybird's face set like stone. "You will not like news." "Just tell me one thing," said Aldrich. "Are reinforcements coming? Or will I be dealing with this disaster myself? Neo York, Neo San Francisco, Neo Miami, all under attack? Bigger attack? Thank you. All S-class and A-class heroes routed to them. Panopticon drones also busy with them. Haven, well, is not even on news. Too little a city for news to care about. All there is on net is disaster about bigger cities. Official AA and Panopticon stance is that Haven and many other Tier 3 cities are lost. All valuable citizens have been evacuated, but many still left behind. Some smaller news corps covered Haven until Storm cut them out. Latest details I see from 1 hour ago? Thank you. All the corporate suits in Haven Center long gone in their jets, but everyone else from other poorer districts have moved into the center where walls are bigger, there are sentry guns and strong force field. They man those defenses now, but they are holed up. Soon will die. Spybird shook his head. Poor bastards. All their lives they probably fantasize about living in City Center with all the big buildings and rich corporate suits, but now City Center will be their coffin. Ironic, no?
Thank you.
"And the 2 A-rank heroes stationed here," said Aldrich. He understood now that establishing a net connection to see who was coming to help, to see what data the Panopticon and AA had about the attack, to see how much the media had covered to gain information. All of that was impossible. Haven was utterly and thoroughly abandoned. There was no news or information about it. It was doomed. Hat, Trick, and Seismic. "Hat Trick has fled," said Spybird.
Thank you.
Seismic was last seen fighting an hour ago, but since then, nobody knows. "I see," said Aldrich. "Then looks like this city truly is our responsibility and ours only." "Is this city our responsibility, though?" said Spybird. "We can always run, set up base elsewhere. The lives here, are they worth so much we lay down ours for them? That calculus is always in my head. If this city is too hard to defend, then I have no qualms leaving it. Thank you, but so far, I don't have enough information to make that judgment call, and, to be honest, I'm still itching for a fight," said Aldrich simply. "I still haven't tested the full extent of my powers." He put a clawed metal hand to the pointed chin of his metal helm. "But how should I approach this battle? Haven is still large enough where I don't have nearly enough forces to cover all of it. Thank you. That means I should target the main variant leading this on the ground. But if it gets constant air support from this storm, then it'll be next to impossible fighting it while worrying about an endless rain of lightning. Which means I should break this storm formation. But at the same time, I don't want to go around individually death-bolting every single jellyfish. I don't have the mana nor the time for that. My analysis is complete," said Volantis suddenly. "What?" said Aldrich.
Thank you. When you utilized the eye of Farsight, I analyzed what you observed. I have thoroughly seen the flow of energy from these creatures and determined that it follows a spiraling pattern leading to an anchoring force at the center of this storm. Eliminate the center, then the entire formation breaks apart. "And you managed to figure that out with a single look?" said Aldrich.
"Thank you. Among demonkind, living armor were forged to be the ultimate battle companions to the highest of battle demons, often battle demon princes and their fondness for direct battle," said Volantis. "Thus, each and every one of us forged with the highest level of true sight. Granted, I have never found anyone worthy of donning me, and so my true sight is rather lacking in practice, but it is more than enough to perceive this level of energy flow." "So that's how it is," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He knew from Elden World that living armor were, as Volantis said, supposed to be the demonic equipment of a specific type of demon called a battle demon.
Thank you.
Battle demons were fanatical devotees to the demon god of war Carnassus, and they had a special racial ability where if they fought head-on with pure martial honor with no sneak attacks or ambushes or even much of a plan other than a desire to do battle, Then they received damage buffs, immunity to psychic damage, strong regenerative capability, and damage reduction. Thank you. Consequently, this way of straightforward smash-everything-on-sight battle also made them highly susceptible to sneak attacks, ambushes, and traps. Battle demons thus absolutely hated being the subject of such tricks, believing them incredible insults to their very way of existence. Thus, they forged demonic constructs called living armor that had something called true sight, which let them perceive hidden units. Living armor and battle demons therefore had a symbiotic relationships. Thank you. Where battle demons were the aggressive muscle and brawn, living armor were calmer, made better decisions, and had higher observational ability. In the lore, true sight was said to be sight capable of reading the flow of all energies so well that nothing was ever hidden to it, though functionally it just revealed invisible units in the game. Thank you. True sight was not limited to living armor, nor did living armor have the best true sight out there, but there was no other class or monster that could have true sight active permanently like living armor did.
Thank you.
Aldrich was conditioned to think of true sight as just something that revealed invisible units and traps, so he was temporarily surprised to see that it had much more applications in the real world, allowing Volantis to read the flow of energy in living creatures exceptionally well, even those he should not have had any familiarity with. Well then, looks like I have a plan, said Aldrich. He looked back to Spybird. You're no longer needed here. Thank you, staying here will just make you a hindrance to me. I'll have Crow take you back to the mega complex while I settle this storm, and you, how will you manage in the air, said Spybird. Stitching, blood dragon wings, said Volantis. The back of Aldrich's black armor shuddered and shook before bursting into a pair of fully grown draconic wings. The wings were bony white with gleaming red flaps, clawed at their tips in the case they needed to be used for offense. Thank you. Ah, I see. You can do that too. Why am I even surprised at this point? You know, I see your powers and I mostly keep quiet, but it does make wonder where they begin and end. How many do you have? How do you have so many? Said Spybird. A discussion for another time. Aldrich hopped off of Crow, floating in the air as Volantis operated his wings. Now go! Whoa! Thank you. Crow's 6 yellow eyes blinked before he shot away in a rush of wind, disappearing into a black blur as Spybird held on for dear life. Was it a wise decision to leave your mount? Said Volantis. It seemed to me a formidable creature. Crow has no barrier to fend against lightning, said Aldrich, and my barrier mostly covers myself. I cannot extend its protection reliably over him. He would eventually suffer too much damage if he tried a frontal assault with me. Thank you. Plus, I needed to get Spybird out. After all, I promised Casimir that no more of his men would fall. Understood, said Volantis. Lead me to the center of this energy swirl, said Aldrich. Directing, said Volantis, as he maneuvered Aldrich's wings. Aldrich flew through the dark night, and as he neared back down to the storm, the single crimson circle in his helm gleaming as he scanned the clouds below.
Thank you.
He was high up enough where he could perceive the jellyfish glowing through the dark clouds, but not close enough where they saw him as a target. His vision zoomed in on the mass formation of glowing blue jellyfish as Volantis's voice reverberated through his mind. I have mapped a course through your vision, said Volantis. Thank you. Aldrich saw a glowing red trail circle through the jellyfish storm formation, and he flew through the air, maintaining his distance from the jellyfish swarm to try and get a visual identification of the center point first before thinking about trying anything. Soon enough, Aldrich saw the center. Floating amidst a throng of shining blue jellyfish was a giant flying anglerfish. Its flesh was a slimy, scaled black with an oversized, gaping, permanently open mouth filled with dagger-like teeth. Thank you. Its beady eyes glowed a bright white, channeling crackling energy from the teardrop-shaped lure jutting out from its head. A mass amount of jellyfish were gathered around the anglerfish, their translucent blue tentacles all wrapped around it, merging with it to symbiotically feed off its energy. The hundreds of jellyfish formed a giant, spherical cocoon of translucent blue flesh around the anglerfish, and together they formed the heart of the storm, the engine that kept it going and rumbling.
Thank you.
The lure from the anglerfish shone bright blue, and from it waves of visible blue energy permeated outwards, fueling the jellyfish. Each jellyfish acted like a conductor, taking in some of the energy, amplifying it, then spreading it out to its brethren, and like this it created an enormous biogenerator of massive proportion to fuel a storm as strong as this. Said Aldrich. Approaching that will be difficult. Thank you. At the center of the storm, around the anglerfish, the jellyfish concentrated in the strongest numbers. If they all tried channeling lightning against Aldrich, the damage would be immediate, massive, and in such a large scale that dodging would be nigh impossible. The energy there is at its peak, said Volantis. Any resistance you face here will be the mightiest this formation of creatures may muster. I know there's easily enough there to overwhelm my death essence barrier.
Thank you. I need to scatter them somehow, said Aldrich, without triggering their aggro too, because the moment they perceive me, they will all be on alert. If I replace the current blood dragon wing stitching, I may instead bestow you with a plague toad's acid bomb spitter. No, I need these wings for maneuverability, said Aldrich, and acid bombs from plague toads are relatively slow-moving. They'll notice and shoot it down afterwards. They'll all be on alert. I have an alternative solution.
Thank you.
Aldrich put a hand in front of him. Create greater undead. First ring. Green dots of energy materialized in front of Aldrich, filling into the purple-robed, tattered, hooded form of a skeleton assassin. Aldrich held the skeleton up in the air by its arm, and it dangled loosely while staring at Aldrich with its eye sockets for instruction. Your service to me will be short but worthy, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
With his other hand, he put a finger on the skeleton's forehead, casting Corpse Nova, delayed. A glowing red sigil appeared on the skeleton assassin's forehead. Corpse Nova was a powerful sixth circle spell that was among the most devastating in terms of area of effect damage in a necromancer's arsenal, easily strong enough to blow apart the throng of jellyfish surrounding the anglerfish below to disrupt the storm at its very heart.
Thank you.
Corpus Nova was also unique in that it could be delayed, allowing Aldrich to remotely cast the detonation at any given time, though there was a 10-minute time limit before the Corpse Nova sigil faded away. The biggest weakness of Corpse Nova was that because it was so strong, it could only be marked on a single target at once, with this limit increasing at higher levels up to a max of 3. There was also the issue that the red sigil was highly visible, though stealth effects did hide it.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw you down there, said Aldrich as he nodded down towards the thick network of jellyfish wrapped around the giant anglerfish. You will cast your shadow walk so that nothing detects you. When you get close enough, I will detonate you. The skeleton assassin chattered its teeth and gave Aldrich a cheerful thumbs up. Your sacrifice will be remembered, warrior of worthy bone, said Volantis.
Thank you.
Aldrich then aimed, made sure the trajectory of his throw was right, then flung the skeleton assassin down to the anglerfish. The skeleton assassin rolled up into a ball to prevent itself from getting buffeted by winds before turning invisible, entering into its shadow walk. Aldrich watched intently as the skeleton assassin fell rapidly down below. It sunk into the thick cover of storm clouds, then sunk deeper until it crashed into the giant ball of jellyfish clung around the anglerfish. Thank you. The moment its invisible body made contact, the jellyfish around it glowed an angry red, preparing for a threat, but far too late at that point. The skeleton assassin withdrew its serrated dirk from a sheath at its hip and stabbed it into a jellyfish to get one kill for itself before bowing its head, accepting its end. Aldrich detonated the skeleton assassin. The red sigil on its head glowed brightly, emanating a threatening shine even through the storm clouds for just an instant.
Thank you.
Then a huge sphere of green light suddenly exploded outwards from it, hungrily expanding and completely devouring everything within it. Anything caught in that light was immediately disintegrated, and that included a huge chunk of the giant apartment-sized sphere of jellyfish, exposing the anglerfish held within. Not a moment later, the shockwave of the blast then rocked outwards in a wave of condensed green energy.
Thank you.
An ear-shattering rumble echoed through the air as jellyfish were scattered away when the shockwave crashed against them. their frail balloon-like upper bodies eviscerating from the sheer force of the blast wave. Thank you. Remarkably, though, the jellyfish were tenacious, even the ones closest to the blast wave still remained attached to each other and the anglerfish, their tendrils holding on with a strength and durability that far exceeded their physical limits even as their heads were blown away. Most likely because their tendrils were the main receptacle to channel the energy, thus making them more durable.
Thank you.
The disintegrating light had not hit the anglerfish, but the shock wave had, and it grotesquely flattened the fish's body, breaking most of the bones in its body, likely instantly pulping its internal organs to kill it. The shining white lure dangling from its head drooped low before sputtering out, and the moment it did, it was as if someone had just turned off the power switch in this giant biological generator. Thank you. A wave of darkness spread out from the center of the storm as every jellyfish lost its source of energy spontaneously. Aldrich could immediately see that the jellyfish were shriveling up and dying when they were detached from their energy source. This indicated that they had relied entirely on the anglerfish to even survive outside of water. Not yet. Aldrich immediately flew downwards into the center of the storm as it began to crumble apart, the dark clouds fading away. Thank you. He had to get down there before the jellyfish completely rotted away, before the cocoon formation around the anglerfish completely broke apart. He flew straight into the anglerfish's broken body and dug his clawed gauntlet into the variant's head. The crimson eye dot in Aldrich's helm glowed green as he held down the sizable variant's corpse.
Thank you.
Serve, said Aldrich, and his voice resonated outwards, reaching all the jellyfish nearby that had died the moment their link to the anglerfish was severed. Inner circle 4145, greater than 4245. He casted Mass Raise Undead and raised not only the anglerfish, but as many of the jellyfish nearby as he could. Because of how many jellyfish there were, this immediately maxed out his outer circle unit limit, but for very, very good cause. Thank you. A wave of green energy radiated outwards from Aldrich, and every jellyfish it hit, it infused with energy, stopping their decay and giving them new life in the form of undeath. Most of these jellyfish comprised of just bare tendrils that managed to stay intact after Corpse Nova's shockwave, but Aldrich now had them regenerate.
Thank you.
He activated his Mist of Undeath, a lich racial ability that replaced the anti-life shell which, like the corpse barrier, was just a cheap imitation of the real thing. A ghostly green fog spread out from Aldrich's form, covering his surroundings in a massive haze. Within the mist, any non-undead were afflicted with the low visibility debuff that, though it did not blind them, made it so they could not see far ahead. Thank you. On top of this, the mist also had the same life-draining effect as anti-life shell, though, if one got close enough to the center of the mist, it would also afflict both crippling fear and a constant instant death check that scaled based on how low level and how low health a unit was. But perhaps the most powerful function of the Mist of Undeath was its vastly enhanced undead healing factor.
Thank you.
The mist retained anti-life shell's passive healing of undead, and that passive healing increased the closer an undead was to the center of the mist. However, Aldrich now had the ability to manually expend mana to massively accelerate the healing process for undead near him. The rate of healing was such that Aldrich could probably instantly restore an undead from a single limb back to their full bodies within seconds.
Thank you.
The main weaknesses of the Mist of Undeath was that the mana cost to heal scaled exponentially higher the stronger the healed unit was, and Aldrich could not restore units that were reduced down to nothingness. Using Mist of Undeath, Aldrich rapidly regenerated all the jellyfish under him, but this process left his mana dangerously low. This would all be worth it, though, if things went according to Aldrich's head. Thank you, mana 3471. This total mana value is post-equipment bonus from Volantis. Now gather, all of you, gather as you did before, but this time gather under me. Aldrich held up the giant anglerfish's body. It dwarfed Aldrich, being easily the size of a small house, and in an instant all the hundreds of jellyfish that Aldrich had reanimated floated towards the anglerfish.
Thank you.
The jellyfish extended their undead tendrils outwards hungrily, latching back onto the anglerfish, and as they did so, they connected back once more into their biological generator of living storm. Aldrich flew upwards once the jellyfish finished tethering to the anglerfish, watching the scene of his making unfolding below.
Thank you.
The lure from the anglerfish, once glowing a bright white, now shone an eerie, misty green, and with that, a wave of green light spread out through every single jellyfish attached to the fish.
Thank you.
When the green light infused into a jellyfish, their once blue glow turned green as they amplified the light, passing it on to the next jellyfish in their web, and on again until the previously dark storm clouds now shone an eerie green, and instead of creating bright blue lightning, the crackling of incandescent teal bolts now raged within the cloud cover. Aldrich raised his hands up, feeling the power of a living storm beneath him, obeying his each and every command.
Thank you.
He had successfully hijacked the storm. Granted, the storm was much smaller than the original, as Aldrich could only raise several hundred jellyfish, where before the original storm comprised of thousands, but it was still enough to be a formidable threat. The rest of the storm dissipated, fading away and returning some semblance of calm over Haven.
Thank you.
This would at the very least grant Haven's defenders a massive break from getting slammed by lightning bolts over and over again, not to mention being freed from the storm's tech disruption field. It would also draw media attention again, and this was good. Aldrich had enough power that he now calculated it was about time he could come out of hiding, as after all, he could not hide in the shadows forever. Thank you. But he could not just emerge with his odd powers randomly, either, not until he was strong enough to hold his own, strong enough to make the major organizations of the AA and the Panopticon completely beholden to him, and there was no better way to make these organizations and the government recognize Aldrich than in clearing a disaster like this, especially if the people of Haven recognized him as their savior. Thank you. In fact, the AA was officially forced to recognize him for clearing a disaster like this, putting them in an awkward spot where Aldrich would have all the leverage he needed in negotiating how independently he could operate, for he had no intention of folding himself into the existing hero framework. Gone were the days of Aldrich putting his life on the line all for a shitty hero's license to try and have even a tiny semblance of freedom to do what he wanted. Thank you. That was when he was weak, when that was all he could get. Aldrich floated downwards, through his new personal storm, emerging out below in a shroud of wispy green cloud matter, like an angel of death dawning to enforce judgment. Beneath the clouds, he saw variants huddled under the storm for defensive cover. They now stared up at Aldrich in complete wonder, flying fish, sea serpents, all familiar foes. Thank you. But what was different here was that there were hundreds upon hundreds of them gathered here. More importantly, the giant mantas used for troop transport also rested here where it was safest, where the storm could strike down any enemy. This was the heart of this invading force, the heart that gathered under the eye of the storm which, just moments before, had been the safest haven for them.
Thank you.
But now this was no longer the very center of safety for them, no. This was the terrible eye of a natural disaster that would ruin them all. "Begone," said Aldrich as he waved his hand across in dismissive manner, like a god enacting judgment, and indeed with the force of a storm of a natural disaster at his beckon and call. It truly did seem as if he was a deity raining down righteous fury.
Thank you.
The green storm above rumbled, and countless bolts of green lightning shot down in a rain of heavenly fire, each great bolt blasting apart entire groups of variants, blowing apart their bodies into charred chunks. Whenever a variant was struck by lightning, their bodies acted as a conduit for the lightning to arc further until green electricity bolts surged everywhere, annihilating hundreds of variants all in the span of 30 seconds.
Thank you.
The mantas wailed in pain as lightning bolts assailed their backs, blowing out seared chunks from them until they fell to the ground, too damaged to sustain flight. And in the center of this carnage, of this judgment enforced with the might of the heavens themselves, there was Aldrich, his horrible form of dark metal and bone and blood standing in the sky with outstretched draconic wings as countless burnt body parts and corpses fell down all around him. Thank you. All the while, experience constantly flowed into Aldrich from this massacre of enormous scale. 1,1240 miscellaneous units defeated, 68,450 EXP. EXP bar, 68,450, 745,000. Level up. Level 40 greater than 41, EXP bar, 23,450,000, plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich knew this was inevitable, but he began to feel an issue with harvesting enough experience to level up now. Thank you, even with the hundreds, no, 1,000+ variants killed. He only got enough experience to level up once now that his EXP requirements were much higher. At this rate, past level 60, it would take Aldrich wiping out entire variant ecosystems just to scrape up a few levels. This was partly another reason why Aldrich needed to make his presence publicly known once he became strong enough. Thank you. At a certain point, the sheer amount of experience he needed meant that he needed to clear out the biggest variant nests to level up, and those were all closely monitored by world governments, the AA and the Panopticon. He distributed his stat points and looked to the next step of clearing out Haven. Thank you. +5 attunement increased to +10 with stat affinity bonuses. Attunement 201 greater than 211, inner circle limit 45 greater than 47. Outer circle limit 225 greater than 235. With most of the storm now gone, Aldrich could now safely float in the sky to inspect the city from a high vantage point from which he could plan the next stages of his attack. Chapter 97. Holding Out. Aldrich scanned the city from above. It was odd to see it so dark. Thank you. From a helicopter or plane, Haven, or any city really, was always lit up, and in the dark they looked like rivers of sparkling gold speckled with bright and bold dots of neon. But Haven was dark as it could get. The only real visible lights came from Haven's central district, where the large force field encompassing its walls shone a faint blue, shimmering and flickering as it took occasional hits. Where the light was, the fighting was.
Thank you.
The bioluminescent forms of various aquatic variants formed an odd and eerie approaching ring around the force field. The variant army was slowly closing in. The rate of fire from the various wall turrets and artillery were slowing down, either running out of power for energy-based weapons or running out of ammunition.
Thank you.
Haven's east side, its shipping district, was completely dark and flooded over, likely hit by the initial wave of a small tsunami strong enough to smash through its flood barriers and engulf any land defenses before they could get activated. That let the variant army intrude into the city at frightening speeds. West side, Haven's tech district, was thoroughly abandoned, its usual medley of colorful lights faded into darkness. North side, the manufacturing district, was also dark and abandoned. Thank you. The main manufacturing zones themselves, however, were fine as they were located outside of Haven's walls. It was only the residential districts where workers and engineers working for the factories lived that faced the most damage, as they were in Haven City proper. South side, too, was thoroughly dark. This meant that all of Haven was either evacuated, dead, or holed up in the city center behind the force field. Thank you. Aside from a few splinter groups of variants, most of the variants were also located around the city center in the form of a siege. What shall we do? Said Volantis. Clearing this storm should buy the defenders around the force field some time, said Aldrich. Yes, but in my battle experience born from countless war zones, I can perceive that it is only a matter of time before those walls fall, said Volantis.
Thank you. I am unfamiliar with the nature of weaponry or magic in this era, but those cannons and ballista stationed within the barrier fire with less and less vigor over time. Then we wait until then, said Aldrich. I want the defenders to weaken that force as much as possible, at the very least until that force field gives out, and if I arrive when the force fields break down, at the height of hopelessness, I can make a much bigger impact.
Thank you.
Ah, you intend to perform a timely entrance to raise morale, said Volantis. That, and I'll need as much good PR as I can get. If I can become this city's savior in the eyes of its people and heroes, then I have even more leverage against the AA and Panopticon that practically abandoned them all, said Aldrich. So, until the force field falls, we wait, And the lives that may fall before then, said Volantis. His voice had no hint of judgment to it. Thank you. After all, he was still a demon, even if he had been a human knight in his past life. His valuation of lives was low, subject to the same cold distance Aldrich felt against them as an undead. Volantis only asked this question to gauge a sense of Aldrich's values, to better understand his wearer so that he could supplement Aldrich's decision-making more efficiently. They will be men and women worthy of respect that died for their city. Heroes that sacrificed their lives for a greater good. Thank you. I will honor them in my memory as best as I can. But they will still be sacrifices, said Aldrich flatly. Understood, said Volantis, Southside Haven, near Panopticon Bunker, C-88. Over 200 men, women, and children were packed together in the underground confines of Southside's single-functioning Panopticon Bunker. As a C-class bunker, it was an earlier version that had limited whose construction had been phased out over 50 years ago. But it was all that Southside could get. Thank you. On dusty white tiled floor, this mass of people laid down what bare belongings they could get. Blankets, some food and water they could scrap together at the last minute, spare changes of clothes, the barest of necessities. Thank you. Despite how much society had progressed since the altering with its hovering cars and smartphones and drones and towering buildings, when it came down to it, when desperation hit its peak, what people reached for to keep themselves alive were the same basic things they had reached out to for thousands of years. And that was another thing that humanity knew deeply well throughout its history: desperation. Thank you. Minuteman could practically smell the desperation in the air as he saw the civilians wide-eyed, clutching at what little they had, straining out drenched clothes, shivering and huddling together, and he tried to stay strong for them. Everyone, shouted Minuteman, his commanding voice resonating through the underground bunker's sterile white floor and walls. You're all doing great. Remember to pace your breathing and keep quiet. As a C-class bunker, we only have limited oxygen. Thank you. If we wait just a little while longer, we'll get help. Help? When? Said a mother as her child clutched at her hand. She shouted with a voice made hoarse in terror. It's been hours. Where's the help? We've been abandoned, I'm telling you, shouted a man. All the rich fucks took off on their private hovercrafts and copters and jets. All we are is fish food, a distraction, you heroes.
Thank you.
A teenager with a broken, twisted arm shambled forwards, pointing with his one good arm at the row of heroes behind Minuteman that had led this evacuation. The young man's face was twisted in rage, his face caked in dirt and tears streaming down his face. You're all here to just watch us die, aren't you? You led us down here, down into our own graves, all because we're duds, isn't that right? I bet you're enjoying watching us suffer. Shut the fuck up.
Thank you,
roared Rockshaper, one of Haven's C-class heroes that had followed Minuteman tonight, mostly to tie themselves to a stronger hero to ensure their survival. You're lucky we even wasted our damn time to make sure you useless fucks are safe.
See?
At the end of the day, of you heroes care, shouted the teenager, and tension built in the room, nearing a boiling point that would descend into mass chaos. Rockshaper's jaw set under his mask and he stepped forwards, raising a fist into the air. Thank you. A jagged, spiked rock formed in front of his fist, hovering threateningly. Minuteman gripped Rockshaper's shoulder tightly and Rockshaper winced in pain. The jagged rock fell to the floor, breaking apart as Rockshaper lost his concentration. The fuck was that for? Said Rockshaper as he whirled around to face Minuteman. Minuteman got aggressively close to Rockshaper, towering over the smaller hero. If you have nothing productive to say, then don't talk. Do you understand me? Thank you. Minuteman was a solid B-rank hero who in terms of both rank and strength was Rockshaper's senior by far. There was nothing Rockshaper could do here, especially considering he was a blaster category alter versus Minuteman, who was a classic example of an augmenter specialized in close combat. Rockshaper grimaced and nodded. Chapter 98. Bonus Minuteman stepped up to the teenager and looked down at him.
Thank you.
The kid looked away, intimidated by Minuteman's powerfully built navy blue uniformed body. Kid, it's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. Here, look at me, said Minuteman gently. and the boy looked up at him. The kid blinked in surprise as he looked into Minuteman's surprisingly soft blue eyes. Those were not the eyes of a fighter or a killer. They were strangely doe-eyed and round and innocent, an incredible contrast with Minuteman's muscled, trained body and scarred face. "Thank you." Pain and fear and anger were all mixed up in the kid's eyes, and all of that compounded by the glint of something that Minuteman was intimately familiar with, loss. "Who'd you lose tonight?" said Minuteman. "Why the fuck do you care?" said the kid. "Because I know how much loss hurts. I know how much it takes away from you, and I know how alone it makes you feel. I know you don't know me, and I don't know you, but I'm still here to listen," said Minuteman.
Thank you.
The kid paused before whispering out, "My mom and my dad." Minuteman gently put his dark red gloved hand on the kid's shoulder and bent down, meeting his eye level. He did not do well with basic condolences. The "I'm sorry for your loss" type of formality. Those were empty words that just reminded those hurt about their loss. "Anyone left?" said Minuteman. "My little sister," said the boy. "She here with you?" said Minuteman. "Yeah, thank you." "Then you can't afford to be up here lashing out like this. You're all she's got, and she's all you've got down here. It isn't my back that she's looking to for strength, it's yours. You've lost a lot, I know, but you still have someone to live for, someone you have to fight for." Minuteman patted the kid's shoulder. "Go back to your sister, keep her calm, fight on, tell her it'll be all right." Minuteman smiled and pointed a thumb at himself. "And I'll make sure you won't be lying." "Thank you." The kid nodded and shuffled away, and Minuteman went back to the line of heroes. They were all C-rankers native to Haven, among the stronger heroes in the city, explaining how they could survive so long. "All of you have completed basic hero training, correct?" said Minuteman. The heroes nodded in unison. "Then get the medkits stashed in this bunker and start treating everyone here," said Minuteman. "What?" said Rockshaper. "There's barely 20 of us and 200 of them." "Thank you. Do you understand how long that will take? You have anything else better to do?" said Minuteman. He got up close to Rockshaper again, and the man visibly shrank against Minuteman. "Until Miles gets the hangar and the carrier running, all of you need to keep these people calm, and there's no better way to do that than by comforting them." "All this shit for duds?" spat another hero. "We should have left with the first wave of evac when they got all the people that mattered out." "Thank you." "For people, not duds," corrected Minuteman. "In a situation like this, we're all just desperate people, you understand me?" Minuteman pointed a red-gloved finger to the ceiling. "Above ground, the variants don't give a shit whether you're a hero or a alter or a dud. Whether you're filthy rich or dirt poor, you're all just food for them. So why do you care?" Silence was the response against Minuteman. "I don't want to hear anyone using the word dud again. Do you all understand me?" "Thank you," said Minuteman. None of the C-rankers dared to protest against Minuteman. That was just how big the rift was between the C-rank and the B-rank. Even if they wanted to mutiny and fight back, Minuteman could hand them all their asses on a silver platter, especially with how tired they already were.
Thank you.
"Good. Now get to work, heroes," said Minuteman, as he waited first for the heroes to get the medkits before leaving them, going to the separated control room where Miles, a techno support from the AA, plugged into a large monitor, getting control of the bunker's functions. "How's the situation?" said Minuteman. "This hangar hasn't been maintained in decades." "Thank you. Don't even know if the carrier inside it will take off, but if it's using a standard electroetherite engine, I can use my powers to jumpstart it. The issue is this." Miles tapped the monitor, and the screen switched to surveillance on above ground. The hidden bunker cameras were completely wired to prevent disruption from abilities that disrupted wireless technology, so thankfully, they could still operate even in this tech-disrupting storm.
Thank you.
A mass amount of variants were gathered around above, circling around the dirt-caked vault doors of the bunker. "They've sniffed us out," said Minuteman as he crossed his arms. "But they can't break through that door. It isn't neo-steel, considering how old it is, but it's still too much titanium alloy for them to chew through." "Yeah, for the normal fishmen, but Sharkman's back." "Thank you." Miles tapped the screen again, and it switched to another camera. this one showcasing a hulking, shark-shaped fishman walking towards the vault doors. What? Minuteman immediately uncrossed his arms in alarm. This shark variant was immensely strong. Minuteman had clashed with it before while leading the initial evacuation of Southside. Thank you. Minutemen, along with Gladiator, Haven's native B ranker, had fought the shark variant, and though they had killed it, it was at the cost of Gladiator's death. Granted, Gladiator was still heavily injured from the past attack against Haven, but it was still an incredible feat that this beast was able to contend with two B-rank heroes, both specialized in melee combat at once.
Thank you.
And it seemed the creature had some ability to resurrect itself, as Minuteman had made sure to crush its head with his shield. The variant seemed to be even stronger than before. Where before it had just one fin on its back, it now had three, and its muscle mass had increased significantly. On top of that, its sharp gray scales had grown thicker, almost into armored plating. The plating was especially pronounced around the variant's head and chest. Thank you. As it was now, Minuteman knew he would have an extreme difficulty fight against it. He might even have to use his minute of freedom to secure a win. That thing is strong, but even it can't smash through those vault doors with raw strength alone, said Minuteman. That was when the situation went from bad to worse. The shark variant waved its muscular gray-scaled arms forward and, in response, several dozen fishmen lugged forwards huge spiral-shaped black shells on their backs.
Thank you.
They put down the car-sized shells with the holes facing downward and into the vault doors, and with that, the spiral pattern on the black shells began to glow a molten red. Molten lava began to pool out beneath them, and heat started to permeate through the gray metal vault doors, rapidly superheating them into a bright orange. Vent worms, muttered Minuteman. Vent worms were deep-sea variants that lived in volcanically active veins in the ocean. Thank you. They fed on molten rock and could generate intense heat waves from within their shells. They were not very mobile creatures, but they fended themselves against predators with their intense heat generation. Very soon the worms would melt holes straight through the titanium alloy doors, and then it would be a pure massacre. How's Portal Girl doing? Said Minuteman. Portal Girl was a D-rank hero, a new graduate from one of Haven's hero academies. Thank you. She could create portals that had a range of 300 meters from her current position. The biggest limit was that every single time someone passed through her portal, it drained her stamina, and by now she was so weak she could barely move. She's still dealing with a killer headache. I doubt she's going to be good for a mass evac, said Miles. She's been making portals all night, and she's way beyond the limit of people she can handle portaling in a day. Thank you. There's no way in hell she's going to be able to portal out everyone away from here. She doesn't need to, said Minuteman. She just needs to get one person out. Miles paused before he turned to Minuteman, his eyes wide in shock. You cannot be serious. You're going up there, all alone? Look, man, you're going to die. I'll be back soon, said Minuteman. He smiled at Miles and gave him a thumbs up. Keep up the good work, Miles, and get that hangar online as soon as you can. Thank you. Everyone here owes their lives to you. Chapter 99. Resolve. 6 green-scaled fishmen each manned 2 vent worms, holding their large black shells in place so that the worms within could direct their heat waves right into the metal vault doors below. The vent worms were spaced just a short distance from each other so that their melting zones overlapped, creating one large spot of glowing white molten metal that would soon burn through the doors. Thank you. And then it was open season to hunt the tasty and helpless humans down below. Over 100 fishmen gathered in a ring around the vault doors, licking their lips eagerly for their long-awaited feast. A little ways from the main crowd, their leader, the hulking, muscled, armor-scaled shark variant, watched, overseeing this operation with gleaming yellow eyes. The 2 squadrons of green-scaled fishmen operating the worms cocked their heads as they felt an odd sensation weigh on their scales. Thank you. An invisible weight that settled through their whole bodies. They looked around, swiveling their heads from side to side, wondering what was going on. Scra! Scra! One of the fishmen on the outer ring pointed above wildly, but too late. Minuteman emerged from a portal several dozens of meters in the air away from sight and hurtled straight down. He fell headfirst with his right arm stretched out, his round shield poised to take the impact of the fall.
Thank you.
He crash-landed solidly behind the two green-scaled fishman groups, and his silver shield took the energy of the fall and flashed blue before it reflected the force of the fall outwards in the form of a kinetic energy shockwave. The shockwave knocked the green fishmen on their backs and toppled the vent worms over. Outside of the water, vent worms had no way of moving around. They relied on fishmen to carry them, and so they rolled on the backs of their shells helplessly.
Thank you.
Without a moment's hesitation, Minuteman clenched the fist of his shield arm and then twisted it, triggering a razor-thin, vibro-cutting plasma layer to rapidly whir around his solid silver shield in a ring of glowing pale blue, almost white light. Shaped plasma in the form of rapidly rotating microsaw teeth lined the shield, and armed with this deadly cutting edge, Minuteman threw his shield like a frisbee. Thank you. The shield shot forward like an arcing buzzsaw and sliced through both vent worms' shells like a hot knife through butter, killing them before continuing its path of destruction, whirring into the crowd of green fishmen and severing their bodies in halves. After making a full round trip, the shield returned to Minuteman's forearm, where it latched onto his red gauntlet with a mechanical click. The solidified plasma layer around the shield dimmed down, going on a short recharge period.
Thank you. Sorry. But if you want to get down there, you'll have to get through me,
said Minuteman as he watched the countless hostile, gleaming yellow fish eyes stare at him from every direction. He faced those strange eyes and fanged snarls with a grin. And trust me, you won't be getting through me. Several blue-scaled fishmen pointed their forearms at Minuteman. Thank you. Water seeped out through their scales and gathered around their webbed palms, swirling into spheres that then pulsated, shooting out pellets of highly pressurized water like shotgun shells. Minuteman put his shield in front of his face to stop his eyes from getting gouged out as he sprinted forwards. His shield was not big enough to cover more than half his body, and water bullets pelted his legs and back. Thank you. However, Minuteman's enhanced physique meant that firepower like this, equivalent to small arms gunfire, barely only stung him. He took the most damage at his exposed back, with hundreds of water bullets crashing against him, but so long as he kept his eyes safe, he could weather this storm of projectiles practically forever. Minuteman leapt into the air when he got near enough to the blue fishman, and before he landed, he threw his shield.
Thank you.
It zipped forward, bouncing between 4 different fishmen and cracking their skulls before landing on the dirt. This left Minuteman with both his hands free to fight with. There were still dozens more fishmen to deal with ahead of Minuteman, so he shuffled among them, making sure that wherever he maneuvered, there was a fishman behind him to take the water bullets meant for his back. All the while, Minuteman laid a beatdown on any fishman near him. Thank you. He used thoroughly trained mixed martial arts augmented with his superhuman stats. Jabs, kicks, locks, throws, he used it all, dancing around the alarmed fishmen and tearing through their ranks. Blue-scaled fishmen were frailer in exchange for their ranged water bullets, so Minuteman could put them down with singular well-placed blows. Red-scaled fishmen had sharp blades on their fins and respectable land-based agility, but not fast enough to outmaneuver Minuteman. Thank you. They were just as easy to put down as their blue-scaled brethren. Green fishmen were the toughest with stronger builds, durable scales, and a minor healing factor, and these Minuteman beat by gouging out their eyes and ripping out their gills to secure a kill. All the while, Minuteman kept his peripheral vision tracked on the shark variant. The shark variant seemed to just be watching for now, letting Minuteman make a mess of his subordinates. Good, thought Minuteman. Thank you. The more time he got, the more time he bought for Miles to open the hangar and jumpstart the carrier. Once the hangar was open, it exposed the bunker. But once the carrier left, the only people left behind for the fishmen to try and hunt were trained C-class heroes that would back Minuteman up 30 minutes. That was how much time Miles had estimated it would take to get all this ready. Minuteman could easily hold up for that long, provided he only fought fishmen.
Thank you.
A sizable fishman, much larger than its brethren, growled as it trudged forwards, swiping away other smaller fishmen in its way as it sprinted towards Minuteman to try and tackle him. Minuteman ducked under the clumsy swipe of the large but slow fishman before he closed his right fist. His red gauntlet glove flickered with light, and his shield sped back towards him, latching back onto his forearm. He uppercut the green fishman with his circular shield, breaking the creature's jaw. "Thank you." While the larger fishman reeled from the blow, Minuteman spun as he tossed his shield forwards. The shield acted like a metal catapult ball, smashing into the fishman's knee and shattering the bone. This time, Minuteman instantly recalled his shield, catching it in midair before spinning again, giving more momentum to a second throw that shattered the fishman's other kneecap.
Thank you.
The fishman grunted in pain as it fell face forwards, at which point Minuteman rushed forwards, jammed his hands into the creature's gills, then tore them out with a roar of exertion. Blood sputtered from the fishman's gills as it screamed in agony before slumping to the ground, the holes on its neck convulsing as they gasped for breath. Minuteman dropped the fleshy gill matter from his hands and flicked blood off his arms. "Thank you." The smaller fishmen around Minuteman shrieked in fear as they stumbled backwards. That was the thing with fishmen. They were social creatures that moved in groups, but inherently they avoided conflict and were quite cowardly. There were a lot of them in the world's oceans, but they were like cockroaches, numerous and able to populate anywhere but weak. "Thank you." The fact that they managed to gather in such a large scale like this under other aquatic variants that were not even the same species of them was impossible. The shark variant loosed a guttural grunt that echoed through the air, and the fishmen all backed away, clearing the vault door as a makeshift arena. The shark variant stepped forwards, its sharp-toothed gaze ever smiling as its beady yellow eyes gazed hungrily at Minuteman. "Round 2, huh? Thank you. Sorry to say, though, but this'll end up exactly like last time." Minuteman clenched his right fist and twisted it, activating his shield's plasma saw blades while simultaneously tossing it, giving the shark variant as little time as possible to register the attack. Even if the shark variant had adapted to blunt force blows with its thicker scales, solidified plasma like this, especially rotating at vibro-cutting speeds, would still pass through it with no issue. "Thank you." The shark variant's 3 fins twitched, sensing motion in the air, and it swiveled around, lashing out with its lengthy tail. Its tail hit the shield in midair, forcefully pinging its trajectory far up. The shield whizzed by the shark variant, instead continuing forwards and mowing down several more fishmen behind it. Minuteman exhaled. This thing's reactions, speed, and strength had all gotten considerably better since last time.
Thank you.
There was no question about it. The monster was superior to Minuteman now. On top of this, Minuteman only had one more charge of plasma left in his shield. "Thank you." Thankfully, the shark variant seemed to hold some sort of tribal, martial pride, preventing any of the other fishmen from intervening. But when Minuteman stared at that shark variant, at its powerfully muscled body, its force-absorbing scales, its fins that registered attacks at lightning-quick speed, and its many rows of jagged teeth, he knew he was staring into the face of death. Minuteman smiled and stayed strong as he clenched his right fist, recalling his shield back to his forearm. "Thank you." Looking at his smile, a bystander would have thought Minuteman was just moments away from securing a win for himself. Be strong. Strong even when you are weak. Strong even when you are losing. Because the moment you look weak isn't just the moment you lose for real, it's also the moment when everyone standing behind you, everyone watching you, everyone relying on you loses as well. "Sorry for the sneak attack," said Minuteman. "Now let's beat each other bloody the old-fashioned way. Thank you, me with my fists, you with your claws and jaws." Chapter 100. Nightly Intervention. After 30 minutes, Minuteman looked up at the sky, feeling wet mud underneath him. His body raged with pain that racked him like hot fire, but the rain and the mud was oddly comforting in its coolness. He felt that if he closed his eyes for just a few more seconds, he would drift away, forever away, into a sleep from which he was never waking. But he could not do that, not now. not ever.
Thank you.
Minuteman grit his teeth, tasting iron, his own blood, in his mouth, and put power into his body. He leaped back onto his feet with surprising agility as he sucked in breaths. He put a hand over his stomach where large claw gashes threatened to widen with every one of his movements and spill out his guts. His right shoulder had been torn into with a massive bite, shearing off a big chunk of his developed deltoid muscle. Thank you. In front of him, the shark variant showed its ever-present, many-toothed grin at him. Its right arm was twisted backwards at the joint, dislocated from a well-executed lock. The armor, plating like gray scales around its neck and chest, were bashed in, lined with countless cracks of impact from Minuteman's shield. Several large gashes and tears in its flesh indicated where Minuteman had thrown his shield and drawn blood. Thank you. 3 of its fins were reduced to small nubs, smoking with seared flesh, the result of Minuteman's last plasma charge in his shield. Not looking too good, are we? Said Minuteman. He looked down at a puddle of rainwater and his own blood. He saw his own bruised, bloodied, battered body. But guess I'm even worse off. Gra, said the shark variant. It pointed at Minuteman, then at its own stomach, mimicking where Minuteman's stomach gashes were. Yeah, you got me. So what about it?
Thank you,
said Minuteman. The shark variant turned to one of the fishmen and waved it forward. When the fishmen neared, the shark variant reached out and viciously bit the fishman's head off. Then it dug its claws into the fishman's hide and ripped off a great strip of its flexible skin and scales. It then tossed the skin towards Minuteman's feet. Gra! Gra! The shark variant motioned to its stomach. You want me to wrap my injuries up so you can fight more? Thank you. Minuteman looked at the bloody strip of red-scaled skin. He reached down and picked it up before tying it around his stomach, wrapping it tight to seal his injuries shut and prevent his intestines from pouring it. So much intelligence, Minuteman was astounded. Variants that communicated like this to people were extremely rare, limited mostly to cases of parasitic variants that took over human minds. That a variant had independently evolved to be able to communicate like this was unheard of. Thank you. What was going on in the world? Why were the variants evolving so much? And was this related to why they were attacking so often? The ground rumbled as the vault doors oscillated. Thanks, said Minuteman as he smiled. But time's up. I've won. The shark variant cocked its head as it stared at the ground, wondering what was going on. Thank you. Some distance away from the bunker vault doors, a circular hangar door opened up in the ground with the groaning of heavy metal working for the first time in decades. Then, Minuteman heard the whir of an electro-etherite engine starting up. Miles had gotten the carrier to work too. Now it was just a matter of getting the civilians inside out. Rah. Thank you. The shark variant thrust its clawed hand out, motioning its fishmen subordinates to investigate the sound, and hordes of fishmen ran towards the hangar. Too late, though. With a booming whir, the large carrier plane emerged from the ground, its huge bulk likely packed to the brim with civilians. White lights shone out from the dual electro-etherite engines embedded in either of its wings. The cylindrical structure of the engines spun rapidly, processing power with crackling electricity. Thank you. Minuteman let the fishmen crowd pass by him as he knew they could not get there in time. Before they were even halfway there, the carrier was high up in the air and with a burst of power speeding away. The skies had cleared up too, halfway through Minuteman's fight. The huge storm above had miraculously broken apart, and that guaranteed the carrier's safety. Thank you. The fishmen kept running, though, towards the open hangar, but inside, they would only face heroes to rebuff them and reinforce Minuteman. Or that was what Minuteman thought. Instead, he heard a medley of screams fill the air, screams of desperation and terror and pain. Civilians. Minuteman immediately whirled around and started to sprint towards the hangar. Fuck those idiot heroes, roared Minuteman as he grimaced in pain, feeling with every step his injuries cry out in agony.
Thank you.
He knew what had happened. The heroes had left behind all the civilians just to evacuate themselves. That massive carrier could carry 200 people inside of it, enough for all the civilians but not enough for the heroes, so instead the 20 or so heroes had decided to take the plane for themselves and leave 200 lives to die. Thank you. They could not afford to save even a single person once they committed to this plan, because if they did, they took with them a survivor to report on their behavior later. They did not want any witnesses. Minuteman heard the shark variant roar in anger as it sprinted towards him, wanting to continue their duel from the frequency of the shark variant's heavy and mighty footsteps. He could tell it was going to gain on him way before he could make it to the hangar.
Thank you. Minuteman ran as much as possible before he felt the shark variant right behind him. Then he turned around and used his minute of justice. His body lit up with a brilliant blue aura as his blonde hair spiked up and started to float in the air. His power was called Force of Will, and it converted willpower into physical strength.
Thank you. In particularly desperate situations, Minuteman could concentrate all his will into a state called the Minute of Justice that made him faster, stronger, and, more importantly, invulnerable to damage for one single minute. The shark variant lunged at Minuteman with its two clawed hands. The shark variant's claws ran down Minuteman's chest, but they scraped up sparks as they skidded down across his skin, unable to pierce through it. I don't have time for you anymore. Thank you, shouted Minuteman as he kneed the shark variant in the stomach before throwing it away as far as possible, sending its huge, heavy body skidding across the mud like a stepping stone thrown across the surface of a lake. With that, Minuteman turned back to the people that really mattered, the civilians. Any fishman he ran into, he beat, shoved away, or beat down with single strikes.
Thank you.
He tried his best not to slow himself down because he needed to get there, to the hangar, where all those defenseless, innocent lives were. But Minuteman was not going to make it. Already dozens of fishmen were there at the edge of the hangar doors, ready to jump in below and massacre those inside. He desperately reached out, his blood-soaked red gloves grasping forwards towards those lives that needed, that had trusted and relied on him. Minuteman blinked in utter surprise. Thank you. His hand was still outstretched towards the fishmen, but instead of seeing fishmen framed between his fingers, he saw a wheel, something Minuteman had never before seen in his life. A sizable 5-meter-wide wheel made of what looked like stitched-together corpses and bones. Its wheel structure consisted of spines tethered together with vertebrae jutting out like spikes. Thank you. The bones were wreathed in green flames, and those flames spread out all around the hangar doors where the bone wheel moved, lighting up a wall of green fire that did not burn down the fishmen within but still killed them near instantly. The fishmen roared and flailed in pain before they fell to the ground, their corpses withering as if the flames were draining their very life force away. The flame wall also stopped fishmen from advancing into the hangar. What?
Thank you.
Minuteman was astounded at this otherworldly sight, but he quickly regained his wits. He needed to figure out if this was a threat, some kind of strange new variant that posed a danger to those within. At the same time, he had to deal with the masses of fishmen still charging forwards from behind him. Minuteman looked ahead at the bone wheel, then back at the crowd of charging fishmen. Worst-case scenario, he was stuck in a pincer attack. Thank you. His fears faded and his confusion only grew when he saw what looked like black armored knights fall from the sky. They landed among the advancing fishmen, and as they did, they swung blades and halberds of cold blue metal decorated with bones at their guards and handles. The knights utterly butchered the fishmen, moving across them like specters of death, their dark green, tattered cloaks rippling behind them. Their each and every swings slicing and dicing fishmen in halves.
Thank you.
The fishmen hissed and shrieked in pain as their body parts were lopped off before their lives ended in swift, merciless blade swings. Were these heroes? They must have been human, judging by their builds and how they moved, but beneath their dark helms, Minuteman could not tell. Was this a hero team themed as knights?
Thank you.
He knew of one called the Neo-Templars, but they armored themselves in cyber armor, whereas these knights seemed to just be wearing regular metal with no hints of technology added in. Minuteman was torn from his thoughts when he saw the shark variant approaching, seeing new enemies and grinning with eager desire to fight. Wait, be careful, that one's much stronger, said Minuteman, hoping to be helpful.
Thank you.
He started to move forward to try and aid the knights, but a red armored knight appeared in front of him. "Stop right there," said the knight with a threatening edge in his voice. His face was also covered under his helm, but beneath the visor gaps Minuteman could see that the knight's eyes glowed with crimson light. The knight looked at him with long, crimson saber in hand, and then nodded. His voice softened. "You are not one of our targets, and you are quite injured." "Thank you. With that trained body of yours, no doubt, you are a warrior of some sort, and you have fought long and well. Take a well-deserved rest, fellow warrior, and let us fend this advance off. You shall see how battle is truly done, elegantly, and without mercy." The Red Knight then dashed forwards, leaving behind a streak of red in all of his movements as he slashed from side to side, carving up fishmen in his way. His skill with the blade was masterful, each slice lopping off fishmen heads. "Thank you." The blood the fishmen spilled from their neck stumps funneled into the Red Knight's saber, elongating the blade with solidified, glowing blood. The Red Knight neared the shark variant, confidently surging forwards to engage in battle. "Am I dreaming?" said Minuteman, wondering what the hell was happening. Chapter 101. Art of Battle. Minuteman shook his head and sucked in a breath. This was no dream. This was real, and reality called for him to be strong. "Thank you." He looked around to see where he could be useful and found a swarm of fishmen surrounding a black armored knight. After all, there were only 15 black knights and hundreds of fishmen. Even if they were individually strong, the sheer number of fishmen was an issue.
Thank you.
The knight hunkered down behind his great shield of spiked black metal and decorative bone, and though the fishmen were not strong enough to claw or chew their way through his armor, their swarming had rendered the knight immobile, especially because his choice of halberd as a weapon made it less wieldy in close quarters.
"I've got you!"
Minuteman sprinted towards the knight and then leaped into the air.
"Thank you."
He twisted in the air, putting momentum into a throw as he sent his shield spinning forwards. The shield flashed blue, indicating that it had stored kinetic energy to release, and when it hit the swarm of fishmen, the energy exploded outwards, knocking the fishmen back in a concussive blast. The knight reacted immediately with his newfound freedom.
Thank you.
He bashed his shield forwards, knocking back the fishmen in front of him while swinging his halberd around him in an arc that trailed with cold blue light, slicing several fishmen in halves. Minuteman clenched his right fist, recalling his shield, and came to the knight's side. "Are you with the guy in red armor?" said Minuteman. The Black Knight stared at Minuteman, and Minuteman looked closely at the knight's face, looking behind the gaps in his visor. "Thank you." Minuteman stepped back in shock when he realized the knight had no eyes. The face beneath the helmet had gaunt, thinly stretched and rotted pale skin, while the eyes were absent, bearing only black sockets. The knight nodded in appreciation at Minuteman before moving away on to slaughtering the next group of fishmen it saw. "Ah, this one truly is strong." Minuteman turned to see the red-armored knight in battle with the shark variant.
Thank you.
The Red Knight's armor was sleeker and more form-fitting, showcasing a build far leaner than Minuteman's. The knight did not rely on brute physical strength but superior agility to fight, and he moved with an elegant grace that looked like a dance. He sidestepped claw swipes from the shark variant and twirled to unleash counterslashes with his crimson saber.
"Thank you."
The knight's ivory white red-trimmed cape fluttered behind his movements, marking them with an elegance that seemed to elevate the brutality of battle into something artistic, something performative. "Its scales are too thick," called out Minuteman as he saw the Red Knight's many swift slashes crashing upon the shark variant, but skidding off in showers of sparks, deflected by its hardened plate-like scales. "Thank you." By now, Minuteman's minute of justice had worn off, and this rendered him even weaker than he was in his base form, drained of much of his stamina and strength. "Focus on the cracks I've already beaten into the armor." "Grah!" The shark variant roared into the air, and waves of sound echoed from its maw, pulsating over the battlefield. As these sound waves traveled, they triggered the fishmen, causing them to go berserk and start to focus on aiding the shark variant.
Thank you.
The fishmen dropped fighting the Black Knights and sprinted instead towards the Red Knight. The shark variant then slammed both its fists down towards the Red Knight. The Red Knight performed a backflip, dodging the double fist strike with ease. The shark variant's blows drilled 2 craters into the dirt and mud with a resounding crack and splash. The Red Knight looked around at the masses of fishmen approaching and sighed.
Thank you.
I would much rather prefer to deal with this brute myself, said the knight as he too looked up. Do me a favor and take care of these rude hecklers. With that, a medley of attacks came down from the sky. A bright blue beam of energy streamed down, crashing into fishmen and blowing their bodies apart with concentrated heat and kinetic energy. Purple spiral-shaped beams shot down, hitting fishmen and crushing them into pressurized puddles under immense gravity. Thank you. Bolts of lightning rained down, frying a dozen fishmen at once. Minuteman looked up to see altars, 15 altars to be exact, soaring down from the sky. Not all of them were likely flight capable, so it was probably that one of them maintained flight for all of them. Are you heroes? Shouted Minuteman. He squinted his blue eyes, trying to see if they wore any identifying symbol, but no, they just wore the tattered remnants of dresses and suits over black bodysuits. Heroes? Thank you. A silver-haired, dark-skinned girl, the one that fired the lightning, addressed Minuteman. No, but we are here to deal with this pest problem. I hate fish. They creep me out, said a young man, wearing a visor over his eyes as he fired more bursts of kinetic energy beams. Fucking die. The 15 altars landed in a wide perimeter around the Red Knight and Shark variant, joining in with the Black Knights to block out any fishmen from intervening.
Thank you.
The huge wheel of bone also aided this effort, loosing loud rattling sounds as it sped around the battlefield, turning fishmen into roadkill while leaving behind a trail of lethal green flames. Behold this performance, warrior, said the Red Knight, his voice echoing to Minuteman. He pointed his red saber to the Shark variant. Your way of fighting is respectable in its own way, but all that smashing and destroying, there is hardly any art to it, hardly anything resembling elegance. Thank you. As a fellow warrior, I shall teach you how beautiful battle can truly be. The Shark variant roared as it charged. Expose veins, said the Red Knight. His eyes flashed red under his visor. Right before the Shark variant swiped his face off, the knight seemingly phased through the attack, leaving behind a trail of after-images.
Thank you.
Now, behind the Shark variant, the Red Knight performed 3 twirling slices, gouging out cuts in the 3 nubs where Minuteman had severed the Shark variant's fins. Something about these 3 slashes was different. They were executed faster and stronger than the knight's normal attacks, as if enhanced by some additional force. Wherever the Red Knight's saber cut, a dark purple, violet-shaped pattern bloomed around the flesh. Thank you. Even with the enhanced strength, though the Red Knight could not cut deeply into the Shark variant's scales. You can't cut the flesh like that. You'll need a stronger weapon, something blunt that can break through the scales. Here, my shield. Minuteman pulled back his shield arm, ready to throw it towards the knight, but the knight wagged his finger at Minuteman. No, just sit tight and enjoy the performance. Free of charge. Thank you. The Red Knight stepped back and stood still, raising his blade up cautiously. The Shark variant growled but did not take much damage from such shallow cuts. Confident that the knight could not damage it, the variant grew ever more feral and leaped towards the knight with a mighty swipe of its claws. Parry. The Red Knight angled his saber so that its flat acted like a shield. Thank you. The Shark variant's strike skidded down the length of the saber, angled perfectly to diffuse as much force as possible. Minuteman knew heroes that used swords, and even if he himself did not know much about sword combat, he could tell that this Red Knight was an expert. Thank you. And riposte, returning step. The Red Knight used the force of the Shark variant's blow to spin around rapidly, and then unleashed a swift horizontal slash across the Shark variant's neck, where the armor had been cracked from Minuteman's blows. The Shark variant stepped back before it placed both hands around its neck. A glint of red light flashed around where it had been slashed before the slash spontaneously appeared on its neck, carving through its scales and into its flesh. Thank you. Profuse amounts of blood poured out from its exposed throat. The Shark variant collapsed to a knee. With brutish foes like this that rely merely on their ugly muscle, It is best to parry and riposte, using their own unsightly strength against them, said the Red Knight, and he turned around dismissively as if he had already won. Wait, began Minuteman, as he saw the shark variant grit its jaws, forcing the muscles around its exposed throat to flex and clench the deadly wound shut. Thank you. But where this slash wound shut, violet floral patterns grew instead. And now, the finale. The Red Knight bowed deeply with an arm over his chest, dodging one last surprise swipe from the shark variant, without even looking. The knight snapped his fingers with a metallic click and chanted, "Crystal blood venom expunge." With that, the shark variant seized up, stiffening in its movements like a statue, before it could unleash another attack. Thank you. The flower patterns around its wounds shone brightly before detonating. The flesh rippled and exploded as blood poured out of the horrible wounds like water draining from a popped water balloon. As soon as the blood exploded out, it crystallized, entrapping the shark variant's half-destroyed corpse in a casing of its own hardened life essence. The blood shone with a faint violet hue, glimmering with a jewel-like, hauntingly beautiful incandescence. Thank you. Chapter 102. Incident of a certain flight above Haven City at the edge of its East Side District border. All this space, and to think that crazy musclehead was going to pack it full of duds. Rockshaper motioned around to the vast innards of the carrier plane around him. There were 3 rows of seats stretching out seemingly endlessly across the flanks of the 60-meter-long supercraft. Thank you. Even if this carrier was an older model from 5 decades ago, by virtue of being military-grade during the peak of the monstering, it still had everything needed to function in tense combat situations. Between the rows of seats were storage compartments for holding medical supplies, rations, and weapons. Thank you. There were even mobile med pods capable of housing people in intensive care and, in cases where their injuries were so severe they needed to be preserved until they reached a proper hospital life support stasis capability. Rockshaper's mask was off at this point, bearing a sweaty, grimy, chiseled face with set-in brown eyes and short-cropped black hair and messy stubble. He unwrapped a chocolate-flavored Omnibar, a MRE snack packed with 2,000 calories, and chewed into it. Thank you. And we got grub, too. Damn, even this brick tastes fucking incredible after all the shit I had to put up with Minuteman. Hope that fucker dies, said Rockshaper. We should have at least saved some of them, said a cowboy-themed hero leaning forward in a char who, in a stroke of original brilliance, had a hero name of Cowboy. Incidentally, he was one of 4 sentries stationed in Southside, sentries being heroes at least C rank that oversaw the security of several neighborhoods in a city.
Thank you.
Underneath them were lower-ranked patrol heroes that roamed around individual neighborhoods, but most of them, at least in Southside's chronically underfunded and under-defended confines, were dead. The only ones alive were the higher-ranking sentries and some C rankers from other parts of the city. Funny to hear that coming from you, Cowboy. You have a reputation of being a shit sentry, after all, said Rockshaper.
Yeah, can't deny that, said Cowboy.
Thank you.
I just couldn't be asked to do much with how little I was getting paid. Plus, they were mostly duds. But that don't mean we had to leave all of them. The kids, maybe. We could have gotten them on here. We bring back even one of them, and they're a potential witness to what we did. And we won't just be losing our hero licenses, we'll be rotting in villain jail for the rest of our lives if we don't get flat-out executed first, said Rockshaper. Am I sensing hesitation here, Cowboy? Thank you. Among us all, you're the weakest. It wouldn't be too hard to get rid of you like we did with Portal Girl and Sparkwire, said Rockshaper as he stepped in front of Cowboy threateningly. Cowboy put his leather-gloved hands up in the air. No, don't got no problem with this. How about that? I guess it's true that it only takes a little pressure to get the right answer out of people, said Rockshaper with a smug smile.
Thank you.
He strolled over to the cockpit where Computation, one of the C rankers, was operating the plane. Sparkwire, or known as Miles as a civilian, had refused to pilot the plane and leave behind Minuteman, but thankfully with Computation around and Minuteman gone, there was no need to keep Miles. It was a shame Portal Girl had to go, thought Rockshaper. She was a young one, so much potential, Plus, she looked amazing in that pink skin-tight costume. Such a waste to let pretty ones like that go. Thank you. But she had opposed Rockshaper, and that was it. There was an ever-dying breed of heroes nicknamed Goldies that tried to represent the idealism and pure morality of the first wave of heroes that had risen up during the supposed golden age of heroes, when alters first donned costumes in light of pre-altering comic books and movies and media to fight villains, not for themselves, but to try and make the chaotic world around them right. As far as Rockshaper cared, they were all idiots. Thank you. There was a reason they were dying out. Vanguard was probably the last big Goldie with Valkyrie's retirement, and he had disappeared almost 20 years ago, probably swallowed up in a Titan's nest somewhere. When survival was on the line, morals did not matter. The Goldies did not understand this, and so many of them died sacrificing themselves, case in point. Minuteman. Thank you. Honestly, Rockshaper had no idea how these people fostered enough delusion within themselves to put down their own lives for others. But whatever, at the end of the day, Minuteman, that tiny-brained idiot that thought he was so much better than Rockshaper just because he was B-class, was dead, and Rockshaper was alive, ready to rise through the ranks. Computation. What's the ETA on us getting out of this watery shithole? Said Rockshaper as he sat in the co-pilot seat beside Computation. Thank you. Computation's glowing blue light mask flashed as he spoke, his voice going through a synth filter. 15 minutes, probably. We're almost out of Westside. He looked at a monitor showcasing blurry images of the cityscape below. With the tech-disrupting storm cleared away, satellite imagery could show what was going down on the ground, but it would still take a solid half-hour before it managed to show anything crisp quality as the Panopticon satellite array recalibrated. Thank you. But even with blurry images, it was possible to see that the west side was just completely flooded, its usual colorful neon lights drowned out. What a damned shame. So much new tech in West Side just gone like that. In some ways, especially forgery, it was almost on par with Tier 1 cities when I worked in the black market, said Computation flatly. Yeah, getting a fake ID for my mercenary gig was a breeze out there, said Rockshaper. Thank you. It was not a big secret that a surprisingly sizable number of heroes dealt with under-the-table jobs and activities to pad their incomes. The hero industry was heavily top-concentrated, with those in the Superboard Top 100 almost making more than all the other several million heroes in the United States combined. Thank you. Until a hero made it to the C rank, at least, they got zero exposure from sponsorships or social media. Not to mention, it was hard to get into established teams or secure good missions to farm AP without either strong media presence or proven strength.
Thank you.
And once a hero got into the C rank, it still required careful maintenance of one's personal brand to keep ranking up. Not to mention, tons of hero teams were predatory in their contracts, and, despite giving a more stable place for heroes to secure missions, often made sure that most of the rewards and social media exposure went to just a privileged few on the team. Thank you. The end result was that most heroes that were relatively talented and trained hard enough made it to the C rank, but found themselves stuck there. Maybe they were strong enough to go to the B rank but lacked the social media finesse to go higher, or maybe they were popular with the masses but flat out too weak to qualify for higher ranks. In some way they were lacking. Thank you. Only a precious talented few were strong enough to just blitz through the rankings with incredible power that was undeniable, and most of them ended up in the A rank. To get from there to the A rank, they again needed a solid brand image. The A+ and S ranks were a whole different breed altogether, where heroes were so strong that they were national security assets where their image mattered far less, but trying to go up there was a pipe dream for basically anyone. Thank you. For the vast majority of heroes, getting into the B rank and above was good enough to live a comfortable life, but the cutoff between C and B was just too large for most to make that leap. Hence, there was also quite some built-up resentment between C rankers and B rankers they were envious of. Thank you. There was no doubt this envy had contributed towards Rockshaper and the rest of the C rankers rebelling against Minuteman. But the biggest thing at the end of the day that had turned them was the utterly repulsive idea of risking their lives for duds. Still, Poor Minuteman. Imagine dying for duds, said Computation. I couldn't think of a worse way to go. Thing about Goldies like him, though, is that they're perfectly happy to die like that, said Rockshaper as he shrugged. Thank you. If you ask me, I think we did him a favor, letting him die as a proper Golden Age hero like that. That's harsh, man, but I do know where you're coming from. When I see Goldies these days, it feels like I'm looking at a walking, talking fossil, something that just doesn't belong in the modern age, you know, said Computation. Then the Goldies and the Duds have something in common, laughed Rockshaper. No wonder Minuteman wanted to die for them.
Thank you.
That was when the plane thudded, shaking violently and jerking downwards from an impact from above. Rockshaper stumbled forwards in his seat, stopping himself from face-planting in the controls in front of him. The hell was that? Put on your seatbelt, dude, muttered Computation before he flipped a few switches, getting the carrier's threat detection system to activate. Thank you. There, localized high-accuracy radar mapped out threats within the aircraft's vicinity, and the monitor drew out an approximate image of what had crashed atop the plane. A person? No, wait, I'm not sure, said Computation, utterly bewildered. The radar imagery did not give a perfect image, just a silhouette, but the projected silhouette, though humanoid, also seemed monstrously inhuman with spiked protrusions emanating from its shoulders, head, back, arms, and legs. Thank you, whatever it is, shake it off, shouted Rockshaper. Have you seen how massive this carrier is? Shake it off? You think I can start doing flips in the air? This thing isn't built to move like that, you idiot, said Computation, his synth-infused voice radiating outwards with high-pitched notes of desperation as he saw the outline of the strange humanoid being raise a fist in the air as if to punch down and smash through the plane. You, any of you, can you fly?
Thank you,
asked Rockshaper to the 14 C-rank heroes he had taken aboard the carrier. None of them said anything. Flight was a relatively rare power as far as alter abilities went, and it was a general but not absolute rule that flying alters that did not have flight as the main function of their power tended to be stronger. Among the most average of C-rankers, flight was a precious ability unless it was their main power, but here, nobody had any such capability, not even as their main ability.
Thank you.
It's gone, said Computation. What? Rockshaper whipped around, bewildered. If the thing was a variant, then it would have smashed through the plane without any hesitation. It pulled back its punch, and then it just faded away, said Computation, relief leaching into his voice. Don't ease up yet, that thing is still out there. Keep a close eye on the threat scans, said Rockshaper. He turned to the rest of the heroes. And all of you, get ready to fight. Thank you. Put your costumes back on, get your weapons ready. We did not make it this far just to die up here. Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. A faint voice echoed throughout the confines of the plane. All the heroes looked around, tensed up, trying to track where that voice came from, but because of its echoing nature, it was hard to pinpoint an exact location.
Thank you.
It felt like it came from everywhere, ringing through every inch of the metal, echoing into their very beings themselves under their flesh, rattling into their very bones. They all shivered in unison, feeling a distinct chill crawling up their spines. Their guts dropped in mounting dread they could not help but feel, and a few of them began to feel numb at their extremities.
What is that?
Thank you. One of the heroes, a man called Cyberknight, gripped his chainsaw broadsword tight with fear in his gray gauntleted hands. Variants can't talk, shouted Rockshaper. Stop shitting your pants. It's just an altar. In the depths of the carrier, green mist started to pool outwards. The mist shone with a strange, unearthly glow, and though green was usually a color associated with life and nature, the shade of this green was best described as diseased, sickly, toxic. Thank you. The kind of green irrevocably associated with decay, with dying. The mist wafted outwards, its cloudy tendrils stretching through the plane, moving hungrily towards the heroes. That might be toxic gas, said Rockshaper. All of you have masks. If you have filtration built into them, use them now. Toxic gas, is it? I suppose that's a natural response to seeing my mist. I'll have to see if I can abuse that response later with opponents that are more worth my time, came the voice again.
Thank you.
It was a deeply calm voice, and yet it was not calming. There was something about the calmness that felt so very empty, so very cold. There was something fundamentally inhuman about it that intensified the shivers running through the bodies of all the heroes. Even though that voice addressed the heroes, it was obvious from its calm emptiness that it did not address them as people, as humans, but as things. "Who are you?" said Rockshaper.
Thank you.
He squinted his eyes through his stone plate-shaped mask. "Show yourself." The only response was the strange green mist accelerating forwards, engulfing the heroes in one fell wave. I feel weak," said Cyberknight as he shivered, the strength draining from his arms. He was near the head of the group, most exposed to the mist, likely confident in his helmet's filtration system. He dropped his sword, and it clattered on the floor heavily.
Thank you.
The muscled hero then dropped down to his knees and wrapped his arms around himself like a lost child. He shivered uncontrollably. I feel scared." "Fear, yes," came the voice, but this time the heroes could attach a location to it. Footsteps echoed toward them, heavy, metallic footsteps. "The closer you are to my mist, the greater your life force drains, and the worse the constant debuffs for fear become." "What's going on?" "You, there, I see you." Cowboy unholstered his twin pistols. "Thank you." His eyes were wide, almost bulging, and his expression was horribly panicked. "Eat lead, fucker." Cowboy aimed his twin revolvers and emptied their chambers. Cyberknight fell forwards, dead from smoking bullet holes gouged out into the back of his armor already broken from fighting variants. "What the fuck are you doing?" shouted Rockshaper. "Look where you're shooting!" "Heh!" Cowboy looked at his guns, then down at Cyberknight's gurgling corpse. "What?" "Thank you. And the more the fear stacks, the easier it is to turn into insanity," said the voice, ever calm as it neared and neared. "Gee, get back, away from the gas. Masks don't work on it." Rockshaper trembled as he stepped backwards, away from the heroes he was supposed to lead, inching back as far as possible from the approach of that horrible mist. The heroes followed suit, shuddering as they crammed themselves further back and back. "No, stay away. Fight, drive it back."
"Thank you. If the gas hits me, I won't be able to pilot this plane and then we're all done for," shouted Computation.
Sooner or later, the heroes would crowd in the cockpit, the furthest point away from the approaching mist, and once that happened, once the mist reached there and infected Computation, the plane would just crash. "Summing, any one of you useless idiots, go out there and fight," yelled Rockshaper as he gestured wildly towards the approaching mist. "You do it, you selfish fuck."
Thank you.
Came a quick response. "We can't just sit here," said Slammer, a former entertainment gear wrestler, wrestling enhanced with cybernetics, turned hero. "This gas he's making is insanely strong. That means he's some kind of creator. It's not likely he's as tough as he makes himself out to be in a close-up fight. If an augmenter like me catches him, I reckon I could break his back real easy. I'll clear the mist. Any other augmenters out there, follow my lead."
Thank you.
Slammer ran forwards bravely into the mist and slammed his giant, gauntleted hands together. Gears and hydraulics clicked as his gauntlets crashed together in a clap, and a shockwave boomed forwards in a cone, scrunching up the surface of the metal floor and breaking apart chairs like twigs. Unfortunately, the shockwave did nothing against the mist itself. "Ah, that is interesting to note," said the voice in the mist.
Thank you.
"Shockwave forces can blow apart the outer edges of my mist, but what I generate close to my body is immune to physical force. Thank you for your contribution to testing my abilities." A red dot flashed in the mist right to the side of Slammer at his blind spot. "Slammer, watch out," said Rockshaper. "Huh?" Slammer looked around, but far too late. "Thank you." Suddenly, an enormous, black-metalled, bone-spiked figure, one that had enough sheer mass that it was obvious that it was no mere weakling in close combat, lunged out of the thick of the mist. Its arm thrust forwards, a clawed hand wrapped tightly around Slammer's head. The edges of the black metal claws dug into Slammer's skin, piercing and drawing blood. The metal monstrosity lifted Slammer's massively muscled wrestler's body up like he was a little toddler. "Thank you." Now that it had attacked, the figure the voice belonged to became fully visible. It was a sight that made all the heroes pause in complete bewilderment. It was about 2 meters tall, far taller than any normal human, and looked like an eerie mix between a suit of armor and a living being. Thank you. The figure's body was largely comprised of black metal, but its metal body fused seamlessly with protrusions of bone, pockets of red, glowing red and raw flesh, and streaks of pulsating crimson red that looked like veins. In appreciation, I will give you a very quick death, said the monstrosity. Slammer wrapped his huge, gauntleted hands around the figure's arm and yelled as he put in as much crushing force as possible, trying to tear free. Thank you. His grip strength was quite notable, easily capable of pulverizing concrete, but it did nothing against the being of metal and flesh. Instead, it looked like Slammer was trying to crush a flickering green force field wrapped skin-tight around the strange, terrible being's arm. All the damage he was doing was transferring to the force field, not at all reaching the actual metal and flesh itself. Huh! Slammer's arms fell loose to his sides as green light enveloped his head. Thank you. Glowing green cracks began to form from his head down to his torso, and then his body exploded in a nova of flashing light and bloody chunks of meat and entrails and white flecks of bone. All the heroes stared at Slammer's remaining lower half of a body as it plopped down on the floor, staining the dull gray metal red. Fire, fight, do anything, roared Rockshaper as he pointed his arm at the monstrosity. Thank you. Jagged spheres of rock formed in front of his palm and fired off with the velocity of bullets. Cowboy finally shot at the right place this time, unloading as many bullets as he could. Another hero fired blasts of blue energy, another spears of water, another unloaded a clip from a handheld minigun, and so on and so forth. A hailstorm of diverse projectiles rained against the being, but they all clattered off the entity's green force field. Thank you. Some of these projectiles missed and smashed into the walls of the plane, gouging out holes that grew dangerously close to breaching the walls. How many powers does he have? Shouted a hero. This gas, that shield, not to mention how strong he is, and that blasting attack. This doesn't make any sense. He must have a weakness, said Rockshaper. Something for all this power he has. Thank you, a time limit maybe? The only time limit I have is that I do not want to waste too much of my time on the likes of you. The figure stood there, letting attacks ping off of its ultra-durable force field before it put a clawed hand to its pointed chin in contemplation. Judging by how weak your attacks are, it does not seem like any of you have much potential, but maybe some of you are like Dynamite Girl, capable of massively accelerating your growth with undeath and further training. Thank you. That is not so, came another voice, one that seemed to resonate from the chest of the being. Who was that? Said Rockshaper. Oh, you can sense their potential, Volantis, said the being. I am an apt judge of warriors, especially in determining the peak of their ability to hone their bodies physically and in capacity to channel raw energy. This voice was deeper in timbre and smoother in its delivery, yet it was equally as cold. Thank you. I may not understand fully the energy that the humans of this realm harness, but in its purest essence, it flows similarly to mana. Thus, I can roughly determine their potential, and those standing before you are already at their peaks. Both physically and in terms of harnessing energy, they are at their primes, and no matter how their bodies change, how much they labor and toil, they will not grow much stronger. Thank you for your insight, Volantis.
Thank you.
The being drew its gaze up from its chest back to the heroes. Then that means I have no more reason to waste time scoping out your powers to see if you would make good undead. You all truly are worthless after all. With that, the red dot serving as the being's eye in its helm mask of black metal glowed brightly, and all the heroes froze in place, stopping their attacks. They felt an intense sense of dread grip them, holding them like firm anchors.
Thank you.
The entity swiped its clawed hands forward twice, firing off 2 swirling helical patterned bolts of green. They each hit a hero, and when they did, the blasts acted like targeted explosives, blowing apart bodies with gruesome force. The heroes closest to those that blasted apart were showered in the blood and guts of their fellow C-rankers, and they blinked as they looked down at their blood-drenched hands before they dropped any pretense of fighting back.
Thank you.
They screamed in sheer terror as they sprinted back. "Run! Get out of here! We can't fight that thing! I can't stand the way you all run!" It reminds me far too much of cockroaches scattering under light. Disgusting. The being fired blast after blast of those strange green bolts that promised instant death to anything it hit, and they landed with pinpoint accuracy on those that ran. First hero after hero exploded into showers of blood and disintegrated flesh. Thank you. First, it was the heroes that ran. Then it was the heroes closest to the approaching entity. Everyone died one after the other in such quick succession that within just 30 seconds, there were only 2 survivors, Rockshaper and Computation, the 2 heroes that were the farthest away occupying the cockpit. The entity went right up to the 2 heroes and towered over them with its horrible bulk of spiked metal, bone, and live, pulsating strange flesh. Thank you. Rockshaper fell to his knees, shivering uncontrollably as he knelt in the presence of this terrible, terrible being. This manifestation of death from which there was no escape. Why are you trembling like this? I've turned off the life drain and debuffs on my mist. There shouldn't be a reason to be this afraid, or maybe I've simply lost what it feels like to be afraid as a simple man, said the entity. Thank you. All Rockshaper could do was kneel there silently, his face staring down at the dull gray metal floor as sweat poured from his forehead. His heart beat rapidly, and his tongue felt heavy like lead. He felt frozen in both terror and acceptance, knowing that no matter what he did before this thing, he was just prey. Was this how it felt to face certain death? It was such an awful feeling. Thank you. It felt like every single inch of his being was about to be devoured, at the precipice of a massive cliff where with just a light breeze he would fall into enormous jaws waiting to snuff out his insignificant little life. How had Minuteman faced certain death with such courage, with a smile on his face? "You kill me, and there's nobody left to pilot the plane," shouted Computation in sheer desperation. "The plane will crash." Thank you. Oh, I did not care much about saving this plane in the first place. It is Panopticon property, after all. I cannot just take it. To end his sentence, the entity thrust his clawed hand out and sliced it straight through Computation's head. Computation's glowing blue mask sparked and sputtered before glitching out, blood pooling from the cracked glass surrounding the claws drilled through his head.
Thank you.
The entity withdrew his claws with a gruesome squelch, and Computation fell forwards, his face planted into controls that covered under a veil of his blood. It seems that autopilot has engaged, said the entity as it stared at the control screens. Lying about the plane crashing with your death, an interesting gambit to save your life. But a crash from this plane would not have even come close to killing me in any case. Thank you. The entity moved back from the controls and then stopped as it stared down at Rockshaper's frozen, kneeling body. Rockshaper's breath caught in his throat, and his eyes widened in terror as he felt the entity's gaze burn into his back. "I almost forgot about you, the way you were so still," said the entity. "Why?" whispered out Rockshaper, barely getting out words through his throat, made tight with fear. Why did you kill us? Why? When we were all heroes," said Rockshaper. "Thank you." His words came out freer now. Maybe it was because his body had instinctively accepted its death and thus was free to say whatever it wanted before its inevitable end. Why? You say you are a hero as if it means something, as if it means it makes your life valuable enough to spare. Then let me turn that question around on you. What is a hero? What is the purpose of a hero? Is it not to hunt variants and save lives? Thank you. Rockshaper looked up at the unblinking red dot looming over him, confused. But look at you. Look at those around you. The entity motioned with its spiked clawed arm behind it, at the medley of corpses it was responsible for. You abandoned the lives you were meant to save, and you run from the variants you are meant to hunt. Does that not mean you have no more purpose? And without purpose, why do you deserve to live? What is the point of your meaningless existences?
Thank you.
The entity raised its clawed hand up, and Rockshaper put his arms over his head and shook like a child in the dark. Seeing that arm raised up, those claws splayed out, he felt a renewed burst of desperation. Please, please, I'll be a proper hero. I'll save as many people as I can. I'll hunt down all the variants. Just give me another chance. I have credits too. Anything you want, I can give you. Anything I want, is it? Said the entity as its clawed hand froze in the air.
Thank you. Anything,
shouted Rockshaper. He was crying now, snot drizzling from his nose as he felt his life truly wavering on the tightrope of death. Then I will add you among my experimental subjects. Flurgan will be pleased.
Heh, huh?
Rockshaper looked up in confusion, not understanding, but the entity's hand chopped down at him. Yet the entity did not slash down with its sharp and lethal claws.
Thank you.
Instead, the being slammed the flat of its palm into the base of Rockshaper's neck, knocking the consciousness out of him. Aldrich watched as Rockshaper slumped down to the floor. The hero's face planted against the metal floor with a thud as he unceremoniously sprawled out, drool pooling from his slack-jawed mouth. Aldrich first raised his hand up, absorbing all the souls from the deceased heroes. They were all of middling rarity, quickly filling up his max inventory of 20 with garbage. Thank you. Though he could allot people and physical items into his chrysalis souls, he had to rely on with his inventory, and 20 was not much space at all. That said, Aldrich was more than willing to get rid of these lower-level souls for other ones if needed be later. You should have chosen to die. It would have been far, far easier for you, said Aldrich as he crouched down and grabbed Rockshaper's head in his hand.
Thank you.
The hero's head felt small in Aldrich's palm, showcasing just how much he had grown physically with his lich transformation. Aldrich shoved Rockshaper's head towards his chest, and the metal around it opened up in strands of black. Beneath the metal strands were fibers of red musculature that snapped off of Aldrich's pale skin. The purple phylactery shone with a dull vigor from Aldrich's exposed chest, but as Rockshaper's flesh neared, the phylactery reacted, oscillating rapidly.
Thank you.
A small distortion in space tore across the spherical surface of the phylactery, and from it, several grasping tentacles of shadow burst outwards. The end of each tentacle ended hooked claws that ripped into Rockshaper's body, digging into his flesh before sucking him in hungrily. Rockshaper's body spatially distorted, funneling into the comparatively tiny space of the phylactery like he was being drained into a black hole, and within a second, he was gone. Odd. Thank you. Aldrich looked down to observe a few purple-tinted cracks lining the flesh surrounding the phylactery. He registered minor damage from them. The chrysalis had been unable to use its spatial powers properly this time, creating a portal that had damaged Aldrich. Aldrich waved a hand over his chest, and the uncovered metal strips exposing his phylactery sealed shut again, fusing together seamlessly back into his armored chest plate. Thank you. Though the chrysalis inside the phylactery had obeyed Aldrich's command to open up a portal, the way it had done so felt sloppy, or rather unfocused. The chrysalis had been unable to stably control the dimensional powers it should have been familiar with. Aldrich reached out to the chrysalis via his link as its master, but he encountered some difficulty. Thank you. Trying to communicate with the chrysalis mentally hit a foggy psychic barrier of sorts, as if the chrysalis was in a state of constant hazy unconsciousness. Aldrich would have liked to see the chrysalis evolve and grow much stronger, especially considering the massive amount of power it absorbed from Aldrich moving his soul into the phylactery. But for now, it seemed that the chrysalis had gone largely dormant, capable only of basic portal openings, the same kind it could perform before. Thank you. Aldrich did not want to disturb the chrysalis too deeply, for he could feel that the creature was in a semi-dormant state from processing his power. If Aldrich had to give an image as an example, he likened the chrysalis right now to be sleeping dormant in a cocoon of Aldrich's power, feeding off of it until it was ready to burst out and hatch.
Thank you.
There was the potential that by forcibly pulling it out of its cocoon early, Aldrich could cause irrevocable damage not only to the chrysalis, but to his soul hosted inside the phylactery. Thankfully, Aldrich had an expert on all matters magical on hand. He put 2 fingers to his temple and reached out to Flergan. So long as an undead was in Aldrich's inner circle, he could establish a strong mental link to them with no issue.
Thank you.
He had yet to test long-distance communication, though, for in-game lore, there were instances of undead being so far away from their masters that they reverted to being mindless monsters.
Yes, O Elder,
said Flergan. I will have a few more test subjects for you soon, said Aldrich.
Ah, wonderful,
said Flergan in glee. Once this awful, loud, and all too destructive battle is done with, I may finally return to my experiments.
Thank you.
With that editor sample you spoke of and further more of these altars, I fully believe I may be on the brink of a great breakthrough. That's excellent to hear, said Aldrich. I need your expertise on something. Oh, what is it, O Elder? The chrysalis. You've seen it, and you have an idea of what it is. It's housed inside the phylactery you personally built, and you know well how the entire process of tethering a soul into a phylactery goes. Thank you. So there's nobody better to ask you this question. The chrysalis has entered a dormant state after I moved my soul into the phylactery, said Aldrich. I can understand it having difficulty processing the influx of power, but it feels different too. Trying to reach out to it is difficult, as if I need to pass by some kind of mental block. Has it now? Let me rack my brains, after several seconds. Flergan spoke again. Thank you. It is difficult to offer accurate diagnoses, for the chrysalis is a creature not native to our realm, but I can offer some hypotheses. Any insight from you would be valuable, said Aldrich. This chrysalis, from my limited experience with it, seemed to be a creature optimized for adapting to and taking the characteristics of the energy it absorbed, said Flergan. Hence, it could perform the marvelous feat of adapting itself to make it compatible with mana. Thank you. Logically speaking, then, it should be able to adapt itself to the energy of my newly empowered soul, said Aldrich. Ah, but there is a distinct difference. Mana is colorless, pure energy, and, most importantly, physical in its essence. In our realm, it permeated the air we breathed and the dirt we tread upon, similar to the ether permeating this world. Thus, anyone native to our realm could utilize mana simply by having a physical body. However, a soul is vastly different. Thank you. In its basic form, a soul is a nugget of energy, yes, but it is spiritual in its essence, lacking any physical form to interact with. To harvest energy from souls requires having an anchor not in the physical world, but in the spiritual plane. Thus, drawing energy from a soul requires that one possess a soul, for without one there is no tie to the spiritual plane where souls reside. As a result, you will never see a necromancer calling upon the dead without a soul. Thank you. Or a shaman that communes with the dead without a soul. To use souls requires having a soul, and a strong one at that. All too often, there are tales of errant necromancers or shamans that channel the might of far too many souls and overwhelm themselves, their own souls shattering as their bodies become hosts to a chaotic mess of foreign spirits. I see, said Aldrich. He did remember lore tidbits about magic interacting with souls needing mages with strong souls themselves. Thank you. This, of course, included the field of necromancy. But this was not the main point. Flergan's voice had grown more and more excited as he kept speaking, hinting at some other groundbreaking revelation. So what are you hinting at, Flergan? That creature that chrysalis lacks a soul. No? Thus it should be impossible for it to harness the power given by your own soul. No, said Flergan. Well, if what you say is correct, then yes, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He paused for a moment, thinking about this, and then the realization hit him. The chrysalis was a changing, adapting creature. It latched onto energy and then changed everything about it to effectively harness the energy it absorbed. It could change its physical structure greatly, creating environments that matched the landscape around it. It could alter its very own spatial dimensions. Thank you. So if the chrysalis changed itself to harness the energy given to it, and if the energy of Aldrich's soul required a soul to harness, then that left only one strong conclusion. The chrysalis was trying to form its very own soul. I sense that you have reached the very same conclusion I have, said Flergan. The chrysalis is growing a soul, is that even possible? Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He scraped his memory for all the lore he knew in Elden World and found he could not think of a single instance where a creature spontaneously just made a soul for themselves. The closest I can think of are golems implanted with pure souls. Souls emptied of any memories or individuality from their past owner that could color them. But that isn't making a new soul, that's just recycling an old one. This also isn't like that. My soul is not pure in that way. It has all my memories. Thank you. It has all of who I am. Indeed, I have also thus ruled out that possibility, said Flergan. But there is one additional way in which a soul may be created, and that is through the birth of new life, through reproduction. That way, even beings with fully unique souls may produce an entirely new soul. Hold up, are you suggesting that somehow this chrysalis is birthing itself? Said Aldrich. Indeed. Thank you. My current hypothesis is that it is incubating itself within your soul, utilizing it as a template to create its own, much like a child's soul may take some aspects of the personality from their parents, said Flergan. I am wondrously excited for the birth of this chrysalis. By possessing a soul and taking in your magical energy, it will be a perfect example of a creature that has managed to merge both mana and ether. Thank you. That is not even beginning to mention the vast increase of its current powers. That's mildly disturbing, even as a lich, said Aldrich. It reminded him of a movie called Xeno, involving aliens that used humans as incubators, throwing out face-hugging spider-like creatures that planted eggs into human bodies. But so long as there is not a risk to me, it should not be an issue. My phylactery possesses multiple fail-safe mechanisms to protect against damage to your soul. Thank you. It is one of the most basic components of creating a phylactery. After all, if it was possible to detect and destroy a lich by simply exercising their soul through their phylactery, they would be far less of a threat, said Flergan. The moment an anomaly is detected within the phylactery, it would destroy the chrysalis. Not to mention that as its master, you hold more than enough sway to prevent it from ever harming you. True. I am probably being overly cautious, said Aldrich. Thank you. There is never such a thing as being too careful, said Flergan. Also true. I'll leave you to your defense then, Flergan. Make sure Stella doesn't blow something up, said Aldrich. Ah, that may be a feat far too difficult for me, sighed Flergan. This generation of young ones, especially in this world, is far too rowdy for the likes of my aged tendrils to deal with. Good luck, Elder. May this tumultuous night of battle see its end under your might. Thank you. With that, Flergan's connection cut off, leaving Aldrich in the quiet hum of the carrier plane as it auto-piloted out of haven. Where shall we head to next? Said Volantis. The center of this city, where energy signatures gather the greatest, where the stench and sight of death and battle emanates the strongest. Soon. I can see through the storm I've taken over that the force field still hasn't fallen. I have enough time to touch base with the troops I put over Southside, said Aldrich. Thank you. I have a corpse there to raise and a person of interest to meet. Aldrich thought about Minuteman. He had seen Minuteman fight all against the horde of variants via the eyes of his undead, and he had also witnessed how the man was willing to lay down his life to save the duds in the bunker. That was a rare quality of character that Aldrich respected. It reminded him greatly of his parents, of heroes that were, well, heroes. Thank you. He had heard of Minuteman before, actually, as by being a B ranker, Minuteman was fairly famous himself. Minuteman had a wide reputation for being a man of equal and fair justice, but to see that it was not just a PR move and something that he actually believed in was heartening to see. In this world full of greedy, devouring flames, it was good to see that there were a few fires that flickered to warm others, not just to burn and take. Then what of this air vessel, said Volantis. Thank you. There's no point keeping it, said Aldrich. It isn't my property in the first place, and if it stays intact, the Panopticon might be able to scrounge data from it. Better to scrap it. Understood, said Volantis. Shall I stitch something to allow for easier destruction of this vessel? No need. I have more than enough firepower to deal with this, said Aldrich. Aldrich knelt down and channeled his mist phase. Thank you. Green mist welled up around him, surrounding his body as his body became increasingly transparent and obscured. He phased out of the plane, floating in the air using Volantis's stitched wings. He saw the huge carrier fly away, shrinking rapidly in the distance. He looked away and clapped his hands before flying away, heading down towards the Panopticon bunker. A booming rumble echoed above before an ear-splitting crack split the sky.
Thank you.
A bright, blinding green light lit up the clouds as an enormous teal lightning bolt smashed into the carrier, blowing it apart in a brilliant nova of red and orange engine failure explosions, blue electrical energy shockwaves, and green energy arcs. In a few minutes of soaring through the skies, Aldrich could spot the bunker. His draconic wings flapped downwards and folded as he dove down, rapidly approaching the ground.
Thank you.
He could see the hundreds of fishmen corpses scattered across the bunker as proof of his victory. The sparkling red and purple crystal sculpture that Kiros had crafted from the shark variant glinted with a pretty shimmer. Surrounding this crystallized corpse were all of his knights and the Blackwater A-class as they looked up. Already, before Aldrich even reached the ground, the knights knelt down in reverent respect. Thank you. As the knights knelt, it left one man standing, looking up right at Aldrich. That man was Minuteman. Aldrich landed on the ground with a solid crash, dirt, mud, and bloody fishman parts flying back around him from the shockwave of his landing. He stood up, his draconic wings folding into his back before melding into his armor. "My lord, how wonderful it is for you to grace us with your presence," said Kiros.
Thank you.
He also remained standing, but he deeply bowed as he motioned to the shark variant, as if unveiling a brand new painting to him. "I have prepared for you a most elegant piece of art. I dare say it has turned out quite well, in spite of the fact that I am working with material that is quite well unknown. I have titled it The Returning Tide."
Thank you.
Aldrich stared at the crystallized shark variant, at how its blood had exploded outwards and turned solidified into a crystal prison that preserved the beast at the moment of its death. Notably, the ends of the crystallized blood were shaped into crests that mimicked waves. As a vampire noble of the Adal bloodline, Kiros possessed a passive called crystal blood venom.
Thank you.
Any attack of his that drew blood-inflicted stacks of the poison on an enemy. And if enough stacks built up across enough vital areas, then Kiros could use an active skill called Expunge to forcibly activate the venom, causing the blood of an enemy to spontaneously explode outwards and crystallize in an instant kill. "It looks good," said Aldrich somewhat awkwardly. He wanted to add something, but found he had no idea what to say. He was no art connoisseur, never had been. "Thank you." But he felt bad not complimenting his subordinate, so he settled with a "it was good, but I may have to break it down to raise the variant." Ah. Chiros looked at the artwork he had created, realized it would soon be broken down, and slumped his shoulders. "It is of no matter, my lord. There is also a certain beauty in art that is meant to fade."
Thank you.
"I shall rename this the moment of the returning tide, then to symbolize that it is but a fleeting moment, and to capture the force of the mighty blow I returned against this creature to fell it, like a tide that returns to the ocean." Are you the leader of this team?" said Minuteman as he nodded at Aldrich. The makeshift bandaging around his torn stomach made from fishman's skin had bled through. "Thank you." He held his right arm in pain as blood pooled from the massive bite wound on his right shoulder. But even with all these injuries racking him, Minuteman smiled at Aldrich. "I don't know who you are and why you're doing this. Hell, I don't even know if you're hero or villain, but I still want to thank you for saving all the civilians here. I am the leader of this team, you could call it that," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He willed Volantis to uncover his armor, and the spiked black helm around his face receded into his armor's gorget with a series of clicks. This revealed the human-looking face of his Materius, and Minuteman nodded, put at ease with Aldrich's appearance. It was an instinctive drive for humans to feel comfort in seeing another human face, especially when surrounded by nothing but inhuman monstrosities. Taking that into account, Aldrich bared his human-looking face. "Thank you." In response, Minuteman blinked in surprise. Is there something wrong? Said Aldrich. No, I just didn't expect you to be so young, said Minuteman. With your build, height, and the way you carried yourself, I would have expected a much older man. But looking at you, the way your eyes are set, I can tell you're no boy. You're a man that's been through more rough times than many. You could tell that just from my eyes, said Aldrich. Thank you. Despite how tough I look, people have always said I was a sensitive man. I could always tell what someone was going through from their eyes, and I could always feel their pain and their struggle, as if it was my own, said Minuteman. A side effect of my own power. I'm sensitive to the wills of others, but enough about that. If you're here to save civilians, you're probably a hero. Are you international? With a group as large as this? I would know if you operated in the States. Thank you. In any case, I'd be more than happy to work with you and your men to get this nightmare of a situation under control. Minuteman reached out his hand for a handshake, and Aldrich noticed it trembling in fatigue and pain. Aldrich held off on shaking Minuteman's hand. A hero? No, said Aldrich. I'm not affiliated with the AA or any of its international branches. Minuteman looked utterly astounded. What?
Thank you.
You mean to tell me with all these men and all this power that you aren't affiliated with the AA? Are you government agents? A band of mercenaries? No, to all of that. If there's anyone I take orders from, well, it would only be myself, said Aldrich flatly. Minuteman retracted his handshake and looked at Aldrich with a little more wariness. Then who are you? I'm sorry, but tonight has worn on my trust. I'm a little more on edge than usual. Who am I?
Thank you.
Aldrich repeated Minuteman's question. I'm someone that wants to save this city, just like you. I'm someone that wants to do what they believe is right, just like you. You can trust me or not, but regardless of how you feel, I will protect this city where the AA has failed. Whether you want to help me, do nothing, or even oppose me, that's all your choice. This time, it was Aldrich that extended his hand out towards Minuteman for a handshake.
Thank you, but I'll just say right now that it would be a horrible shame for me to miss out on working with someone I respect like you.
No, you're right. Minuteman took Aldrich's hand in a firm, solid handshake. I'm in no position to be suspecting you, not after you've chosen to save civilians that the ordinary hero would leave to die without a moment's notice, and especially not after you saved my own life. Just like that? You trust me? Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He wondered if Minuteman was fundamentally naive, his heroic ideals perhaps influencing him too much to see the good in others even when it was not logically reasonable. You want an honest answer? No, not yet. Minuteman shrugged, but like I said, I can tell the character of a person through their eyes. I can feel their willpower, and yours is strong and clean. It isn't the type I usually see with people that have bad intentions, and as you said, we're pretty similar in that regard. Thank you. Plus, you haven't given me cause to doubt you yet. Maybe I'm dumb, but I always like to give others the benefit of the doubt, even when their wills are spotty and sometimes I get burned for it. But the times I don't, that's when I appreciate just how much good there can be out there. Aldrich nodded. Minuteman was too experienced as a fighter and hero to be ignorantly naive. He knew how bad this world could get, but he willingly chose to ignore his suspicions to try and see it positively.
Thank you.
It was so similar to how his parents had seen the world that Aldrich fell into a deep silence for several seconds. He could almost see his father and mother, their very smiles, imprinted right in Minuteman. It was an idealism that Aldrich knew was inefficient, something that had eventually gotten his parents killed, and yet it was something he could respect. If every single person in this world thought like that, then this world would have been a utopia. But idealism like that was rare. Thank you, precious. And because it was so rare, it was all too easy for the much larger darkness in this world to swallow it up and snuff it out. Something up? Said Minuteman. No, nothing. Aldrich pulled out of his thoughts and executed a plan he had constructed in the case that Minuteman was willing to work with him, of his own volition. I'm going to go down to the hangar and check up on the survivors. I'll go with you, began Minuteman. No, said Aldrich. Look at how injured you are.
Thank you. You need time to rest and to heal here.
Eric Aldrich shouted out for Eric Glass, one of the Blackwater A-class students. He sprinted forwards in his black bodysuit. He was a short man with a build on the leaner side, with long black hair swept to the side that curled over one of his bright purple eyes. "You needed me?" said Eric. "Patch Minuteman up," said Aldrich. "On it," said Eric. "Thank you." He eyed Minuteman's wounds, his gaping stomach slashes, his half-eaten right deltoid, and the several dozen other less deadly, yet still visible cuts and scrapes and bruises littering his body. "Damn, man, you look like total shit. Here, I'll get you fixed up." Eric Glass was the only altar so far that Aldrich had encountered who had a power that could directly heal others. "Thank you. In terms of altar power categories, he would be classified as a creator with a subcategory as a restorer that had the rare ability to heal others. In Eric's case, his power was called Growth Pod. Eric demonstrated it now. He held out his arm to the side, and through the skin-tight covering of his black bodysuit, fleshy stalks rose up. Spherical pods of pulsating flesh grew from these stalks, causing them to droop down under their weight. "Thank you." Each pod was filled with veins and looked positively nasty, like a series of large tumors. Eric's face fat-drained, turning his cheeks hollow as the stalks grew, his bodily nutrients sacrificed to create them. He detached a growth pod from his arm and held it out towards Minuteman's gnawed right shoulder. "Among restorer powers, this is probably one of the creepiest I've seen," said Minuteman. "Not good practice to complain to your restorer." "Thank you. Thought they taught that at Fancy Hero School," said Eric as he tentatively placed the baseball-sized growth pod onto Minuteman's raw, exposed flesh. The growth pod latched onto the open wound and started to melt into it, turning into a fleshy goo that created tiny tendrils at its extremities that hooked into Minuteman's flesh. "The growths will dissolve and merge with your body in a few minutes." "Thank you. Until then, it's important that you don't move or strain yourself, or else you risk the growths breaking apart and leaving you worse off than you were," said Eric. "Roger that," said Minuteman. He nodded to Aldrich. "Make sure they're all right, and if I do something to them," said Aldrich, "then I'll be ready to fight you tooth and nail down to my last breath and bone," said Minuteman resolutely. "Doesn't matter how tough you are or how many guys you got. That's a good answer."
"Thank you. I can respect it."
Aldrich faintly smiled at Minuteman. Even against overwhelming odds, Minuteman was still willing to lay down his life and fight against Aldrich if he ended up being a threat to the dud civilians. That was true heroism, so rare, but admirable. But you can ease up on the worrying. If there's anyone that comes close to caring about the people down there like you do, it would be me. With that, Aldrich turned and walked towards the hangar. "Thank you." There he would not only make sure everyone there was okay, but he would make his presence known. He would make sure the people there would spread what he did and make sure that the world knew of the AA's failure. Then he would replicate that same process with the altar citizens holed up behind the city center's force field. Like that, Aldrich would cultivate the support he would need after this incident was over, when he would have to face scrutiny under the public's eye. "Thank you." When the Panopticon, the alter-human agency, and the governments of the world would all scrutinize him. Chapter 108. Into the bunker. Aldrich stepped over to the hangar entrance. It consisted of two interlocking sliding metal panels that opened up to allow the carrier within out. Because of the sheer size of the carrier, these doors were massive, but thankfully just as armored as the proper doors of the bunker itself.
Thank you.
A green ring of fire from the death wheel flickered around the hole leading down into the hangar, and when Aldrich approached, he waved his hand, willing the flames to fade away. As they dimmed down, the corpses of dozens of fishmen became visible. "Thank you." Unlucky victims that the death wheel had either run over, completely splattering into roadkill mush, or those caught in the life-draining flames, reduced into corpses so dried and drained of life that they disintegrated into dust when exposed to the night breeze. Aldrich leaped into the hangar and fell several dozen meters before he landed on solid, tiled metal ground with a heavy thud. "Thank you." When he landed, he looked up to find a crowd of men, women, and children huddled away from him, shuddering in terror as they inched back to the walls. "Stay calm." Aldrich projected his voice, and it echoed through the hangar. Upon hearing a human's voice, the energy of the crowd lost a bit of its tension. But not much. After all, these people had been through so much this night. I'm human, and I'm here to save you. Save us. You're just going to leave us like the other heroes,
Thank you.
shouted a man. You're just like the rest of them. You don't care about us, duds. All of you heroes are useless. With that, the crowd gained a surge of confidence. All it took was one or two hecklers for them to feed off their energy and start to shout and rage towards Aldrich. They broke out into a cacophony of angry shouts and yells that distorted into something unintelligible, a mess of projected frustration haphazardly thrown Aldrich's way. Thank you. When Aldrich looked at them, at their faces twisted in anger and fear, he could only shake his head. They reminded him too much of himself, or rather how he had been before he had gotten this power. It was pitiful. Aldrich knew he should not have thought that way, especially against those that were duds just like him. But becoming an undead, especially a lich, had and was continuing to change his perception of humans. Thank you. Nevertheless, Aldrich still had enough humanity left in him to sympathize, to know what words to say to reach their hearts. Be quiet. Aldrich projected his voice, and the volume of his words resonated outwards in powerful peals that immediately silenced the crowd. This was not because Aldrich's voice was threatening. On the contrary, it was quite calm. Thank you. The crowd did not grow silent because they were intimidated. No, they sealed their lips because they knew a force of authority far greater than them was about to speak. I want to make one thing very clear. I am not a hero, said Aldrich as he eyed the crowd of duds. If I were, I very well may have left you all here to die, or killed you for raising your voice against me. After all, that's what so many heroes do now. Thank you. Aldrich planted first the seeds of doubt against the Ultrahuman Agency and its heroes, though considering how much these people had gone through with betrayal after betrayal already, this would not be too hard. If your lives are not worth saving, if they don't give the heroes their achievement points or more clicks on their social media, then they would not hesitate to just let you die. You have seen that happen to you firsthand tonight. That is what heroes are now. Thank you. That is what the Ultrahuman Agency is, but I'm here to save you because your lives do matter to me. Your struggle matters to me. Aldrich paused. What do you know about our struggle? Said someone from the crowd. About what it's like to be one of us, powerless and waiting for people like you to save us. Oh, but I know all too well, said Aldrich. I know what it's like to be afraid to show your CID, citizen identification. Thank you. Because you know that when you show that card, when it gets scanned at the store, at the movies, at a restaurant, anywhere, it shows proof that you are inferior. I know what it feels like to be powerless, to always have to look up to a cape for help, and when you do get it, to see that it is handed to you with disgust. I know what it feels like to be hopeless. Thank you. To know that no matter how hard you try to stand out, the only thing that will ever define your entire existence is that one label of dud. I know what it feels like to hate yourself, to wish that you were not born, to feel that if you were dead, humanity would be better off, more evolved, to feel that if only you were different, you might have a better life outside ghettos. Thank you. Aldrich pointed up towards the open doors of the hangar, where the darkness of the night sky stood out strongly against the dim lights of the hangar. But out there, no, up there, in those skies, do you think caped heroes know about your struggle? Do you think they know what it means to be like you? No. That's why they left you. But I do, and that's why I've come here for you. Aldrich gazed at the crowd and found them staring at him, quiet.
Thank you.
He had reflected their suffering, their lifetime of facing discrimination as a dud through his words, showing that he was not only unlike a hero, but even an alter. He was someone that could relate to them on a deeply fundamental level. Then who are you? If you're not a hero, if you know what it's like to be one of us, began someone. You'll come to know in time, said Aldrich. Just remember this when the world asks you who saved you at your darkest hour of need. Thank you. When they ask who lifted you up from the depths of despair, that it was not a crowd of bright capes and masks. It was me. Aldrich then moved past the crowd of duds. They shifted away from him, giving him a path through them, and stared at him in awe as he passed. There was an aura of strength about him that stopped them from speaking to them. Good. Aldrich had said what he had wanted to say. Thank you. He wanted to hammer into the duds that the AA and heroes had abandoned them, and that the one who had saved the day was Aldrich himself. With that, they would maintain positive PR for him and negative PR for the AA when the world started to investigate what happened here. Past the hangar, through a series of sliding mechanical doors that led across a tunnel, Aldrich found himself in the bunker.
Thank you.
He checked out the bunker just as a precaution to check how defensible it was, as he soon had to leave, and, more importantly, whether he could operate the control room to close the hangar doors. A cursory glance at the bunker ceiling indicated that it was still more than sturdy enough to weather an attack, especially with Aldrich's undead defending it. As for the control room, Aldrich paused outside of the room. His death sense was triggered, allowing him to see individuals in near death.
Thank you.
He could perceive them through walls in a sort of X-ray vision, and right now he could clearly see the faint green silhouette of a woman behind the control room doors. Aldrich went to the double metal doors of the control room and found it was jammed, its motion sensors broken. He sunk his claws into the doors, easily shearing through the metal before ripping the heavy doors straight out. He flicked the two-door halves away and watched as a young woman's body fell by his feet. Thank you. The woman was around Aldrich's age, her face showcasing the last remnants of her teenage youth through slightly round cheeks. Her hair sprawled out behind her in a mess of amber spattered in dried blood. The woman was young, just as young as Aldrich, maybe even younger, but despite how young she was, she wore a full hero's costume, a bodysuit comprised of a dark pink, almost purple leotard attached to black leggings lined with several grooves.
Thank you.
The material looked thin, but the hexagonal patterning on it indicated that it was hex weave, an ultra-durable fiber sourced from a spider-type variant. A patch on her shoulder shaped in the form of a dark blue wave crest indicated she was from Haven Super's Academy. It was the best academy in Haven, but that was not saying much. Overall, its ranking was low, just moderately better than Blackwater, and Blackwater was made intentionally as low as possible to hide attention from it.
Thank you.
Aldrich spotted a hole gouged out in her stomach. A rock-shaped projectile had roughly gored through her, but remarkably, even with the horrible wound, she was still alive. He noted that there were faint blue lines sparking around her face. The life force in her brain has been preserved, said Volantis. Those lines possess an energy that circulates blood and activity within her brain. I see, said Aldrich. He looked into the control room to see another costumed hero. Thank you. Guy dressed in blue and yellow with a red, blue, and green wire motif running down his chest. Faint sparks sputtered from his body, but he was dead. A huge hole was gouged out in his head, not to mention deep slashes and bullet wounds littering the rest of his body. The energy signature preserving this woman matches that emitted from that human, said Volantis. Aldrich nodded. He could piece together what happened. Thank you. These two heroes were probably left behind because they disagreed with the rest that fled in the carrier. They were killed, but the male hero, in perhaps a last-ditch act of mercy, likely with a chunk in his head missing, had used the last dregs of energy of his power to try and save the girl. But it was far too late. Aldrich could tell with how pale the girl was that the blood loss alone was enough to kill her soon, and he had no way to reverse that.
Thank you. But what that hero's last effort had done was ensure that this woman's soul would not expire. Theoretically, Aldrich could raise this girl with her soul intact, but then he had to ask himself, was it worth it? Was she useful enough? Reading Aldrich's thoughts, Volantis spoke. This woman, unlike those aboard that flying vessel, is not at the limits of her physical and energy harnessing capabilities. Rather, both qualities are highly unrefined, capable of enhancing greatly with time.
Thank you.
Chapter 109, Portal Girl, I see, Aldrich put a hand to his chin as he looked down at Portal Girl's body. Do you have any idea of how she might be able to use her energy, her powers? No, I am too unfamiliar with the humans and monsters of this world to determine their strengths and weaknesses to such degree of accuracy. All I can perceive so far is total strength, not the details of that strength, said Volantis. You can use consumption, can you not?
Thank you. That might let you figure things out better, said Aldrich. As a living armor, Volantis possessed a racial skill called consumption that allowed him to open up and devour a creature. It also allowed him to steal their soul if they did not have a high vitality stat. By consuming a creature, Volantis could gain knowledge of them and restore his health. It was this ability that he used to steal the soul of Valus and kill the altar.
Thank you. On that note, it was a shame that Valus could not be raised as his body and soul were both thoroughly eviscerated. His barrier-based power seemed particularly powerful. It also seemed that Volantis needed to consume more than just Valus to get a good grasp of how altar powers worked. But even by absorbing just one altar, he knew how to identify altar energy signatures with incredible tracking accuracy.
Thank you.
Volantis remained silent for an uncharacteristic moment, and Aldrich felt discontent from him in the same way that Volantis could sense Aldrich's own emotions.
What's wrong?
Said Aldrich.
My consumption is granted only to those with bones worthy enough to devour. It is my principle to not stain my stomach with those who do not pass a certain threshold of strength, said Volantis. I see, said Aldrich. You've been more than useful enough for me so far.
Thank you. I can respect that wish. Many thanks, stated Volantis. And by the end of this night, I can assure you we will find a suitable foe for you to devour, said Aldrich. Devouring that one, the one at the center of this human settlement, whose energy swirls and swells like a pillar of might, would be a feast I would relish supremely, said Volantis. But I sense that you do intend to add that one to your army. Yeah, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
No doubt, Volantis was talking about the variant at the center of this attack. The immensely powerful variant that Valera had said was too strong even for Aldrich as he was now to put down with a monster like that in Aldrich's control. He would be nigh unstoppable. It was utterly imperative that he did so, and he had a strategy in mind to take it down while cultivating as much support as possible from the public. It would be flashy, climactic. Thank you. And in the end, the final catalyst to raise Aldrich from a nameless nobody to one of the premier forces in this entire country. But that was for later. For now, Aldrich looked down at the girl and decided to raise her. She was not fully dead yet, so Aldrich pushed his clawed fingers into her chest, piercing her heart with one quick and clean stab. The girl's soul materialized above her corpse in a flickering green, wispy orb. Aldrich flicked blood off his hand and then waved it up. Serve!
Thank you.
The soul fed back into the girl's body in wispy streams, while curls of green energy from Aldrich's necromancy traveled all around her body. She shivered for a moment before her eyes flew open. She gasped in a deep breath and sat up, immediately placing a hand on her bleeding chest. What happened? Said the girl, completely panicked. Where am I? Panopticon bunker.
This should help,
said Aldrich. He waved his hand towards the girl's head. Thank you. The girl's eyes glowed green for a moment as he influenced her mind, instilling calm and willing her to retrieve her memories. By default, it seemed that risen undead had their memories wiped, retaining only their core personality traits. Of course, Aldrich could allow his undead to retrieve their memories, though there seemed to be differences in how effectively they could recall them. Flergan, for example, could recall all of his memories with expert accuracy. Thank you, Stella, on the other hand, struggled a little, feeling as if she had to try and remember a long-forgotten dream to get her memories back. Aldrich had an idea of why this occurred. In Elden World lore, it was stated that the less experienced a necromancer was, the harder it was for them to have a risen undead retain their old memories. Because Aldrich had resurrected Stella when he was comparatively at a lower level, she had more issues fishing for her memories than Flergan did. Thank you. But now as a lich, and at a far higher level, Aldrich did not expect to face any difficulties in terms of memory retrieval. In the future, if lore-related tales about liches were true, he could even expect to start directly manipulating the memories of those he raised, allowing him to craft them into perfect followers if, say, They disagreed too strongly for his own liking. Sir, the girl nodded to Aldrich in recognition even if she had never seen him before. Thank you, all arisen undead, regardless of whether they retained their memories or not, viewed Aldrich as their master and someone they were deeply familiar with. Thank you for saving me, sir, is it? Aldrich figured that the girl addressed Aldrich like that because that was the term she was used to calling figures of authority with. Made sense, considering she was a Hero Academy trainee. What's your name? The name's Eileen Vex, hero name Portal Girl, said Eileen. Thank you for saving me.
Thank you.
She turned to the other hero's corpse and then shook her head. She stepped to his corpse, knelt by it, and took his hand. A few tears welled up from her eyes as she looked at the corpse's half-blown-apart face.
Was he close to you?
Said Aldrich. I interned under him in my second year, said Eileen. Sparkwire was his name. A good hero, one of the few out there that knew what it meant to be one. She sucked in a deep breath, calming herself.
Thank you.
She wiped her tears and stood up, resolute determination on her face. In just a matter of a few seconds, she had completely squashed her emotions and made herself ready to fight and protect. Her force of will was strong, especially considering her age. But we've still got a city left to save. Yes, that we do, said Aldrich. The fighting above is still going strong, but it's about time someone put an end to it. Thank you. When all is said and done, I will make sure Sparkwire is buried properly and that people remember him as one of the few heroes that did not abandon this city. Aldrich did not intend to raise Sparkwire. He had heard of Sparkwire, and his powers were solidly in the techno realm, focused on interfacing with and creating technology. Without a soul to raise Sparkwire with his mind intact, his powers were useless. He would just be an ordinary zombie, not worth it. Thank you. His family will appreciate it, said Eileen. Aldrich nodded, letting Eileen have a moment of silence with Sparkwire, but then went back to combat details. Tell me, what are your powers? I can create portals from my current location to another as long as I have a clear memory of it. My range has about a 200-meter radius, though. Eileen looked at her pink-gloved hands. They crackled with arcs of faint energy. I feel much stronger. Thank you. I think maybe I could even do a kilometer right now. I see. Aldrich noted that Portal Girl's powers had increased significantly upon becoming an undead. Very likely, her power had some limitations based on the stamina of her body and mind, and as an undead with an infinite resource of both types of stamina, she had vastly improved herself. A power like that had incredible tactical potential for Aldrich.
Thank you.
One of the biggest weaknesses he had was that he could not easily move mass amounts of his units around without much notice. But Portal Girl could negate that. Aldrich then received a signal from his mobile storm. From a high vantage point, his storm of jellyfish could look across the city and keep tabs on the battle happening at the city center. And there, the storm reported that the force field was dangerously close to falling. Thank you. There were siege-type aquatic variants that acted like cannons, being rooted sea anemone that fired beams of powerful hydroplasma highly effective at burning out the force field, and their last volley had gotten the force field flickering close to failure. When the force field fell, Aldrich had to be there. It was time to move onwards to the finale to save this city. I was going to have you stay here, but you're far too useful for that. You're coming with me, understood, said Eileen. Thank you. Chapter 110, The Final Plan. Portal yourself above ground, said Aldrich to Portal Girl. I'm going to bring the people in the hangar back in here where it's safer. I don't want them to have any questions when they see you alive again. They, along with the rest of the world, will come to know my power in time, but for now, I don't want to deal with questions. Eileen nodded. She took in a breath, clasped her hands together, and then separated them.
Thank you.
A dark purple line drew itself in the form of a circle in front of her. The circle filled in with distorted purple space that rippled like waves radiating out from a pond once a stone was thrown in it. She stepped back, surprised. Said Aldrich. My portals, usually they're pink. The color isn't like this, said Eileen. Do you sense that the portal is any different than what you're used to? Said Aldrich. No, I guess the color changed when my powers improved, said Eileen.
Thank you.
I guess I'll have to recolor my costume now. Pink to purple, I guess I don't dislike it. No, it was a massive improvement, thought Aldrich. It would have been somewhat ridiculous for him, a specter of death, to land on a battlefield through bright pink portals. He did not voice this thought out loud, though. Instead, all he said was, "I'll see you above ground." Eileen nodded before she leaped into the portal. It closed behind her, zipping off into nothingness.
Thank you.
Aldrich walked over to the hangar as he put 2 fingers on his helmet, contacting Valera this time. "Valera, it's time," said Aldrich. "Truly." Valera's voice radiated with pure excitement and bloodthirst. "Are we to finally slay that beast? Ah, to triumph over it with my dear master, to rip off its head and hold it high for you. I have looked forward to nothing else this entire night." "Yes," said Aldrich, "but don't get too excited just yet. You're one of my heavy hitters." "Thank you. I'm putting you in reserve until the time is right. But everyone else, though, get them ready. All the undead in that mega-complex, aside from Flaregan, should be ready to fight. Oh, and tell Flaregan to get the statue ready. All these lesser undead will fight with my master before I do," pouted Valera. "But all right, my dear master, I will have them organized and ready to fight. What are your battle plans for this exciting night, master?"
Thank you.
"From what I can see from an aerial view, there's a massive army of fishmen gathered outside the force field. There are 2 leader-type variants that are noticeably larger and stronger leading the army. The commander, the one you warned me about, is located farther back in the army, near the rear. The composition of the army is tougher. It isn't just generic fodder fishmen.
Thank you.
There are shelled crab types that act like tanks and warriors and slithering mermaid types that function like mages with pretty advanced water control. The mermaid types also operate their siege units, the sea anemones that fire hydroplasma. Thank you. They create intense water shielding around the anemones to guard them against fire from within the force field. And if those anemone cannons are left to their own devices, I have no doubt that they can do solid damage to me provided my death essence barrier falls. The layout of the army is a bit of an issue to deal with. The commander, I'll dub it as Shrimp, sits far back behind the main army.
Thank you.
The 2 leaders that I'll refer to as Crab and Mermaid are the ones spearheading the actual siege and the army at the front. "Ah, your naming sense is still the same as ever. I see, my master," said Valera, teasing Aldrich. "Do you remember when you named your greatest mount, your risen frost dragon mighty enough to freeze entire armies with a single chill breath, as Ice?" Getting his naming sense called out like this, Aldrich felt minor embarrassment.
Thank you.
"And here I thought you were on my side." "Oh, I like it, master. It is endearing, and it shows who you are. Straight to the point, open. All qualities I admire about you," said Valera. "Okay, I promise that once I take down Shrimp and raise him, I'll have a better name for him," said Aldrich. He sighed before he got serious again. Shrimp's position is quite far back, and he's shielded inside what seems to be a particularly strong water barrier. "Thank you," meaning he isn't in a position to fight and protect the main body of his army. "Shall we strike the rear then? Where the commander of this army is exposed and isolated," said Valera. "I've thought about that, and it is tempting. A sudden rear flank to take out the commander just like that," said Aldrich. "But no, a rear flank will leave the inner district open to attack once the force field falls."
Thank you.
"And if Shrimp is as strong as you say, even if we break down that shielding, dealing with him will be an incredibly difficult task. The anemone cannons at the front of the army will be the biggest issue at that point. Without taking them out, each of their shots will annihilate large chunks of my undead instantly while dealing with Shrimp. It is better to raise a frontal attack, seize the anemone cannons, take out the 2 leaders, and massacre the brunt of the army." "Thank you. That will force Shrimp out to fight, but without artillery support and, hopefully, his leaders raised and turned against him." Aldrich clenched his fists, readying his mind for the battle to come. A battle of incredibly large scale where death would hang in every inch of the air. The advantage of being a necromancer, especially a Legion necromancer, is that battlefields are where we thrive.
Thank you.
And a battlefield where 2 armies simply charge against each other, slamming the weight of their numbers and power against each other head-on. That is where the presence of death lies thickest, and death is my tool. It is mine to control, mine to use. The more units there are, the more death there is, the more chaos there is. The stronger I get for every single enemy troop that dies, I add to my own. Thank you. For every grave that floats in a battlefield, regardless of whether it came from the lowliest foot soldier or the mightiest leader, is another chance for me to feast and replenish my health and essence barrier. There is no better place for me to show the full extent of my power than in the carnage of a battlefield. Master, if you speak of carnage and battle like this in front of me with oh such vivid language, I will get all too much excited, said Valera lustfully.
Thank you.
And what of the commander when it decides to act? That's the largest uncertainty in this, because all I know is that it is incredibly fast, strong, and durable, but I don't have a good idea of its other powers, said Aldrich. That's another reason for a frontal assault. Once I draw shrimp out, I can stall it out with troops I've raised. That way I can get a better sense of what it can do, and then formulate the best way to take it down on the go. Thank you. Otherwise, in a rear flank where I would be fighting shrimp first, I'd be going in blind, and that's a risk I'm unwilling to take with what's very likely an A-ranked disaster. Then I will prepare our troops for your battle, my dear master, said Valera, satisfied with Aldrich's plan. He appreciated her suggestion of a flank, and he knew that if she thought any part of his plan was not workable, she would have objected.
Thank you.
Oh, right. And as for how our troops will make their entrance, well, I originally wanted them to swarm in through the sides where they would be unnoticed. But I have a much better option, said Aldrich. One that will guarantee a far more dramatic, grander entrance. One that will make an impression. Oh, questioned Valera. I've raised another altar. She can create portals that will give us much more flexibility in moving our forces. Thank you. I'm going to send her to your location, so coordinate with her, said Aldrich. She is it. Valera paused for a moment of jealousy before returning to seriousness. Of course, I will test this woman and see if she is truly up to the task. Good, as always. I'm always grateful that I can rely on you, Valera, said Aldrich. He then cut off the communication as he passed through the tunnel leading back out to the hangar.
Thank you.
Chapter 111. Leaving Minuteman, Aldrich walked past the last sliding metal door in the tunnel, his each and every step echoing with the sound of clacking metal. When he entered the hangar again, the crowd stopped what they were doing to stare at him in awe. All of them, well, those of them that had phones, had them in their hands, but they were turned off and by their sides. But it was obvious they had been using them just moments before. They were watching something. Thank you. Meant net connectivity was back up. The signal towers in Haven probably had finished auto-maintenance and rebooted after the storm shut them down. Even more of a telltale sign that the crowd had been watching something was that someone had brought a mobile holo projector and projected a large screen showcasing a low-resolution video stream. The man owning the projector immediately scrambled to turn it off as Aldrich entered. Thank you. It was as if Aldrich was an incredibly well-respected professor who had just made his entrance to his classroom, making all the students scramble to put away everything so they could give their full and undivided attention. Aldrich paused. Turn that back on, said Aldrich. Said the man as he looked up at Aldrich. Turn it back on. It was a stream showing what was happening outside, wasn't it? I want to see, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
We? Yeah, sure, said the man nervously, intimidated under Aldrich's presence. He turned the projector, a sphere-shaped metal ball on 3 legs that could retract or stiffen like a tripod on by tapping a circular button. A glowing blue dot centered in the projector lit up, and from it the holographic screen projected outwards again. Thank you. From the layout of the website hosting the stream, Aldrich could determine that it was from ShareSpace, the largest social media website in the world headed under MediaCorp, a tech giant social media and news megacorp. The stream's screen was black, a rotating circle at its center indicating that connectivity was slow. It looked to be a personal stream, and when the stream connected, Aldrich could see that it was being recorded through a commercial drone.
Thank you.
It showed a ground shot of the mass of thronging fishmen, crab variants and mermaid variants, all staring ahead towards the towering walls of Haven's central district. The force field covering it flickered, its one proud blue color now growing weak, almost translucent. They moved about impatiently, their fangs bared and their claws snapping as they waited for the precious moment where the force field would go down and they could have their feast of prey. Net connectivity is back up,
Thank you.
shouted the stream's recorder. I'm showing you what it looks like in Haven right now from my drone. The heroes say that they've got this under control, but I don't think that's true. Just look at how many variants there are, and look at the force field. It's almost going down. Just as the recorder finished that sentence, a large rumble and flash of blue light burst down. Thank you. The drone captured a dozen pillars of spiraling plasma energy shooting from the ground in novas of bright light. From the high vantage point of the drone, the beams looked small, but in reality each one was large enough to easily engulf a house. The destructive force behind them must have been phenomenal. The beams smashed into the force field in one final volley, and where they contacted, they superheated the force field, turning its pale blue color white hot.
Thank you.
And with that, the force field flickered for one last time. It broke apart under the final artillery volley formed the sea anemone variants, breaking apart from where the beams struck it.
No, no, no,
shouted the streamer, his voice drenched in desperation. Anybody out there, if you see this, please send some help. What's the AA doing? Shouted a man. Where's the panopticon? A woman joined in on the protest. Thank you. You know already that they are not here to defend them, said Aldrich. But I am. What? You're going to leave us here? Said a woman. If you know how much we go through, how much we've been abandoned, don't be another one to leave us. Don't go, her child shouted with her. Your safety will be guaranteed, said Aldrich. The variants are concentrated around the city center, so you are not under any immediate threat. Thank you. Even then, there may be a few stragglers here and there, so stay here where it is safe. I will have some of my forces guard you. If you do as I say, I can guarantee that of you will lose your lives in exchange. I want you to keep this stream open. I want you to watch. Aldrich began to step away from the crowd. His helmet reappeared in strands of black metal covering his face, combining together to form his spiked helm.
Thank you.
Draconic dark wings sprouted from Aldrich's back, unfurling majestically. I want you to bear witness. Witness me as I save your city. Aldrich crouched down before jumping, soaring into the air. His draconic wings flapped down, giving him lift as he shot through the open ceiling of the hangar. He landed in front of Minuteman. Portal Girl was not there, for Aldrich had given her a further mental command to warp away as far as possible to prevent Minuteman from seeing her.
Thank you. How are you holding up? Said Aldrich.
Minuteman sat on the mud and looked down at his shoulder and stomach. The wounds had patched over with an amorphous, blobby layer of raw pink skin. I feel better, but these things are taking longer to adapt to my body than I thought. Working with augmenters like you is the worst, groaned Eric as he knelt by Minuteman, overseeing his healing powers to make sure his growth pods did not suddenly turn into explosively growing tumors. Thank you. It takes ages for my growth pods to adapt to tougher, stronger cells like yours, but all things considered, you're recovering pretty fast.
Good,
said Aldrich. You should be back in action again soon enough, then. Minuteman nodded, yeah. He looked up at Aldrich, staring at his helmet. You know, with how you look, I almost 100% expected you to be a villain. The black and blood red with all those spikes, you know. Thank you. And you look exactly like what you are, a hero, said Aldrich. Minuteman paused for a moment of surprise before smiling. Thanks, but a hero? No, that might be what my job is, but that's not what I am. A hero saves the day all the time. I try to do what's right. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I fail. Minuteman shook his head. I'm far from being a real hero, like Vanguard. There is a difference between being a hero and being perfect, said Aldrich. Thank you. You aren't ready to fight yet, but soon you'll be healed enough to defend the people here. And where are you headed? Said Minuteman. To the city center. I'm going to end this, said Aldrich. I'm leaving 4 of my troops here, including Eric, who needs to stay to make sure nothing goes wrong with the recovery process. Everyone else I'm taking with me. I promise you. Minuteman stood up. Hey, I know you're a tough guy, but you shouldn't be standing like this, began Eric. Thank you, I have to stand for this, said Minuteman. Eric sighed. Augmenters, all of you are so hard-headed and impulsive. I promise you that everyone down there will be safe. Minuteman put a fist over his heart. I'll fight down to the very last fiber of my being to make sure that they'll get to see the sunrise tonight. It's the least I can do for you. And I owe you one, any time you need a favor down the road. As long as it's within my power, I'll try and get it done. A favor, is it? Thank you. I may be calling on you very soon then, said Aldrich. Just make sure you get through this alive or else I'll be left hanging. Minuteman smiled and nodded to Aldrich. Aldrich nodded in turn before he addressed his troops. It's time for us to move Kiros, gather your men. Have them carry your art piece back too. Alexis, choose 4 among your class to leave here. When you're done, follow me back to the mega complex. Your will shall be carried out, said Kiros. Thank you. He turned to his Death Knights and pointed at the crystallized shark variant. Carry that out, but make sure it is not damaged. Roger, said Alexis as she looked to the Blackwater A-class students, choosing who to leave behind. Aldrich unfurled his wings again, preparing to fly, but before he did, Minuteman spoke once more. Sorry to catch you right before you get out of this depressing spot, but I never did catch your name. I'm assuming you got a sign to go by, right? Said Minuteman.
Thank you. A sign, is it?
Aldrich paused for a moment. A sign was a code name. Something you went by as a hero or villain or mercenary or vigilante to avoid revealing your real name. It was something that Aldrich knew he had to make for himself sometime sooner or later, but things had developed so suddenly. Right after the Red Circle event, Aldrich was thrust into this mass-scale variant invasion. He had not had time yet to plan anything. What he did have, however, was a username.
Thank you.
A name from the same game that had started this entire journey. Thanatos, said Aldrich simply. He then jumped into the air with a heavy metallic click before his wings flapped, sending him soaring high into the night sky. Chapter 112, To Battle. Aldrich did not fly long. He moved about a kilometer away before landing in a flooded alleyway between a few crumbling Southside buildings.
Thank you.
There, Portal Girl stood on one of the roofs of the buildings, waving her arms towards Aldrich as he descended. How was Minuteman? Said Portal Girl.
He'll be fine,
said Aldrich as he landed beside her. You were correct in judging how much your power improved, exactly 1 kilometer of range. You've got a good grasp of your powers, considering how much I've trained with them. It would be a shame if I didn't, said Portal Girl. Thank you. She looked not towards the city center, where occasional explosions and bursts of light flashed, but towards the dark south side, where Minuteman was. But if it hadn't been for men and women like Minuteman, people that you can really look up to, I don't think I would have ever made it here. I just wish I could have thanked him and Miles for saving me. I see. Aldrich looked up at the night sky, remembering the faces of his parents, people he had looked up to.
Thank you.
He remembered when he was a kid, he would have his parents make heroic poses in front of him, and he would smile and laugh and promise to be like them. That had obviously not worked out, but he still remembered what it felt like back then, to hope and to look up. It was a good feeling, and he did not begrudge anyone from having it just because he could not. When all is said and done, when I've made my position in this world, people will know my powers, or at the least a general idea of them. Thank you. At that point, you'll have your chance to thank Minuteman. Until then, though, we need to fight, said Aldrich. Fight. Portal Girl nodded more to herself. Taking in a breath to psych herself up, she looked at her hand. It trembled. She balled it up. Are you nervous? Said Aldrich. Yes, I always am, especially before a fight, said Portal Girl. But during the fight, it all goes away. Thank you. I get swept up by what I need to do, the lives I need to save, the people I need to watch out for, and then it's all strangely calm. You have a natural talent for fighting, then, for war, said Aldrich. There are plenty who never get past that initial nervousness. It simply isn't in their nature, but it is for you now. Let's see how far we can cultivate this talent of yours. Aldrich grasped Portal Girl around the waist and then flapped his wings, soaring into the air while carrying her.
Thank you.
So where are we going again? Stammered Portal Girl as she looked away from Aldrich, down to the cityscape below to hide a faint blush. Mega complex nearby. Most of my forces are there. Once we get there and regroup, we will mobilize out, and there you will play a key role in moving my legion, said Aldrich. A key role? You trust me with that much? Said Portal Girl. Thank you. I don't have an issue with it. It's just, since I literally just graduated from being a trainee, I've never really been in a big operation. There is no better teacher than pressure, and I can sense that you are the type that performs best under it, said Aldrich. He flew through the skies until he spotted the looming structure of the mega complex. Christ, said Portal Girl as she looked down at the courtyard. Thank you there. The massive bone stakes from Aldrich's first entry remained, several fishmen impaled upon them. Does that sight bother you? Said Aldrich. I think it would have before I changed. But now, no, I don't feel much if anything at all, said Portal Girl. Good. Because where we are headed, you will see far more of that. Aldrich noted that it seemed that all humans that became undead became far more resistant to the sight of gore and death. Thank you. It was very probable that they, like Aldrich and Valera, also began to see human lives as less significant, but he wondered whether that would change for people that valued lives strongly before turning into undead. It was an experiment he would conduct at a later time. Aldrich swooped into the balcony of the mega-complex's top floor. There, his wing retracted into his armor as he landed. Valera and Casimir were at the balcony, and they moved aside to make way for his landing.
Thank you.
Aldrich put Portal Girl down. Ah, so this is the new addition you spoke of, said Valera as she eyed Portal Girl up and down, her slit-pupiled red and black eyes narrowed in pure judgment. She seems too fragile. Liable to snap in half under a strong breeze. We aren't using her for her physical strength. It's her utility with her portal powers, said Aldrich. A flux altar now? That is a rarity indeed, said Casimir. Thank you. It took me several long years to find Cubehead, a potent flux altar in his own right, and enter him into my service. No doubt your talents will be very much appreciated here. Casimir reached a gloved hand out. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Casimir. Eileen, nodded Portal Girl as she shook Casimir's hand. She reached out her hand to Valera with a smile. Valera crossed her arms and stared at Portal Girl with an intimidating expression that made her nearly flinch. Thank you. Portal creation is nothing too special. There are plenty of half-wit mages that can do it. Mages? A look of confusion struck on Portal Girl's face. A topic for later, said Aldrich. For now, we need to get moving. The force field is already down. Every second counts from now on. Casimir, I'm leaving behind Flaregan and your reanimated Red Circle staff. I'll be taking the rest of the forces stationed here if you do not mind. Thank you. With this rather macabre sight you've laid down there, Casimir pointed to the staked-up fishmen. None of our fishy friends have dared to step foot in here, so do not worry much for my safety. Carry on doing the big, flashy, explosive things you always do. You said everyone, right? So that means I'm going, yeah? Called out Fisk from inside the room. Do you want to face an army of variants that want to eat you limb from limb? Sad Aldrich. I'm fine right here, actually. Thank you. Have a bit of back pain, I just remembered, said Fisk immediately. You won't be sitting here idle either. Fisk, you and Spybird have net connectivity now. Spybird still has several of his drones here. Get them ready and set to broadcast. You two will be my media coverage, said Aldrich. Got it, boss, said Fisk. See you soon on telescreen. Spybird raised his canteen of liquor up to Aldrich and a cheers before getting to work in front of a laptop screen. Our troops are ready to mobilize. Thank you. At your command, they will move to the edges of the designated battlefield where they will lie in hiding. There, they will wait until your signal, at which point Valera turned to Portal Girl and leered at her. You will use your powers to move our troops into the battlefield in one grand entrance. I will say this now, as the one closest to the Master. I do not tolerate any amount of failure. I promise I won't fail. I'll try my best, said Portal Girl with pep.
Thank you. I do admire that will of yours. See to it that it is not empty bluster. Go downstairs and join the troops, said Valera. Roger that. Portal Girl nodded to Valera as she ran out the room. I could have flown her down, said Aldrich. I doubt the elevator works anymore. Ah, but master, you will be busy flying me, said Valera. I thought you were going to take Crow down to the battlefield, said Aldrich. That way I can make a solo entrance in front of the Central District's walls.
Thank you. You can just take me halfway there, said Valera shyly. I must save my stamina, you see. Plus, why does that little girl get to fly with you and not me? I understand, said Aldrich. He boldly held Valera tight around her waist, and she looked up at him with a blush that stood out strongly against her pale skin. He looked down at her. Feel comfortable? Yes, Valera squeaked out. Then we're going now.
Thank you.
Aldrich flew into the air with Valera held to his side, his draconic wings stretched out as they carried him to the center of the city, where the final battle would be. Ah, to fly with my master, there is nothing better in the world, said Valera, as she happily swayed her head from side to side while holding onto Aldrich with both her arms. Technically, it is I who am flying you, stated Volantis in a completely matter-of-fact voice. Quiet scrap, pouted Valera. Thank you. You are ruining the moment. Aldrich smiled beneath his helm at the argument between the two. It was a brief but appreciated moment of levity before the raging storm of the fight soon to come. Chapter 113. Holding the Wall, Haven City Center. At the top of the walls, most walls around cities followed the Panopticon's anti-variant wall design consisting of hundreds of segments of reinforced neosteel plating. Thank you. Each of these segments could easily be detached and reattached for ease of repair, allowing the Panopticon to maintain walls throughout the world with incredible efficiency. When the walls needed to stand strong, tethering bolts and a powerful magnetic attachment system between each segment kept them tightly welded together, granting it a flashy, futuristic blue glow between its many parts.
Thank you.
The top layer of each wall consisted of segments that were relatively hollow inside, allowing for the movement of people throughout the walls. These hollow segments fed out into control towers perched atop the walls, which monitored and maintained the wall's structural integrity. The towers also connected to the wall's many defense and surveillance systems. Thank you. Inside Control Tower 12, the largest one perched atop the main gate leading into and out of the inner district, a massive crowd of heroes gathered together, packing together to watch a movie screen-sized monitor projecting what lay outside the walls. A seemingly unending army of fishmen and aquatic variants, and a distinct lack of a force field. The fishmen had charged forwards with feral fury, clawing and banging at the exposed walls. Thank you. However, their claws were too weak to pierce through several layers of neosteel plating. Even the larger crabmen with their sizable bulk, enhanced might, and bludgeoning claws could barely even dent the walls. As long as those walls hold up, we can still hold out, said Mothman, who, as his hero name would suggest, was a mutant with moth traits. As far as mutants went, though, his mutations were not that severe.
Thank you.
He was mostly man, just with chitin-plated white skin, antennae, large spotted moth wings, and mandibles. He was a C+ rank hero on his way to being promoted to the B rank. That is, if he survived the night. No, this won't last. Seismic set his square jaw as he looked at the monitor from the very front, his tree trunk-like arms crossed together. Thank you. Even though the heroes packed together through the rest of the room, they kept the space around Seismic empty, respecting his A-rank authority and the sheer aura of strength he gave out. Not when they have those? The monitor showed 10 domes of swirling water glowing bright blue as a dozen mermen raised their long, slimy, and scaled arms up into the air. They moved their lipless mouths in unison as they chanted. Thank you. From their bony fingertips, streaks of energy fed into the water dome, powering it. From within, the dark outline of tank-sized plasma anemone variants shuddered before unleashing massive pillars of bright blue hydroplasma. The plasma beams that shut down the force field now crashed full force against the particularly thickly plated front gate of the walls.
Thank you.
Superheated explosions that glowed first blue, then super-hot white sprawled out from the point of impact, leaving behind a gaping crater of glowing white metal that dripped liquid neosteel and crumbled heat-absorbent ceramic scale plating meant to absorb heat, but there was a limit to it. But 10 plasma beams, each of which was capable of turning a heavy battle tank into smoking scrap, was way beyond its capabilities. Another volley or two from that, and the front gate would be down. "Thank you. Y'all see that shit? We gotta haul ass out of here, like now," said Race Fiend, a C-class hero known for trying to obnoxiously advertise his horrible sneaker line whenever he got the chance. "Genius idea," said Mothman with pure sarcasm leached into his voice. "All flying craft were used for evacuation. The roads are still flooded, and the gates aren't opening from system failures with the storm. So where the hell do you plan on going, huh? You might as well throw yourself off this wall. Thank you. Any flyers out here, I'll pay you 50k credits to get me out of here," said Race Fiend, ignoring Mothman. "Yeah, I'll do it," said a mutant hero with avian wings. "What? I'll pay 70k. Shit, I'll wire you my life savings. Can't spend jack shit if I'm dead. No, let me go first." The room of heroes descended into utter chaos as they forgot about holding out and argued among themselves as to who left while the flyers tried to see if they could make a quick buck while running. "Thank you, shut up," roared Seismic, and his voice bellowed out in waves so powerful they almost ruptured the eardrums of those closest to him. His outburst silenced the room, and after waiting a few seconds, he spoke again. "Rocketman's contacted the Panopticon the moment the storm lifted. A Class 5 drone response should be here within the next 40 minutes. Class 5? You must be out of your mind if you think that's going to be saving us, old man," said a hero. "Thank you. I could scrap 5 of those bots myself, and you think that they're going to save the day?" "Why aren't you fighting, Seismic?" shouted another hero. "You're supposed to be an A-ranker. Show us how great you are, you fucking coward. I thought you were different from Hat Trick, that slimy shit that ran the moment something went wrong, but in the end, you're just as much of a fraud as he is."
Thank you.
Seismic cracked his neck, his enormous trapezius muscles flexing, his expression turning murderously fierce, and that simple gesture silenced the room again. The point of a Class 5 response isn't in how strong each drone is, it's in their sheer numbers. 1,000 will swarm the variants down there, giving us breathing room to fight without drowning in a horde of scaly bodies, said Seismic. His murderous expression faded in an instant as he became calm again. "Thank you. But we need to wait until it comes. The plasma anemones fire in intervals of 10 minutes, and it'll take 2 volleys to melt down the front gate completely. When the front gate goes down, we go down there. We hold out for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. That's all you need to do. Then the drones get here, and that'll give me enough room to kill the leaders of this army. All the rest of you have to do is to hold the line. Thank you. Make sure the 150,000 plus civilians hold up behind these walls. Don't get ripped apart piece by piece. Is that so fucking hard?" There was a moment of tense silence as the crowd of heroes remained still unconvinced. There are a few thousand HCPD still here as well. They live here. This is their home. Their girlfriends, wives, parents, kids, everything they've built up with their lives is here. Many of them will fight. I know it. Thank you, because there's no greater motivation to fight than to know the life of your child depends on your fists. Seismic scanned the room of heroes. That leaves most of you. 300 men and women that went through 4 years of training and 2 years of apprenticeship to call yourselves heroes. About half of you live in Haven. Seismic looked around and pointed at a young hero wearing an ice-themed blue costume. "You. I remember reading your file. You live here, don't you?" "Yes." "Thank you. You actually read my file?" said Icicle, the hero in question. A C ranker who would have never expected an A ranker like Seismic to give him the time of day. "I had Rocketman compile your files when we holed up behind the walls, so I would know the men and women I was going to fight with," said Seismic. "So tell me, young man, who do you have here?" "A wife and a son," said Icicle. And you're going to leave them just like that, even if you run? Is that what you want to show your kid? Thank you. You're back as you run away? Not as you fight, said Seismic. Issachel shook his head. About half of you have planted your roots down in this city, said Seismic. You are the trunk of support for your loved ones. Do you want to leave now? Do you want to let these variants tear those roots you've worked so hard to plant? I'm scared, but I won't let my dad's last moments be in fear and pain, said a hero, a woman's serpentine facial feature. He's suffered enough already with mutant cancer. Thank you. I'll fight with you, Seismic. I'll go too, said Mothman. Don't have anyone I love here, but I'm not about to run either. Yeah, if it'll give my girl a chance, then I'll do anything I can, chimed in another hero. Like this, Seismic saw many of the heroes resolve themselves to joining him. Most of them were those that, as he had pointed out, lived in Haven. However, half of the heroes were rotating transplants that went from city to city based on where the AA assigned them. Thank you. Yeah, screw that. I'm out of here, said Racefield. One such transplant. Don't have anyone I care about in this shitty little city, and my sneaker sales have been dog shit down here because of you-know-what art looks like. Racefield started to walk out of the control room, and as he did so, he gave many like-minded heroes the courage to file out behind him. Chapter 114, Bonus Culling the Weak. Wait, stop, said Mothman. Fucking yellow-bellied cowards. Thank you, Net. Connection's up now. We'll get Rocketman to broadcast that all of you are leaving. You think the people and police still here will take kindly to that? They'll tear you to pieces before the variants get to you? Racefiend paused before he spoke up. Any flyers here? If you want a fat bonus to your cred account, then come with me. If you got family here or want to just die, then that's cool. That's all on you. Thank you. But all of you that don't to suicide yourselves down there, I'm up to pay you out. Rocket Man, a short, balding man with square glasses that looked like he belonged at a basic office desk, and indeed, he was seated at the front by the controls, turned in his swiveling chair and pointed a stubby, accusing finger towards the levers. I have this recorded. You'll never be able to work as a hero again with what you've said here, said Rocket Man, and neither will anyone that flies you out. Thank you. Racefiend shrugged. Yeah, dunno, man. This shit ain't it for me if I have to throw away my life like that. Liked the fame and the perks, but this, nah, it's not worth. Plus, the merc market's pretty big. Don't think I'll be lacking for job opportunities down the road. Flyers, too. They're always in demand. No reason to die here, it's just business. Let them go, said Seismic. We don't need people that have no will to fight here. It'll just drag us down.
Thank you.
Glad we have an understanding, said Racefiend, with a smug smile behind his yellow Thunderbolt-themed visor. He turned back to the door, only to find that his way was blocked by a girl, a masked girl that reached up to around his shoulders, not tall, a little on the shorter side, but her gear made it very apparent that she was a pretty big deal.
Thank you.
Her mask acted as a high-tech helm, sleek in its design with some ornamental curved edges around the forehead and a glowing V-shaped line that encompassed her eyes. She wore a white biker jacket stained in mud and blood, form-fitting black leggings made of arachno-hex weave, and low-heeled greaves that glowed with pockets of yellow energy.
Thank you.
Around her waist were 2 utility belts with various pockets likely holding a wide range of gadgets, and attached to that was a sheath of segmented white metal for a katana. Huh, you want to join us? Said Racefiend. Can you fly? All of you are fine not being heroes, said the woman. Her voice filtered out through a modulator that distorted it slightly. Like I said, merc market's thriving these days. And with the AA shitting the bed like this, it'll only get better, said Racefiend. Thank you. So nah, I'm not a hero anymore. Good. I don't like killing heroes. The woman unsheathed her blade, and it unclicked with a crackle and flash of golden energy. In the next instant, her blade of crystalline gold swung out in a clean arc that traveled from Racefiend's waist through his shoulder. Racefiend managed out one last utterance before his body split at the cut, his 2 chunks falling onto the clean floor in a pile of blood and bared organs.
Thank you.
The flyers and heroes that tagged along with Racefiend shrieked in fear and stumbled backwards. The heroes went up in immediate alarm, pointing their weapons and powers at the woman. "Go ahead," said the woman. Her body started to shimmer, as if wrapped up in heat waves made of faint, transparent gold. "But you'll never get through my barriers, and you'll only be tiring yourselves out when the real enemy is there." "Thank you." She pointed her blade towards the monitor that still projected the armies of fishmen surrounding the walls. "Who are you?" Seismic's deep voice echoed out. "I have no sign," said the woman. "But you can consider me a vigilante. I will be on your side against the variants." "On our side? You just killed one of us," shouted a hero. "One of you," he admitted himself. He wasn't a hero. At this point, he was just an unnecessary variable. "Thank you. And to solve an equation this complex, it's always best to call the variables that get in your way," said the woman flatly. "For all of you heroes that run, I will remember you. And believe me, I never forget. I will track you down, and I will find you. No matter where you go, where you hide, I will kill you, because there are no rules or laws that hold me back, and because out of all the filth I see in this world, the type I despise the most are those that leave others behind."
Thank you.
"Vigilante freak, we'll arrest you right here and now," said another hero. "Stop," said Seismic. "We have no energy to be fighting like this. Get out of my sight, Vig, unless you want to fight me." The woman paused for a moment, staring at Seismic's towering figure, and saw no real hostility in his dark brown eyes. She nodded at him. "I'll be out of sight then," said the woman as she turned and stepped to the exit door.
Thank you.
It opened up when it registered her presence, indicating that she had a fake CID on her that allowed her to masquerade as a hero, or had stolen one from a hero, as only heroes could move through city walls. "Until I see you outside the gates, yeah." Seismic did not respond, but his silence was an answer in of itself. He could not admit outright he wanted to enlist the aid of a vigilante that had murdered a registered hero right in front of his eyes. "Thank you." He could have cared less about Racefiend dying, and honestly, he would have more than wanted a capable fighter like the vigilante to fight with him. But the optics were too bad to voice his thoughts out loud, so an accepting silence was all he offered. "Understood," said the woman as she left, the doors closing behind her. This left the crowd of heroes in dumbfounded silence, staring at Racefiend's body. "Stop staring at a dead man." "Thank you. It won't bring him back to life," said Seismic, as he locked in the massive, plated bracers around his forearms. "Rocket Man, inform the police forces that any of them that want to fight should join me, but make sure they have access to, at the minimum, a frame or heavy vehicle. Keep at least half in the city to defend the civilians." Seismic nodded to the heroes, and voice grew more commanding. "The rest of you suit up and follow me to the gates. We make our stand now." "Thank you." Chapter 115. Undead Assemble. Aldrich spotted the designated halfway point to the battlefield from the air. This was a large park called Flowerfield, the largest park in Haven, located a little bit aways from the city center. Far enough away that one could hear the rumble of countless fishmen moving by the center district walls, but not close enough to actually see any of it. "Thank you." The park was a central linking point that connected all 4 districts of Haven, and throughout the week, it usually bustled with people on morning or evening walks. The park was perhaps the most universal spot in the city because it lay outside of the central district's walls and was open to everyone. All walks of life enjoyed it, whether they were rich or poor, privileged or down on their luck, young or old. Now, though, it was completely empty. "Thank you." The rolling hills of grassy green were drenched with flood-level water, reducing them to soggy mud. The pretty engineered flowers that bloomed all year round were wilted underwater or crushed underfoot by variants or fleeing humans. On top of this, there was the ghastly sight of countless bodies littering the park, mostly of civilians and policemen that had been caught in the initial variant attack. "Thank you." Their bodies were torn apart, many of them missing limbs or heads, and in comparison there were only a precious few variant corpses to pay for it. This attack had truly taken Haven by complete and utter surprise. Even then, a vast majority of Haven's 5 million citizens had either escaped, been evacuated, or killed. Despite how bad this looked, the Panopticon did have tested and practiced evacuation methods that worked.
Thank you.
That left the poorest few farthest from the city center, where most transport was. These poor few survived slogging through armies of variant fishmen to seek refuge behind the central district's walls after finding that all evac and transport was gone. Aldrich had no clear estimate on how many people were left and how many people had died. However, he would not be surprised to hear that over 1 million people had died. Thank you. Before the altering, that death count would have been unfathomable to developed society. But nowadays, when variant threats loomed and before the monstering, power-addled villains initiated wars and crises globally, 1 million dead was bad, horrible even, but not out of expectations. Impressive. So that girl does have some use after all, said Valera as she hugged Aldrich's waist. Her armor was not yet on, baring her face. Thank you. Her jet-black hair fluttered behind her head as the wind passed, bearing an expression of pure focus as she looked down. Portals were opening all around the park. They emerged from distorting ripples of space like blooming flowers, and their purple light replaced the color the dead flowers once provided the park. 7 portals in total opened, each of them around 8 meters in diameter. From these portals, all of Aldrich's undead emerged. Thank you. All of the variants that had bestial forms emerged, including both his undead variants and those he had raised from the game world. The mud crabs, the alpha striker, the alloy wing eagle, the big arm grizzly, the blood spitter lizard, the antlion, all of them jumped out the portals, making their way around the park. The troll chieftain followed behind them, scratching his back lazily as he did so. Then came Aldrich's higher personnel. Thank you. The Geist, this time carrying the cursed rock axe the troll chieftain once wielded. Stella wrapped up in a new costume to make up for her utterly torn-apart last one. Her new costume was a basic bodysuit of black and gold that Casimir had on hand from the Red Circle. It had no real special effects other than strong heat resistance and good durability for its light weight, but that was all she really needed. From another portal emerged 10 of Blackwater's A-class.
Thank you.
Alexis led them, and they streamed out with confident poise, all of them ready to fight. Aldrich's zombie giant emerged from an entire portal by itself, rolling out and sprawling out across the soggy grass because its 12-meter bulk had needed to really hunker down to pass through the portal. Chiros leaped through a portal and landed with a twirl of style, though he did grimace at the dirty mud beneath his red greaves.
Thank you.
His 15 Death Knights streamed out in marching formation, 2 of them carrying the crystallized shark variant on their shoulders. The death wheel rolled out behind them, its wheel of fused spines clicking and clattering as the many skulls at its center chattered in readiness for war. Crow also took up an entire portal by himself, hopping through one carefully to make sure he did not clip the edges with his massive wingspan. Thank you. The rest of Aldrich's outer circle undead streamed out last, taking several portals on their own. This first consisted of 50 fishmen that Aldrich had raised. The fishmen were generally a low-tier fighting force that was more a distraction. On average, they ranged from levels 7 to 10, with slightly stronger ones at the 10 to 14 threshold.
Thank you.
50 did not seem like a large number of fishmen to have considering their individual weakness, but it was a number that would infinitely replenish on the battlefield, making it seem far larger than it actually was once Aldrich started to spam mass raise undead. Aldrich also had 20 Red Circle staff zombies, but he had left them with Casimir at the mega-complex. Casimir's stronger staff like Walters, Smoke, and Hirondelle were also there to guard him. Thank you. The biggest change to Aldrich's outer circle was that as part of his preparation, he had cleaned out and reorganized the undead within it. He used Create Greater Undead, first ring, to replace his skeletons and lower-leveled undead from his Create Undead, first ring, spell with zombeasts and dildacasts. In total, Aldrich prepped 3 zombeasts and 4 dildacasts, all of them level 15. The zombeasts leaped out of the portals on all 4s. Thank you. They were huge creatures, easily the size of an armored car, and looked to be strange, stitched together, Frankensteinian fusions of various animals. They were all four-legged with body parts from larger animals like lions, crocodiles, hippos, and so on. The Deal-de-Gast spirits followed behind, smoky darkness trailing behind their wispy forms of rusted armor and bare skulls. Thank you. They carried great swords in their hands, and though their offensive power was far weaker than what their huge swords might have suggested, they could thrust their great blades down to create spirit boundaries that would give Aldrich a huge, large-scale advantage throughout the battlefield. Just 4 Deal-de-Gasts were enough to give most of Aldrich's army coverage if placed evenly apart, and the obscuring smoke from these fields would also wreak confusing havoc among the fishmen ranks. Thank you. The only issue was that the Deal-de-Gasts potentially stopped tech on the side of the heroes. But Aldrich figured he would be doing most of the heavy lifting here anyway. On top of this, Aldrich eliminated his evil eyes and replaced them with 2 grave wards. One grave ward was on its way to monitor Blackwater for the future, while another grave ward now floated towards the battlefield to survey it closely. Thank you. This was because Aldrich had hidden his storm high up in the sky behind natural cloud cover. He had also made the jellyfish dim down their natural bioluminescence, minimizing their presence. This had the downside of making it so that Aldrich did not have a close view of the battlefield yet, but he would get that with the grave ward. What took up most of Aldrich's outer circle spots was this very storm, the mass network of jellyfish still floating in the sky. Thank you. They numbered up a total of 150 jellyfish with a level 30 anglerfish at their center, but it had already paid for far how many unit spots it took. The storm alone had completely neutered the aerial forces the variants fielded, not only hamstringing the variant army, but also ensuring that it had no reliable way to deal with the storm positioned so high up. Thank you. To the fishmen, it would have seemed that their storm had suddenly short-circuited, blowing up in an accident to destroy their air forces before dissolving. In reality, it was no accident, and now the storm lay very much intentionally in position above cloud cover, ready to float down and surprise the variants to unleash heavenly devastation upon Aldrich's signal. The storm was slow-moving, however. Thank you. It would take 5 minutes for it to get down in range to strike the ground with reliable accuracy. Aldrich would have to time its appearance well. With this, Aldrich's army was complete. He saw as his forces gathered fully in the park. Portal Girl appearing last out of one of her portals. The portals closed behind her, and the purple light illuminating the park faded. Thank you. Instead, the wispy smoke from the Deal-de-Gasts now filled the air in ominous curls like the smoke before a raging fire's start, and in this case, that would be the flames of war. "Isn't it beautiful, Master?" said Valera as she hugged around Aldrich's neck, her fangs baring in excitement. "How much you have accomplished in such a short time. How many that are now within your legion?" "How much we have accomplished," corrected Aldrich. "All of us. Thank you, from the lowliest of skeleton to you, my most valued companion." "Valued companion?" said Valera. "Oh, I do love hearing your praises, Master." Her voice grew lower, almost a whisper. "Though I wish I was more," she blushed as she put a hand on Aldrich's helmeted face. "Do not touch me so casually, woman," said Volantis, utterly destroying the moment with zero sense of self-awareness. "Okay, now you've done it. When this is over, I'm going to be fighting you, you hear me?"
"Thank you,"
said Valera as her brow twitched and a wrinkle of stress formed on her usually perfectly smooth forehead. "I welcome the challenge," said Volantis. "There is nothing better than to feel the might of those with strong bones crashing against my steel." Chapter 116, Camaraderie. Aldrich shook his head, though he did very slightly smile behind his helmet. "Cut it out, you two? It's time we get serious. There is never a moment I take lightly," stated Volantis, "and the same is true for me."
"Thank you,"
said Valera as he turned her face up, not wanting to be outdone. "Whenever my master needs me to fight or to lead, I will always be ready to serve." "Look at that, something you two have in common," said Aldrich. He flapped his draconic wings and landed at the center of his undead. Valera detached from him and stood beside him. Her armor materialized, and this time It was different.
Thank you.
She did not wear her usual heavy set of black armor and thick bone plates with its massive shoulder pauldrons and bulky bucket-like helmet. Instead, she wore a sleeker armor, still a thorough full-body armor, but one that clung tighter to her body, showing the outline of her curves. This armor set completely abandoned the image of a sturdy and knightly defender that her previous set bore.
Thank you.
The metalwork of this new set was crude and brutal, with warped spikes jutting from the many black metal segments that built it up. A tattered dark red cloak extended behind her back, the cloak of a knight who had long since abandoned any pretense of keeping up a pristine image, descending into feral hunger, where all that mattered was the fight. Valora's helmet grew around her, emerging from metal segments around her neck that clicked as they formed over her face. Thank you. The segments combined together to create the visage of a savage wolf with bloody red eye slits and an open mouth studded with glowing red spikes that acted as teeth. This was the Mark of the Beast Hound set. Mark of the Beast armor sets were said to be crafted by a legendary demon blacksmith who reveled in madness of all kinds. He was one of the favored smiths of Carnassus, the demon god of war, and his sets reflected the pure savage brutality that the war god loved. Thank you. Each of the sets were formed in the image of fierce animals, and all of them were utterly suited towards melee fighters who focused on raw, bloody offense. In particular, berserkers like Valera held top compatibility with these armors. Out there, in a war zone free for all, she could make the best use of her monstrous physical stats as a bloody fighter, not as a defender. "You look good," said Aldrich. "I look forward to seeing you fight in that."
Thank you.
"Oh, if you look at my body like that, Master, I do not know what I will do." Valera licked her lips under her helmet. "I promise you, Master, I will bring you no less than 100 spines as a token of my appreciation for you. I appreciate the thought, but hold off on the spines for a bit. It doesn't look great on camera to be waving them around," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Spines were not the first thing that popped into his head when he thought about a gift, but if that was what got Valera going, then all the power to her. Plus, in the end, Aldrich appreciated the thought behind it. "As for the rest of you, my legion," began Aldrich, "thank you for gathering here." All of his undead showed their respects to him. The humanoid undead bowed their heads. The knights and Chiros knelt down.
Thank you.
The four-legged monsters like the natural variants and the zombeasts laid down low and growled or grunted in recognition. The death wheel tilted and chattered its teeth. "Gej! Geez, so many new friends," said the Geist as it hopped up and down, waving its huge club of cursed black rock like a toy. "Don't get too attached to him," said Stella as she stood beside the Geist with arms crossed. "Large-scale battle like this, you have no idea who lives and who dies." "She's right," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He looked around to all his undead. Countless, incredibly different pairs of eyes stared at him. Some were human, some were slit-pupiled, some were blank, some were red, some yellow, some green. "Out there, in that chaos, there is no guarantee I can protect all of you." "Geh," said the Geist sadly. "That said, so long as of you are completely destroyed, I can regenerate you with my mist of undeath," said Aldrich. "Thank you. And all of you are no longer weak mortals of flesh and blood where a lost organ or limb holds you back. No, you are undead. You will never tire. You will never fear. So fight. Fight, knowing that no longer are you restrained by your mortal coils." A rousing energy spread throughout the Legion as Aldrich's words reached them. "Oh, I almost forgot," Eileen said suddenly. Her sudden outburst made all of the undead turn to her, growing quiet as they waited to see what she had to say. "Thank you." What?" said Eileen shyly as she saw so many eyes on her. "Did I do something wrong?" "No. Go ahead," said Aldrich. "What did you need to say?" Aldrich's words gave her confidence, and Eileen said, "I almost forgot to bring these over. The technos said they would take a bit of time to get ready. But I figure they're done now." She clapped her hands together and another portal formed in front of her. A smaller one this time, half the size of her usual. "Thank you." From there, several dozen drones zipped out one by one like a flock of mechanical birds, hovering in the air in a V formation above the Legion. None of the drones were outfitted with weapons. No, instead they bore large camera lenses, in a way perhaps that was a weapon far greater than any gun, the weapon of image, especially in this day and age where news cycles and social media dominated what everyone saw. Thank you. The drones were roughly covered in metal plating, the handiwork of Spybird doing modifications within the hour. The work seemed amateurish, with large bolts screwing down roughly hammered into shape metal plates. But somehow, it just worked. "Excellent work, Portal Girl," said Aldrich as he stared up at the fleet of drones. Each was about the size of a motorcycle, and a fleet of them could get decent coverage over the battlefield. "You've done great so far." "Thanks," said Eileen shyly. "Thank you. Your duty is not done yet," said Valera as she crossed her arms. "To warp all of us in the Master at the battlefield itself. At the very right moment, now that is your greatest task. I will be looking carefully to see whether you are capable of pulling your weight within this legion." "I won't disappoint," Eileen said with pep, putting a fist over her chest. It seems you do have potential after all," said Valera as she turned away from her. "I can admire it."
Thank you.
Eileen watched Valera's back, disappointed she could barely impress the knightly woman. Stella came up to Eileen and playfully punched the younger woman's shoulder. "Don't take anything she does too personally," said Stella. "She's just strict and real jealous. But deep down, she does care about you, about all of us." "Jealous?" Portal Girl stared at Valera, then at Aldrich, then back at Valera. She saw Valera's eyes flash with pure passion and desire behind the jaws of her helmet. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Aldrich stared out at his undead, oblivious, or perhaps not giving much thought to it for now. Oh, right. How could I have not seen it? You're that dense?" Stella raised a brow and shrugged. "Guess you're still young, but yeah, that's how it is." "Are they? Official?" said Portal Girl. "Dunno. But they might as well be," said Stella. She looked down to see Portal Girl's hand trembling. "But that's not all that important right now."
"Thank you."
Stella patted Portal Girl's shoulder comfortingly. "Come on, you're nervous. I'll tell you about one thing that really calms me down in situations like this." "Thanks," said Portal Girl. "I've never been in a really big battle before, so any tips you can give I'd appreciate." "Yeah, then here's this. When you step out there, just focus on the big freaking explosions. Those are sure to keep you excited." "Thank you." "Just the way they crash and light up and roast everything around them." Stella continued, smiling near manically as she absorbed herself into thinking about the explosions she would make. All the while, Portal Girl just nodded uncomfortably at Stella, wondering whether everyone in this legion had a screw loose in them. Aldrich watched as one of the newly arrived recording drones hovered in front of his face. He stared into its large camera lenses. "Thank you." In a sort of way, they looked like giant metal bugs with compound eyes made of lenses. "Spybird, Fisk, are you all set up?" "Duh. Ready to go, though my grasp over control's a little shaky." The drone shuddered from side to side for a bit. "A little much to drink." "Then you shouldn't be doing this." "Hand it over to Fisk," said Aldrich flatly. "Bah was joke." "You're too serious," said Spybird. The drone started to hover properly again.
"Thank you."
"I would take a joke if there wasn't more probable cause for you being too drunk," said Aldrich. "In any case, it's good to hear that everything's in place. Cover as much of the battlefield as you can. Stay out of danger. And when I give Fisk telepathic signals, he'll inform you of spots to avoid when I call down my own air support." "Got it," said Spybird. From refugee to black market drone maker to documentary filmer, how my life changes. "Thank you." With that, the drone fleet flew high in the air, ready to survey the battlefield. That was when Aldrich heard the eerie sound of the anemone variants firing again. Their combined volley unleashed a strange sound reminiscent of a whale's high-itched, ghostly wail, except with far more concussive force. "Checking the battlefield," said Aldrich as he put 2 fingers to the side of his helmet, linking with the Grave Ward. "Thank you." The Grave Ward had been portaled over near the battlefield before any other unit, and it was now in position to survey the fight. "I follow in your lead, my master." Valera put a finger to the side of her helm as well, linking with the Grave Ward. Among all the undead, She alone was Aldrich's chosen, was capable of linking with other undead, a phenomenon that made her the most suitable to be a sub-commander. Together, Aldrich and Valera watched the battlefield from a high vantage point. Thank you. Several dozens of meters in the air, far enough to be away from stray attacks, but close enough to make out practically everything important. The anemone variants had fired into the front gates again. When the static-filled cloud of faint blue mist conjured up from the explosion of beams parted, it reveled now a deep molten hole at over 10 meters deep. Thank you. If Aldrich recalled correctly, standard panopticon defensive anti-variant walls were 15 meters thick and 50 meters tall, meaning that just one extra volley would completely blow open the gates that gave the defenders inside of the walls at the maximum 10 minutes to prepare. How will the mortals fend for themselves, I do wonder, said Valera. Most of them seem so weak and fragile, and they lack any form of magic. Thank you. It is hard to see how they will ever stave off that tide of sea monsters. This world and its humans are scrappier than you think. They've learned and adapted, and you shouldn't underestimate modern technology, said Aldrich. They've ran out of ammunition for all the wall turrets and cannons, but Haven's Center District has the enough resources and military tech to put up a fight.
Thank you.
The evac probably took all the aircraft, and those would have given them the biggest advantage here, but they still have most of their higher-end police equipment. Medium-class battle tanks, various models of frames, and a few mechs. Thank you. In the past, before the altering, it would have been unfathomable for police forces to have firepower on the order of tanks. But with the rise of variant threats and threatened humanity as a whole, humanity managed to, for once in its history, set aside its differences and band together. Conflict between countries became obsolete in the face of existential variant crises. Thank you. Under the guidance of the Panopticon, countries rerouted the vast majority of their military resources in joining the United Front, UF, a worldwide alliance of countries against variants. The military forces that did not go into the UF were then broken up and diverted into their police forces, turning ordinary police into a force capable of not only ensuring order in communities, but also fending against variants when the time came. Mechs, like those clumsy dwarven contraptions?
Thank you, said Valera.
Right. Aldrich recalled that in Elden World, the dwarven race could create mechs. They were more steampunk-themed, though, running off of magic crystal steam engines with large, clunky-looking metal bodies, whereas modern tech was sleeker and far more versatile. Similar, but better, said Aldrich. The biggest issue is numbers. The humans are at a massive disadvantage on that front. Thank you. Even with a few tanks and mechs, it still isn't enough to hold the line against that many variants. There must be over 100,000 of them, and I doubt the humans can cough up more than 1,000 heroes and police to fight with. Not to mention that no ordinary tank or mech is ever going to deal with the stronger variants in that army, or the leader. Ah, that one, said Valera. She clenched her fist. A metal creak sounded with the sheer pressure of her grip. Thank you. How I would love to offer that one's spine to you, but I am not confident I can defeat it. I trust your judgment, Valera. But how did you come to this conclusion? You only briefly saw it, right? Said Aldrich. From your memories, all I could see were glimpses of its appearance. As Aldrich as chosen undead, Valera's close mental tie with Aldrich meant he could also see her memories. Yes, from a great distance away, said Valera. Thank you. When I punched that shark brute out of our base, I tried to check for its corpse. Around where the shark creature should have landed, I saw the general of these monsters in the distance, surveying the area, perhaps. It did not seem hostile, curious, mostly. I did not see it fight, but what alarmed me was its presence. Its mere appearance caused my survival instincts to flare. Thank you. I must admit I cannot accurately sense the power of the creatures or mortals here. But with that creature, it was my primal instincts as a warrior that told me that facing it alone would not guarantee my survival. Good thing you aren't alone anymore, said Aldrich as he nodded to Valera, and she clasped her hands together shyly at his words. But it is true, I still need more information about the general. Thank you. I'm not going to rush in like an idiot and take on shrimp without knowing at the least a little about its capabilities, said Aldrich. I agree, Master, said Valera. That being said, I will now relay our plans to the Legion fully, said Aldrich. He turned to his Legion and motioned to them with his clawed hand. Here is how we will fight tonight. I will make an entrance by myself at the right time, after the mortals emerge from their walls. Thank you. When I do so, all of you will shortly follow using Portal Girl's powers. At that point it will be all-out war. Fight and kill as much as you please. When you sense large amounts of danger, always signal to me and Valera, but do not expect me to always be able to come to your aid. No, instead, fight as if I had already fallen and you were avenging me. My Legion fight with that level of ferocity. Thank you. The troll chieftain growled and grunted, beating his chest in agreement, and the animal-type variants and undead all joined in with the symphony of growls and howls. When that subsided, Aldrich continued. That said, I cannot be everywhere at once, and that is where the Dealdagasts come in, proclaimed Aldrich in response. The Dealdagasts chattered through their skeletal teeth a proud echo as they raised their smoky greatswords above their heads. Thank you. They will be positioned right behind the attacking force, creating a defensive line that will not only protect you, but blind the enemies positioned at the front. Whenever you sustain too much damage or need cover, retreat behind their spirit boundaries to recover. Though your healing is greatest within my mist of regeneration, even outside of it, you will have some minor regenerative power as you advance forward. The Dealdagast line will advance as well. Thank you. If you encounter any enemies that are strong enough to warrant my attention, immediately alert me. Either I or my inner circle will deal with it. If you encounter a swarm of enemies too thick to deal with, then alert me. My storm will provide air support. Your objective is to unleash as much carnage as you can, with the end goal being the capture of the anemone-type variants. Thank you. Once we have them captured, the battlefield should be ours, at which point the general of their army will be forced to show his hand. When he appears, those among you in my outer circle must go out and fight him. I need information about his capabilities before I can engage him. I will warn you that to fight the general is to face near certain death, but know that I will remember your sacrifice. Thank you. Once I understand the general's abilities, I will devise a strategy to take him down, and then this fight is ours. Then victory is as good as ours. A wave of understanding went around the Legion. Now there was merely the final step of executing this plan. Gay, could you repeat all that? The Geist raised its hand like a confused schoolkid. That was when another ghostly boom echoed through the air, the sound of the sea anemone variants firing yet again.
Thank you.
Aldrich immediately put a finger to the side of his helm, as did Valera. This third volley was several minutes earlier than expected. Aldrich saw through the grave ward floating over the battlefield that Merman, the Merman variant leader, had personally fired off a beam of hydroplasma from his forearms, boring through the final layer of the front gate ahead of schedule. This left the front gate completely melted down.
Thank you. Not only that, but it also meant that the sea anemone variants would be charged up and ready to fire an immediate volley against any of the first wave of defenders coming from behind the gates.
The crab variants stood in formations around the water shield-covered sea anemones, guarding the merman variants that channeled the barriers. Again, Aldrich felt surprise at this level of strategy from variants.
Thank you.
He knew that there were some more intelligent variants that lived in tribal communities, but their strategies usually did not go beyond small intertribal squabbles. This level of wide-scale troop mobilization and the brains to use them was something usually far beyond them, unless they belonged to a literal hive mind. Thank you. That was why ant and insect-type variants were usually so dangerous, because once they managed to build up a large enough hive mind, it became intelligent enough to enact large-scale and thought-out attacks against civilization. But if all variants were starting to evolve this level of strategy at a basic level, then humanity was in for a time of struggle unknown since the beginning of the monstering itself. At the forefront of this struggle, though, there would be Aldrich. Thank you. Thanatos, the god of death, turned from reaper of souls into defender of lives. The battle has begun, shouted Aldrich. Follow me on my signal. Aldrich unfurled his black and red-scaled draconic wings and leaped into the air, soaring into the sky and leaving his legion. When Aldrich disappeared into the sky, the Geist scratched its smooth white head. "Ge? Thank you, I still don't get it." "Just follow me and you'll figure it out," said Stella as she crossed her arms and looked into the night sky at Aldrich's receding figure. The fleet of drones followed behind him, ready to put the world's spotlight right on him. "Damn, didn't know he was the type to show off like this. I don't know, it's kind of cool, honestly," said Portal Girl as she looked up. Yeah. Just make sure you don't say that around M's bucket helmet over there." "Thank you." Stella motioned her chin over to where Valera was, but saw that Valera had disappeared from that spot. Stella blinked in surprise before Valera's gauntleted hand appeared behind her, closing around her shoulder. "And what gossip are you two spreading?" said Valera, as she smiled widely underneath her helm, though anyone could tell that smile was anything but warm and welcoming. On the contrary, it managed to ooze a horrifying amount of bloodlust. Nothing," said Portal Girl nervously.
"Thank you. Heh? You want to fight again while I'm all riled up ready to watch something explode?"
said Stella, as she smiled back at Valera unfazed. "Admirable willpower. It reminds me why we get along," said Valera. She then joined the two women looking up into the sky. And by now Aldrich had completely disappeared, likely in the skies watching the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down. "I am eager to start tearing apart our enemies," said Valera with a fanged smile. "Thank you. I can feel that this armor screams for blood, and blood I shall give it, for it is my master's precious gift to me. And I'm ready to blow some variants up to high heaven and beyond," said Stella. She bore a manic grin. "Or blow 'em down to the depths of hell, if that's what they prefer." Portal Girl nervously looked at the two women before trying to weakly join in on their insane energy. And I'm ready to help." Stella looked at Portal Girl curiously, then laughed. "Thank you." She reached out and pinched Portal Girl's cheek playfully. "You're such an innocent cinnamon bun. It's endearing, really." "Am I?" said Portal Girl as she rubbed her cheek. "Yeah, don't you agree, Val?" said Stella. Perhaps," said Valera. "I do like your attitude, but you will prove yourself even more if you bring to me the spines of our enemies. That will show to me more than anything that you have spirit, little girl." "Spines," said Portal Girl with panicked voice. "Thank you. Do I, have to take them out of their backs? Does it have to be with my own hands? What if I'm not strong enough?" "That was a jest," said Valera. "You know, I'm no comedian, but I don't think you're the best at telling jokes," said Stella. "I do share that trait with my master," said Valera. She cracked her knuckles as she looked towards the site of battle, fierce desire in her eyes, and soon I will also share this victory with him as well. "Thank you." Aldrich floated in the air, above the clouds. His arms were crossed as his wings stretched out to his sides, keeping him hovering in the air completely still. Draconic wings did not function like ordinary wings that needed to make the appropriate biomechanical motions like flapping to generate force for movement. They were purely magical in nature, emitting a personal flight field. "Thank you." Granted, dragons could flap their wings to manipulate this flight field, granting themselves acceleration or changing their direction, but the way they flew did not obey any conventional laws of physics, which was how some dragons that did not have any wings at all could just float through the air. As such, Aldrich could just stay in the air without any need to move his wings so long as he stretched them out like this. All around Aldrich was just empty night sky. "Thank you." Beneath him, below the cover of clouds, was the battle. Aldrich had made sure to move above the cover of clouds, ensuring that nobody saw him before he made his entrance. And that was the most important part about all of this, the right entrance. Right beneath the clouds below Aldrich was the site of battle, and he closed his eyes as he focused intently, meshing his sight with the grave wards to survey everything that happened. "Thank you." He, along with the masses of variants below, stared intently at the front gate, watching for a response to it falling with the front gate of Haven's Center District blasted down. How would the humans within fight back against those overwhelming numbers? Against those claws and jaws that wanted nothing more than their deaths? The answer took Aldrich by surprise.